producer like most recently our dairy producers, who will voluntarily stand up and say, even though it's probably not great for our bottom line, we are in on making America healthy again. And we will no longer have, and we will begin to remove artificial colors from all products sold to K through 12 schools for the school year. Some of America's largest and best known consumer brands have voluntarily committed and have begun removing petroleum food dyes from their products. This remarkable list includes Tyson Foods, PepsiCo, Smucker, Kraft Heinz, General Mills, Conagra, Nestle, and Hershey. I'm also proud today to announce the issuance of a revised farm-to-school request for applications. This RFA takes multiple steps in support of USDA's initiative to put farmers first and to promote healthy choices, healthy families, and healthy outcomes. This year's opportunity streamlines the application process, supports expanding access for small family farms to markets, and infrastructure by facilitating connections to the child nutrition marketplace, which is a huge government-funded marketplace with the opportunity to really move the market. Furthermore, the grant program's commitment to educating children about the source of their food and support for agricultural education helps prepare our next generation of farmers. We are utilizing the depth and reach of USDA to make America healthy again. To date, we have purchased nearly $1 billion. USDA has purchased nearly $1 billion worth of fresh seafood, fruit, and vegetables from American producers through our Section 32 program. These foods are distributed to food banks and other nutrition programs across the country. We'll continue to actively work with Secretary Kennedy in crafting the dietary guidelines, which will be out very, very soon. And within those guidelines, we will be completely resetting and reworking what we suggest to Americans that has a massive, massive impact on how USDA distributes our programs. Federal nutrition advice must be sound, simple, and clear. These guidelines will prioritize whole, healthy, and nutritious foods such as whole fat dairy, fruits, vegetables, and meats, and suggest limiting highly processed foods and those high in sugar. President Trump and our colleagues on the MAHA Commission know our current health outcomes, especially for our kids, are unsustainable, and that American farmers are part of the solution. Chronic disease is a challenge in our country. Most American children's diets are dominated by highly processed foods filled with added sugars, unpronounceable ingredients, and additives. We know the American food system is the safest in the world, but now we must do what it takes to make it the healthiest in the world. As a proud representative of America's farmers and ranchers in Washington, second only to President Trump, I am so encouraged by the roadmap that this report presents today. It shows where opportunities exist to improve technology, research, and outcomes. America's farmers and ranchers dedicate their lives to the noble cause of feeding our country and the world, and in doing so have created the safest, most affordable, and most abundant food supply in the world. And now is the time to act. Using the power of the executive branch, the whole of government approach across our entire cabinet and the White House, USDA will continue to deregulate, to research, and to promote solutions that not only improve nutrition programs and their outcomes, but also regenerative agriculture practices and other conservation programs. USDA's upcoming regenerative pilot program is built to address on-farm resource concerns while also providing farmers with usable, outcomes-based conservation plans. Additionally, we will leverage existing funding from research agencies to produce applied science informing farmer decision-making on regenerative agriculture. It is a new day at USDA. Our farmers and ranchers know that I, and most importantly President Trump, have their back and that their voices will be heard as we continue to promote the work of the Make America Healthy Again Commission. I want to thank President Trump, Secretary Kennedy, Administrator Zeldin, Dr. McCary, Dr. Bhattacharya for their leadership, collaboration, and teamwork. and the rest of the leadership here today. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions at the end of the report. Thank you, Secretary Collins. Now we'll hear the perspective from the EPA, Administrator Zeldin.
Well, thank you, Vince. Making America healthy again was a mandate that we heard loud and clearly from the American public last November. It's a mandate that the American public demands. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy for his leadership. Go back decades, try to recap and count the mile-high mountains he walked over to get to this point today, the mud that he crawled through, the walls that he broke through. His leadership has been imperative throughout this entire process. I want to thank him, his staff, all of my colleagues who are here, others who were part of this process and aren't here. I think of Stephen Miller, by the way, with all of our MAHA talks with him. A lot of people don't realize that about Stephen. He's a MAHA. This effort is an important priority in my role as the Trump EPA administrator and as a member of the MAHA Commission, but also as a dad. Protecting human health and the environment while powering America's comeback isn't just about serving Americans today. It's about ensuring future generations inherit clean air, land, water, and a foundation for healthy lives. The American public can count on President Trump, can count on Secretary Kennedy, and can count on those around this table to help MAHA moms and dads across America not just get the answers they deserve, but know that they have a partner in the Trump administration to do something about their concern. At the Trump EPA, we are accelerating innovative vetted crop protection products to enhance an American system of agriculture that is already the best in the world. At the same time, EPA is aggressively confronting and addressing the threat of banned pesticides imported or smuggled into the United States from China and elsewhere. These are highly toxic substances that can be fatal to humans and animals and damage our environment. It is a top priority in line with the Make America Healthy Commission to protect Americans from this threat. This year, the Trump EPA rejected 6 herbicide products from Charta crop gem because the company's applications had multiple errors, including wrong calculations, studies that didn't match the actual ingredients, and other data problems. When the EPA asked the company to fix these issues, they didn't respond. The applications were rejected. We can ensure the safe use of the chemicals EPA regulates, not those illegally imported or otherwise proven to be dangerous. The safe use of chemicals is responsible for transporting, building, feeding, and powering the great American public. At the Trump EPA, to ensure more timely reviews, we are increasing scientific capacity in our Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution.
Hey, Fred.
We don't want this to walk. We're also looking at new ways to use advanced technology and science to inform decisions. We are committed to ensuring all work conducted by EPA is consistent with gold standard science, including the work on our chemicals, air, and water program. Together with USDA and in partnership with the private sector, EPA is working to advance precision agriculture. I've seen demonstrations in my travels throughout the U.S. using drones, computer-assisted spray technologies, and robotic monitoring. By the way, during those travels across the country, especially over the course of these last couple of months, and I heard Secretary Rollins shortly before we gathered up the feedback from American farmers, heaping praise on Secretary Kennedy, Kelly Meade, Dr. Heidi Overton, all of the meetings and consultation over the course of the last few months. We heard it from states all across America. It really shows just how wide-reaching and thoughtful Secretary Kennedy and his team have been throughout this process. We're focusing on working with our partners at USDA and HHS, especially in permitting, crop protection, and agricultural input. EPA can directly support healthier outcomes for children. Prioritizing new approved methods moves us away from animal testing and will provide new tools to look at impact of chemical exposures, including cumulative exposures. This strategy outlines the keys to success targeted at solving the crisis of America's childhood chronic disease. We want to assure that ultimately the safety, especially that of children, science, and the law will all guide the great work we're doing. We're going to continue to do over the course of this administration. America will continue to be the energy, industrial, and agricultural power of the world. And we can continue this while ensuring we have the healthiest children. Thank you to the American public for putting President Trump in the Oval Office. Every day that he is there, working closely with the team that he has assembled, with all those amazing, passionate moms, dads all across America, every day we will do our part working together to make America healthy again.
Thank you, Lee. We will now hear from Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, the director of the National Institutes of Health.
When we talked about the Mahler report, the first version of the Mahler report, I mentioned the dangerous area that we face, which is that our children are going to be less healthy than we are. They're going to lead shorter, less healthy lives. That's the picture of the health of our kids in the country, and on the eve of our next election. I'm so proud to be part of this administration. Kennedy, for their leadership in addressing that dark reality. What this report was represented is a path out of the dangerous area. 120 concrete steps to take, measures which involve excellent science, gold standard science. I'm proud of Neil's great leadership of the OCP for articulating what gold standard science really means. You might ask yourself, well, we really need excellent science to say, don't feed our kids so much sugar. Don't go out and get exercise every once in a while. That's all true. There's common sense things to do, but there are real scientific issues that need to be addressed. Why are autism rates going up so quickly? What can we do about it? What's the answer for type 1 diabetes for kids? What are the long-term effects of the rising use of antidepressants in children? ADHD, we could go on and on and on and on. What you have is a picture of the real questions that need to be answered with excellent science. And even in nutrition alone, you can go back in history and say, okay, all right, remember when eggs were bad for you? I grew up with a phobia of eggs. Because apparently cholesterol is bad, and now they're a superfood. I don't know if everyone's read my friend and colleague's Mike Leary's book, Blind Spot, but what it lists is essentially a story of scientific failure because they haven't addressed the key questions that American parents that really want answered. How can we keep our kids healthy? What we have in this report is a commitment of this administration to address those questions with gold standard science and to provide answers to them so that when we look back years from now, we'll say this was the dark days. And in fact, now America's children will look forward to a brighter future, healthier, and will than we at the table will. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Now we'll hear from Dr. Marty McCary, who is the Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration.
Thank you, Director Kelly, and Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Rawlings, Administrator Selden, all my colleagues on the MAHA Commission. This is an amazing day, and this is an amazing report. And let me tell you why. Because doctors are thirsty for this fresh new agenda. We can tell that something's not right. We've done a terrible thing to doctors in this country. The healthcare system has put them on a hamster wheel where we are treating, we're prescribing, we're operating. I was on this. And then we code and we bill and we're measured by our throughput. And we do get inspired by the might of modern medicine and the drugs that we can prescribe, but sometimes we leave demoralized. The more pancreatic cancers we removed, the more pancreatic cancers there are. The more pain meds we prescribe, the more pain there is. The more GI meds we prescribe, the more abdominal pain there is. I'm not suggesting it's causal, but the medical funding agenda sets the agenda of research at every university hospital in the country. And we've not talked about these big issues until today. And that's why I got off the hamster wheel and responded to this vision of Secretary Kennedy and President Trump. And I'm very grateful. Now, for the first time, we're talking about the microbiome and food as medicine and micronutrients and soil and microplastics and all sorts of topics that we know are central to the health of kids. Screen time. Well, we're doing our part at the FDA. And I'm just going to run through a quick list of what we've done. We've been there 5 months. On the MAHA agenda. On the food side, we've worked closely with USDA. We took the action on petroleum-based food dyes, approved natural dyes 4 already this year. Typically, the FDA would approve 1 or 2 every several years. We approved 4 in the last 5 months. Took action on the GRAS standard, changed the BRICS requirement for sugar with orange juice, allowing more American oranges to be used for orange juice instead of importing oranges as frequently as was required by this arcane regulation. Initiated a chemical review. We're working with USDA to change the broken food pyramid, maybe one of the greatest sources of misinformation in modern American history. We're ending the 50-year war on natural saturated fat. Remarkably, schools by regulation are not supposed to have a certain amount of whole milk. That makes no sense scientifically. It's been in nutrition guidance by the government based not on evidence but on dogma. And so we're challenging medical dogma, challenging dogma on infant formula. Another one of our big goals is to deliver more cures and meaningful treatments to the American public. And so we have taken action to reduce animal testing, to speed up the time for approvals and synchronization with EPA, also taking action to reduce animal testing. It's the right thing to do. We began a national priority review pilot. We're going to get decisions out in weeks instead of nearly a year. We're going to see amazing meaningful treatments, I believe, in the next year and 2 years that are going to blow people away because of this new pilot program. We started a pre-check program to promote the domestic manufacturing of medications as a national security issue. We're ending conflicts of interest on expert panels. We are setting clear, transparent vaccine regulation for the COVID vaccine. We're using gold standard science and common sense. We've removed regulation for gene therapy, had an amazing roundtable on cell and gene therapy. Last week, we made all of our rejection letters public. If we don't accept a drug, the public deserves to know why. So for the first time in history, those letters are public so the public can see it and keep us accountable. We are focused on rare diseases and incorporating AI. We are making adverse events disclosed on a daily, real-time basis. And we took action on concentrated fluoride for babies that is affecting the microbiome. And we're just getting started. We're also very focused on the opioid addiction crisis. It's not over just because there's other news. We have drafted guidance for non-opioid pain medication that is going out tomorrow. We've taken action on 7-OH and opioid in most vape stores in America. We're calling it out, initiating the scheduling at DEA. We are talking about vape stores, trying to educate parents. We have now issued a number of statements on gas station heroin, and we are finally changing the label on OxyContin, which is long overdue. So with that, I just want to say thank you for the privilege of being a part of this incredible commission. I think this is an incredible day for the medical community in the United States, so thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We now hear from Jim O'Neill, who's the deputy at the HHS.
Thank you. All Americans deserve to be healthy, and we're going to get there. And this commission and this team of agencies is going to help us achieve the goal of making America healthy again. I'm very grateful to President Trump for giving us that mandate and this commission. Under Secretary Kennedy, HHS supports rigorous science and radical transparency, and we need that everywhere, but nowhere is that more pressing or more valuable than CDC. Over the past 15 years, sadly, CDC presided over rising chronic disease
talking about the CDC and they cut the wire. Hey, it's over.
It's never over, my friend. The battle will always be there, good and evil.
That's a good point, though. And the fact that the CDC has been telling us.
Well, if you cut it off, if you're okay, in particular, I'm big on putting luggage tags on things, you know?
Hi, John.
I don't know, but I'm gonna find out. Hold on. They cut the X.
Oh, my friend, you know, because you know what's the source. Is the information we get, obviously, we all know this. Like I say, it all gets complicated, but it all comes down to motives, intent, and we're simple creatures, man. You know, and they follow the money. You know why the money to be followed and find out what the real story is because that's why everybody that's evil is doing evil. Power, money, control. It's my opinion. There's no absolute, and I got a lot to learn. And the more I learn, the more I know I don't know. But having said that, I don't want to be a mainstreamer. I don't want to be looked at in a limelight. Fuck all that shit. I don't want to. There's nothing good that comes out of me getting much money with my addictive personality. Trust you me, my Lord gives me just as much. And I'm not saying that. Hey, I'm not saying I'm a religious dude. I'm spiritual. Saying that if you do right, good things happen to you. And when you're doing right, Jesus ain't going to my Lord, who I looked at, which I think I respect them all. Anyways, I'm going on the weeds on this. What I'm saying is, you get what you get based on what you attract. What you attract is based on your mental, what you're mentally thinking, and a lot of that comes from spirituality. If you're at peace, you're going to attract peace. And when you're not around peace, you're going to try to give peace to it, which is, in return, is going to give you peace twofold, in my opinion, even if they don't accept it. I don't know. Righteous is right. Righteous will always be right. And I'm not right. Trust me, I'm trying to get right.
I hear you. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna try to find out what happened to the feed. It looks like it got cut off at an hour, 6 minutes, and 22 seconds. We'll pick it up where we left off as soon as we're able to get the feed back up and running. We didn't get to the part about the root cause of autism yet in the USA, and that's really what I think a lot of people are interested in hearing about. So I'm still looking forward to hearing the rest of the Maha report. With that being said, we do have some awesome speakers up here on stage. We got Steven, we've got John Kitover. Welcome to the stage, guys. Love to hear from either of you.
Hey, Augustus, how's it going?
Hey, yeah, I'm doing well. I'm texting my wife right now, who's running the war room at HHS, to see what's going on with this feed. I'm sure it's just a technical difficulty, and we'll get back online momentarily. What's going on with you?
I am dealing with a plumbing issue at my house, but just got through all that. And this past week, I went to Bloomington, Illinois, where I was on NPR and got a lot of petition signatures. And I found that tailgating is a great place to gather signatures for the campaign. So we're trying to defeat Darren LaHood in Illinois 16, who is a super vaccinologist who has voted for the HEROES Act, the CARES Act, and multi-trillion-dollar giveaways to big pharma. So I'm battling for the people of Illinois and trying to defeat a rhino.
Hell yeah. Big Pharma, in my opinion, is one of the biggest devils in our society based on the most productive, the most profitable. And then that just shows us our nature as humans. And do I believe that we're all good, born to be good? I don't know. All I know is I got a strong desire to be good. And when I'm not good, I can't see other people doing the exact same acts of me not doing what is good, and then going out and having a good time doing it. Because trust you me, I've done a lot of not terrible things, but terrible things to me. But they act like it doesn't even bother them. Now there's something to that. I don't know what it is. And I thought I was cursed. I'm like, shit, I wish I could do what they did and what I did and still not feel nothing about it and go on like if I'm having a great time. But yes, I smile big when I can smile, and I frown big when I have to frown, even if I want to put on a fake smile. But I look fake as can be. Look on a fake smile. I giving up to looking at the camera, giving a smile. I can't fake nothing. And is that a blessing or a gift or a curse? I consider it now a blessing because I hold myself to higher standards because I have to be. I mean, that's the state of my mind. And I don't know. At the end of the day, guys, just try to do the next right thing. What in my opinion, what the next right thing is probably what you don't want to do, but you should do. And it's beneficial for everybody. Life is better for everybody.
Well, Big Pharma wouldn't be so profitable if it wasn't for your local congressman and senator passing multi-trillion-dollar bills to give us products that we don't need or want, but they force on us. And if we don't take them, you lose your job. If you don't take them, you're ostracized. If you don't take them, they blackmail you. So it is a syndicate, and in my opinion, it's criminal. And also the military-industrial complex. These two things are costing us $3 trillion a year. We're $37 trillion in debt. So it's time for patriots to stand up and say enough is enough.
God bless that. Second that twofold.
Yeah, man. I think a great example of that was on full display was the other day when RFK Jr. had to go in front of our congressmen and senators and basically get grilled. Oh wait, I can look this back up on YouTube.
Hey, while you're looking that brings up a good point. I love people that mentions everything that comes from what is for nothing but good intent, because it puts a seed in other people that have the same mindset. Like I said, righteous will always prevail. And I'm not a smart dude. I can't remember shit. But having said that, a good what I think it's a huge cornerstone of a character of a politician.
I got it back. Also, pro-innovation frameworks that can form the foundation of healthier lives for America's children. I'm proud of the work my team is doing and grateful for the dedication of all members of the MAHA Task Force, especially you, Secretary Kennedy, have demonstrated every day as we seek to protect America's health for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That concludes the round robin. Secretary Kennedy, would you like to use closing remarks?
I'm very proud of the work of this commission, and I'm very proud of the outcome. And again, I want to thank the people who made this happen and who were working on the details day by day. Dr. Heidi Overton and Kelly Mays. And I look forward to getting to work to make sure that all of this stuff gets implemented as quickly as possible. And I'm very, very grateful to President Trump for his support, for his enthusiasm, and for driving us to make these things happen yesterday. Oh, thank you all very much.
Oh, so that was the end of it. So I guess we didn't get to the root cause of autism today.
Well, in my opinion, they said it but not saying it. They didn't, they didn't point it out like in black and white. But we all know. I mean, in my opinion, we all, you know what I'm saying? Like as far as the food that's being ingested. But who's to say that it's not that but a vaccine? Because I just don't believe anything when it comes to pharma, when it comes to healthcare. I mean, when you're talking about we live in a country that we elect officials to represent us, and then comes the private sector that gets money given to them. Oh no, I'm sorry, they're given to it for the money to be elected for the race, and then everybody says, oh well, big pharma, everybody accepts that money. You know why they accept it? Because nobody has yet been able to be put except Theodore Roosevelt. God bless your heart. One of my biggest favorite presidents. After '04, the other guy was assassinated. I'm bad with names, but Theodore, he held true. He was against power. Three people: Morgan, Rockefeller, and Carnegie. And Carnegie, I'm not sure who was involved, but those three men, had in possession, I think of a good percentage, of not like huge numbers, single digits of the American, economy. Having said that, he did not sell out. He did not sell out because they put Theodore as the vice president. That's what I've been told, which makes sense. I mean, they orchestrated this, and they could not get Theodore to shut up and just play by the rules, such as politicians usually do. God bless you, Theodore. I don't know how that fits in. I don't know how I got there, and that's sometimes I got ADD. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm stepping into an elevator. You might not be able to hear me for a minute.
Well, I truly do believe it's not what we do to make this country better, but what we say is misdone when seen being misdone, or the ability to see it at early stages, so it's not the cancer that takes over something so pure and so well designed, such as far as when the cancer takes over something that is so perfectly made by our creator, the human body, as, in my opinion, balance is key when it comes to control. You don't want too much of anything, but you want to make sure everybody's respected. Democracy, represent democracy, represent republic, which I still believe this is representative democracy. I don't know why, they're so against saying that it's not. Okay, so it's a word, but it means the same. But anyways, it is right in the middle. And it's life as far as the Romans had it. There's been others. I mean, you guys know more than I do about history, I'm sure. But it's like there's been a average time life of a form of government, which we have, which is right around 275. Okay, it's so true. The whole true prior to there's been many civilizations to abide by this. Maybe not by other rulings. Anyways, long story short, I believe, this is my belief, based on the more high school education that I got, Cincinnati, God bless them, we did do service work, but you try to tell me that you want me to stay in religion, that is, you guys have priests that aren't allowed to be with the women, and they're doing what they did back in the early 2000s, and you want me to be okay with them not changing that? You don't see the common sense in that? Forget about it. Forget about it. I ain't gonna talk about that point. But the point is, my conclusion is, a balance is key, but having said that, we have something that is going to break the mold, I hope, and I believe, and what you believe will come to reality, because manifesting is something that I truly believe in. Energy is very true. To be putting off, you feel energy, I do. We can't put a finger on why we do, we just do. And like I said, we've been blessed with different cultures coming together. No other nation, no other main power on the history of documented, that I know of, documented history has had the scenario that we have, the tools that we have, where, first off, in my opinion, taking different cultures aside, what a man's blessed with to have on evolution standards. And, just what the creators would us to have to deal with the geographical elements to have to decide. We also have the ability to just lost the thought. But anyways, we're balanced. Where the white man is weak, the black man is strong. Where the black man is weak, the Asian can be strong. We have many options. With options, there is a better opportunity to get your solution. Just like Trump, everybody's giving him shit, saying he's Putin's friend and shit. Hell no, he's not. Have you ever heard of keeping your enemies closer? It's not when you see an entity that knows that you're wanting something, they're wanting something else. You're not going to talk at them. You don't act this. You don't act disrespectful. You try to soften them. It's a sales. It's finessing. It's a salesman type technique. And why do you stick them on 30% tariffs, but you're willing to accept 10 or just a wash and let them know that, hey, we're not going to get fucked and say, hey, thank you, while they take their money to the bank? I mean, he can taking those tariffs away, and everybody wants to jump to conclusions, saying this is that. I will not believe Trump is who I think he is until he does not answer all questions like he does in the media. Make sure it's a point of him staying transparent. I don't think that man knows what a telegram is, or whatever telegram. Anyways, pre-recorded teleprompter. He speaks off the cuff. You know why he's able to? Because it's genuine. He knows the importance of genuineness. He knows people. He's basically said a fifth grade level because he wants to connect with other people. Maybe not, but that's brilliant if he is. I mean, everybody uses everything that people do as a negative based on their narrative and changing the facts based on what their narrative is fitting, what is fitting for their narrative, because it's ego. It's wanting to be your identity to exist because you connected yourself so much to a certain party, which is stupid. I mean, who gives a frick about a party? Pro-America, don't be pro-America. You can be against what we are doing now, but it's agreeing to disagree, because sooner or later you're going to want something that we're going to not want, but you're going to win that decision. And guess what? We're going to be pro-America still. I mean, it's common sense. Anyways, I'm going to shut up. I do apologize. I get on one sometimes. But, actually, I don't apologize, but if I disrespected anybody, please let me know. I mean, sugarcoating anything, just give me. I've heard that I sound like a rambling, larger, the person midget, which I am only 5'6", but anyways, my point is, my feelings don't get hurt, and I hope that I don't disrespect or offended anybody, because that's not my goal. I really just want to find, people that think like me, and it's not thinking identical to me, but having the same ideas, have the same values. Who doesn't want to live in a community where they feel like they're taking care of it, and they feel like it's a safe community? These are like bare moments, and we can't.
You're breaking up. I think we lost him. I guess until we can get his microphone sorted out, Miss Mossy, did you want to say something?
Oh, I just wonder, what is the argument against a healthy society, right? What could be their argument? Saving money, or
making money. I think that's a veiled argument. They're trying to make your
under the guise of safety, even though it's unsafe. You know, it's kind of the big
like
obvious.
The government is part of the conglomerate, which has like different ownerships, you know? So they have the power to like decide whether that is banned or toxic for us, you know?
Well, yeah, but that's what we talked about a little bit earlier, lobbyists and things like that, and you get grants and certain allowances for emergency purposes. You know, that's what we're trying to bring the attention to Congress and really get some things passed that puts more accountability in the hands of where it needs to be, you know. Oh, I'm seeing Augustus is having some connectivity issues as well, so we might lose the space, but I'm here instead. Anyone else want to say anything?
Yeah, I just put a query into Grok. The question is, hey Grok, what are the names of all the HRX associated with vaccines from the past 5 years, and what corporations received those funds and how much?
Well, you know, Oprah and Diddy also did receive those, what did we call those? COVID pay, but it was also COVID relief money, right?
Yeah, hold on one second.
Can you believe they had lotteries? Remember, there were like raffles. If you win the raffle or the lottery, and you know you could win 100,000 or $1 million. Do you remember how states were doing that, or local municipalities were doing
New
that?
York State, De Blasio, hamburger and French fries for free with every vaccine. Eating the French fries on TV said, these are so good.
I mean, like even Walgreens was giving out what's it called? I believe it was like Walgreens gift cards. It was like $50 or something like that to anyone who got a vaccine through Walgreens or whatever. Places were running things like that all the time.
Reservation, and then they're like real liberal society. They just do whatever the government says, the feds, because that.
It's a trans. It's a man. Ugh. Okay, this has been Maha.
Let me look and see if I can see that video clip and listen for myself.
I just think it's just so cute how if the roles are reversed,
Yeah.
the knee-jerk reaction is it's immediately racially charged. But when it's this color of a person is the victim, well, they were justified somehow, some way, or mentally ill, or there's always some. That's the first thing where they go.
Let me see.
A lot of mentally ill people accuse other people of being mentally ill.
The platform. I got that white girl. The suspect muttered, "I got that white girl." I guess there were some other statements that he made, but it says that those have not been yet verified.
This professor is a savage because he plays a walkout.
So yeah, sounds like they're quoting it, so it sounds like he did say it.
Hey, it's Rico.
Hello, Mr. Kitover.
Howdy, how are you all?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I had a plumbing problem.
Oh, do you?
We got it fixed though, but it's not exactly fixed yet, but good enough.
How's your little flare-up doing?
It's good. It's getting better. I took a pill and I'm going to go to the VA hospital tomorrow and try to get allopurinol as a prescription. So it's so painful.
I'm glad it's feeling a little better anyway.
Yeah. On Amazon, you can't get allopurinol, but you can get colchicine or whatever it's called, something close to that. And oof, man, the pain is intense. I don't know if you've ever had a gout flare up, but holy crap, it's like having ice or it's like having knives jammed into your foot.
Ugh, doesn't sound pleasant. Holly, are you still on the phone? The phone icons have been acting sketch today, y'all. They're like not going away.
Is Mojo ever coming back?
Not to my knowledge.
That's because he's too smart. He knows Pepe and JV and the pot stirring, everybody else. It's just, a never ending vicious cycle of wasting your time.
Perhaps. Perhaps you may be correct. Mm-hmm. Yep.
What is this conference or whatever?
I heard, I was listening to some news clips of RFK Jr. and, they played just a little bit of the committee hearings going on, and they said that he was supposed to, and he actually said during the clip that he would be making his announcement in the Oval Office later this afternoon with Trump. So.
He just had
Ooh, for the office and stuff?
Yes.
Oh my.
He just had an HHS conference call, and Augustus was live streaming it on X, and apparently his wife is responsible for all the media in the HHS war room.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what you're talking about, right? There's going to be another event. He's going to the White House.
Correct. After this HSS meeting, he's supposed to be going to the Oval Office because he's supposed to be making an announcement today regarding autism. So we'll see.
It blows my mind that people on this app will say there's no causation between all these injections and autism. Not even a potential. It's like, how can people sit here and believe that shit or even speak it? I mean, cause and effect. What you put in your body causes problems. The reason I have a gout flare up is because on Friday, Saturday, or on Saturday, I probably had one too many, vodka cranberries. So, cause and effect. It's pretty obvious what's happening here. I mean, up until 1980, nobody was getting these many injections. So this is insane. I mean, 72 injections by the time you're 18. El Normo's here. El Normo is the one who claims there's no connection.
That's by kindergarten, not 18.
Well, I think by kindergarten, I can't remember the exact number.
72.
El Normo, how can you blindly trust Big Pharma and pediatricians and not question why, 1 out of 12 young men in California have autism?
I don't, and I do.
Hello, Normo.
Hello. I don't trust people without reservation or without verification, and I question everything.
Oh, well, that's good to hear.
A long time ago, we used to have buttons that said question authority.
Yeah, that's what Timothy Leary's famous quote is: "Think for yourself, question authority."
Unfortunately, he may have taken one too many caffeine acid. Also, I think he died of lung cancer from smoking. He smoked a lot, which I'm against.
Hey, Grace, how are you?
So good to be here. How are you guys? I'm fine.
Lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
We were just talking about the Charlotte incident and how that is now suddenly blowing up in the media, and the RFK announcement this afternoon.
What did he say?
Yeah, what'd he say?
He hasn't said it yet. He's supposed to be headed to the Oval Office after this HHS meeting, and he and Trump are supposed to be making some announcement about presumably autism. So,
maybe they're both going to come out as autistic.
shut up. So, yeah, I'm just waiting for that to happen, but this Charlotte story is like going viral on the news now. It's going to be the repetitive race room topic on Clubhouse, I'm sure, for the next several weeks.
So are they making this, what, like a black thing, a crime thing, a refugee thing, all the above?
I mean, probably to some extent, all of the above. They released the second part of the video of him on the subway after he stopped her. And he makes a statement.
What did he do next?
He makes a statement as he's walking away from her, got that white girl.
No.
Yes. So.
The first thing I think one must say is this person is like psychotic out of their mind.
Yes. Had already been previously arrested for 14 different violent charges, apparently, and was walking free on no cash bail.
That's the second thing.
Yep.
That we're not keeping dangerous people off the street.
Yeah.
That's the second thing to say.
They get out and they murder their spouse. And here in Chicago, somebody a couple blocks away went to jail, no cash bail, let him out, went back home, murdered his wife.
What was the first crime that they let them out on?
He choked his wife almost to death, almost killed her the first time, and no cash bail. The stupid judge decided to let him right back out, went back home, killed her, and I think he killed a neighbor. But, you know, what is this? What kind of clown world is this? Is this social justice? These are these Democrat judges? I really wish I would have gone to racket.
I mean, I noticed something the other day. I hadn't done extensive verification. When people kept arguing that, oh, the crime rate in D.C. has gone down. The crime rate in D.C. has gone down. Well, guess what? They stopped prosecuting misdemeanors. Of course, the crime rate goes down if you stop enforcing the law.
I didn't know that.
I remember I've been arguing that point in these fucking rooms for like years now. It's because I've witnessed before became a news article, a news.
You're in the Matrix, Blake. Blake, we can't hear you. Or is that me?
No, it's him.
No, not yet. Yes, now we can hear you.
Oh wow, I only have signal issues when I get on Clubhouse, but I can do everything else. Like I can stream, I can do Zooms, I can do all kinds of crap. Try to join the conversation Clubhouse right now.
You're right.
Where we going? Yeah. Anyway,
it's good to see you, Blake. I haven't seen you in forever.
Yeah, it's been an interesting year, but they've been doing that a long time here in the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul area of Minnesota. They've been doing that shit where they misdemeanors, like if you misdemeanor, they just let them right back out, drop the charges, or have them plea down. And that's more than likely what like El Normal said. That's more than likely. That's more than likely what's going on. Yeah, that's more than likely what's going on with the crime is going down statistics because they're not counting anything. And then felonies are getting plead down too. So like these felony assaults and shit. I know like 3 or 4 guys felony assault, and then they pleading down to like fucking some. I don't know what they pleading down to, but they pretty much get like what's that shit they make you do when you clean up the side of the road and you got a community start? Yeah, they doing shit like that, man. And like on violent first time offenses, And it's clown world, man. It's time for some
like people gotta hang. That's pretty much like, cause somebody gonna get hurt. You know what I mean? Like at some point, good people are just gonna start fucking blasting people. You know, like they're just not gonna put up. And that's what I'm afraid of. Like, man, you know, then they don't know how to prosecute somebody. Like, soon as some regular guy, you know, is getting fucked with by one of these stupid ass kids or some shit, and then he blows one of these fucking kids away, then they're gonna know how to prosecute all of a sudden. Watch, you just watch. Especially if he's the lighter complexion.
I also saw a matrix of about 120 people that were all, brown and black, and they were all identified as being Caucasian in the arrest reports. Not like it really matters, but statistics and data does matter.
Yeah. I don't know. Holly, you there?
I think they want y'all right. I think they want y'all white folks to start acting up. They want y'all to do some great. I'm saying it sounds crazy, but I think that's what's going on. I think they want y'all white folks to do something real stupid. And
I mean, we already have enough white folks that do stupid shit, you know?
Yeah, we have an abundance.
I know. We have an abundance of white folks doing stupid shit. Like,
We have a mother bullying her daughter.
yeah,
Netflix documentary.
right. That creates some animosity for sure. Oh, that made me so mad. You just made my blood boil all over again, MG.
Sorry.
But yeah, like this stabbing on the subway. Just
You believe nobody on that train even helped her? Everybody just sat there, didn't give a shit. What a bunch of pieces of shit.
that was the thing that I was appalled by. I'm like, why is this girl sitting here bleeding out and nobody is doing anything? Like, I'm just like, why?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when I'm saying stupid shit, think about it. That was your daughter, and like, just imagine if the judge does anything but fucking hang this dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, just imagine that the person that's on his last fucking just had mentally. Think about the stupid shit they'll probably do after that. Because I tell you right now, like, I ain't about senseless violence, but it's like, dude, if the system ain't gonna do nothing about it, like right now, I got these incidents that.
You're in the Matrix again, Blake. Can you hear me?
By way of news articles and testicle 1, 2. Testicle 1, 2, 3.
I can hear you now.
All right. So yeah, the deal is like, these issues are coming closer to home because it's funny how they you get 1, 2 people shot, in a quote unquote mass shooting, like the scenario and the style of a mass shooting. It has to be that 100 sitting ducks and somebody walks into a place that's full of unarmed sitting ducks. That's when it gets the news. It gets the politicians like, we got to do something about these mass shootings, right? Like the one that just happened here in Minneapolis. That's 2 people that's 2 people and a bunch of people injured, right? 2 fatalities. But then you hear about a story in Minneapolis and cities all over the country where somebody steals a car, blows through an intersection doing a buck 20, kills 3 people in the car. My daughter, on my daughter's side of the family, on her mother's side, her cousins just got killed like that. Like, we just heard about it, and we've been hearing about it on the news for a week. But then we find out it was like, there's some relation, and it's like crazy how there's 2 people dead, no anger, the police, the fucking, the mayor doesn't do a statement. There is no overall, like, we got to do something about it. It's just, oh, that's so sad. That's so sad. It's like, this shit happens every fucking week. What do you mean it's so sad? No, we're mad. So, at some point, man, like, somebody going to do something real fucking stupid. And I'm sorry, there ain't going to be too many people giving the fucking no sympathy to, like, if a politician or a DA, a district attorney who doesn't want to prosecute criminals, district attorneys who want to be defense lawyers. You know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, something happens to them. We're, as a society, people are going to be like, well, and that's sad.
Well, there was actually a mass shooting. I think I think there was one fatality, but it was a mass shooting, and the guy got away. I don't know if they caught him. It was the same day in Minneapolis, same day as the school one.
You know why that one probably didn't get attention? Because it was a different style of mass shootings. It was probably like, brown on brown. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, probably. And it was in broad daylight, Blake. Honestly.
Yeah, Holly, when it's brown on brown mass, quote unquote, mass shootings where 3 or 4 people get shot, or one casualty, but we got 5, 10, those get tallied as mass shooters in the books, like, for the statistics. But the attention is nobody hears about. You get what I'm saying? Like, nobody hears about it. The mayor, if it happens in Minneapolis, Mayor Pride doesn't say anything about it. Fucking Governor Walker Waltz doesn't fucking say anything about it. That's how it goes. It's like, and that's why I just don't understand, like, why is it so political? Like, why isn't black people giving up on this party? Because these people I don't think they like us. Like, I really do think they want black people dead or something, because how can you not shed attention to something that's happening every fucking week, to black people? Like, if you want to make it about race, like, this shit's happening to black people all the time. Getting fucking ran over by Kias, going a $120, getting shot in broad daylight by somebody that want to get them out of their Kia. You know what I'm saying? Like, Facebook Marketplace robberies on a rampage right now. I don't know if that's happening in y'all cities, but be on your P's and Q's when you shopping and buying, when you selling and buying on Marketplace.
I thought it was a beautiful ceremony. I thought it was very.
If you're a small content creator,
can you tell me something in the world today?
I can read you a poem.
Positive. I almost think I would take a Kitover poem at this moment.
You want it?
60 seconds, Sean. Go.
All right, let me grab the book. Okay, this is Rumi, famous Persian poet. Random page. Science and theology would be just whims of the wind if you knew full surrender. These beautiful world birds would seem like flies if that wing shadow fell across you. The famous drums would sound like tapping sticks. If that dawn rose, you'd be released from whatever is holding you. What you thought was ahead would be behind. One word, one letter from that book, and you'd understand. Your fire wavers in the thought of death, but if it burned with eternity, it would not tremble. Those you are traveling with keep you distracted. Open your mouth to this wind, and let a straw catch in your throat. Choke and die of the worthlessness you value. Your childish intelligence got stuck at, he frowned, that part of the Quran, where Muhammad's revelations are interrupted by a wandering blind man. Muhammad frowns, then turns to the man's true intention. Maybe not the poem you're looking for, but...
Thank you, Mr. Kitover. don't know. Vaccines and the little Ukrainian girl. I think that's going to be it for the next couple of weeks.
Oh, there's more. You didn't hear about the guy that raped the 4-year-old and gave her an STD? He abused somebody just a couple weeks ago and was released on no cash bail?
What?
Yep.
What? I fear in this world you're gonna grow up and he's insane.
Yeah, Anthony Jelks raped
Are you
a
guys talking about
4-year-old.
the footage getting released?
Jelks was freed from jail weeks ago despite 6 violent arrests.
What, Ewan?
Are you guys talking about the full footage that got released of that Ukrainian
Yes.
rape? Oh,
Yes.
fucking
I know.
horrible shit.
I don't know who I'm mad. I mean, clearly I'm mad at the dude, but like the people just sitting there doing absolutely nothing. I don't know.
They may not have known what happened.
I don't get the bill reform stuff. Like, honestly, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna take someone who like violently assaulted someone, and we're just gonna let them back out. Like, what is that? Those people that allow that push for bail reform, want chaos. They're evil.
She was a Ukrainian refugee, yes. But did you hear the video? Like after he stabbed her, as he was walking away, he said, "Got that white girl."
Yeah.
Yep. As everybody around her just sat there. I mean, it was sad. Like, what's going through her mind in those moments? You know, like, what the fuck just happened? And apparently, they said it took her a while to bleed out.
I think the sad thing is that, like, these are conversations, we're going to have conversations with our children about this stuff, you know, to make sure that they stay safe so that doesn't happen to them, essentially. I find that pretty sad.
$20 each. Baby cherries, $350. $33 for pineapple and peach pineapple.
Did you see the, who's the person that does the press releases? I can't remember her name for Trump. Did you see her just, like, go ham-hock on a journalist? That was pretty epic.
Dragon fruit. Low one, $88. Japanese apples, $15 each. It's just a regular fruit grapes. Jackfruit, that's the prince of the fruit, Asian pear. Patrick star fruit, queen of the fruit. Mango seeds, but not the mangoes, golden kiwi. Japanese oranges, $88. Grenadilla. Fruit salad.
Did you hear what that police chief, if anyone's here, has anybody heard what that police chief in Canada said about the huge, like, increase in crime and specific, like, home robberies? Have you heard about this?
Sorry, I was away from my phone. I didn't hear anything.
No, okay. I was just gonna say, have you heard about what that Canadian police chief said in a press release? Because home invasions have gone through the roof in Canada. Have you heard what he said? It's pretty crazy.
No, what'd you say?
So recently there was a home invasion. Like, it happens every day now in Toronto. Like, premise through the roof of the stuff, but essentially, there was a man who was protecting his home, got invaded, and he ended up stabbing one of these hackers, and then he got charged with attempted murder and got put in jail. And the police chief said if someone breaks into your home, you have to comply.
This is a strange tradition at a restaurant in Houston. Instead of just waiting for your food, the ceiling projectors show a mini chef cooking it right in front of you. Step by step, he adds every ingredient, times it perfectly, and takes you through the entire process.
It was both black and white sitting around that girl. And yes, I believe it too. Unfortunately, I think it's
Yeah, it's like, oh, let them come in, do whatever they want, stab you, let them like rape you, just comply. That's the best thing to do. That's fucking insane shit. Absolutely insanity.
it just gives them license to say, oh, okay,
The buck is so confused. Have you ever wondered why fishermen throw tuna back into the sea?
Is this footage, like, is everybody in the U.S. just like talking about this now?
Can you hear me?
Okay, you're here, Harley.
Yeah. Can you share the link if you have it for the part where he says things when you can hear what he says?
the video. I actually read the quote in an article on Newsweek.
Do you have an Exicam, Holly?
Yeah.
It's all over that. It's all over the app right now. All over. It's all I'm seeing. Yeah.
Why is she holding her mouth like that?
That's after she was stabbed.
But he got her in the neck, right?
Correct.
Yeah, she was in shock. She was in shock.
She was in shock.
Yeah.
Like, she's just completely in shock. And she looks down at herself, like you can clearly see there's blood on her clothes. It's not particularly gory, but yeah.
Did you hear Trump's speech about it?
No.
He like, I think it was Trump that actually he put the footage out in the public, or it was his administration that did it, but he just did a speech about this whole thing. So the media will have to actually report on it, even though they haven't yet. Don't you find it crazy that, like, this is probably one of the most talked about incidents in the U.S. It's all over here too. Everybody's seen the footage out here. Everybody knows about it. Yeah, like
this happened several days ago though. Monica Spinberg was like this for 2 weeks.
Oh, I knew about it.
Yes.
Yeah, I knew about it when it happened. And yeah, the media has not reported on it. I think there's like one Associated Press article.
Oh, there are now. Now that the footage with the statement being released, yeah, now it's being covered widely.
Yes, can you believe he said that? I was so disappointed. Like, I was saying, this isn't a race thing, guys, it's a mental health thing. And then Monica's all like, Dawn, are you okay? And she put the link, and I was like, oh my God. Now, special circumstances apply. Or they will push for them to apply in court, right?
Oh, he's being federally charged. Pam Bundy's already said the DOJ is going to handle the prosecution.
And did she mention why?
I'm assuming it's probably because the girl was a Ukrainian refugee.
Oh, yeah. Trying to copy him and living in.
I don't know for sure, but that's the only thing that I would think would give
then I was
federal
at 18
authority
I was doing giant.
Well,
I was doing road giant.
if the white part's involved, then it's going to be the conversation with the
I come out of a really stiff
That's the special
professional background
circumstance I was
playing
talking
Shakespeare.
about. So I was arguing in another room right now
I played Shakespeare at the old theater in San Diego. So when I saw Dean and Noah Barclay, I mean, what he was doing was certainly not on the written page. I was doing line readings. I was doing, had memorized my gestures. Everything I was doing was preconceived. It didn't look very natural. Dean was doing things, improvising things, and just creating things that had nothing to do with the written page.
Did you see her? She was a really beautiful girl too.
How I could find
But
out.
this is
Did his
just
death
an example of.
so that when he died?
I want to let you guys know right now, I wouldn't have been so unaware, can't hear, not looking around, not watching people. I would have been looking in reflections. I would have been with my back against the side of that train so I can see people.
In North Carolina?
Anywhere. I've been attacked before. Oh, hell yes.
I mean, she had literally just gotten on the train and sat down.
I don't look my back to people. I can't see. I need to see them.
They should find oversight for people.
Excuse me, do you not hear me speaking? Do you not hear me speaking? Sir. No, but I'm serious. Being over there. You need to get their headphones out. Take them out of your ears and get your face on your phone.
But I can't listen to your voice if I have my headphones out of my ear and I'm in public.
Oh my God.
So this is a bigger problem now. Let me know when I have a solution. I just mentioned you just have to start giving women like Uber credits and shit for going places at night, I guess, or whatever after certain hours. I mean, that's how bad it is. And if the cities don't do that, I don't know. Let's get something going. I'll get a petition going. Take it out of their fucking budgets. It's ridiculous. What Trump is doing is only stirring the pot in a way that just leads to more chaos, dude. So, he can pay for it.
How is Trump stirring the pot?
The way, because I actually did run for president. I know I mentioned that in here maybe, but the way to do this stuff is a humanitarian way. So you have to make the measurement of success like how many human lives are affected in a negative way.
How is Trump responsible for this man who stabbed? How is he responsible for this? I'm still trying to connect the dots. Talk to me like
I wasn't saying. No, I wasn't. Oh well, certainly the Democrats are absolutely fully responsible as well. But see, their solution is no good either because they're just having migrants around for the vote. So that's a fail. So that has to go away. And Trump.
When I see a man on a train randomly take out a switchblade and stab a woman, the last thing on my mind is, did the Democrats or the Republicans do this? The first thing on my mind is that crazy SOB just stabbed that woman. Presumably now, based on statements, it was racially motivated. Like, I'm not thinking red or blue or what my politicians are doing. I'm thinking, what the fuck is wrong with our society?
Okay, well, but the solution lies in the criminal justice system, so Democrats have these laws in place that as Trump did post, the guy was on 14 different times on different, so there's crime laws that have to be reformed. And then that's from the Democratic side, and from the Republican side, this is why I made my own political party, by the way. Stay tuned for that, maybe. Maybe not, but on Trump's side, stirring up all this stuff in Chicago, and stirring up all this, just chaos for chaos' sake is not humanitarian. So there is a way to do humanitarian leadership. I don't know, a la Nelson Mandela, some shit like that. I mean, that's more of what I am, and that's what that's the solution. Is a humanitarian solution.
I'm sorry, I actually don't agree. I think that they need to bring back insane asylums, and they need to actually keep people locked up, and then most of your problems fucking solved. When this happens, when a guy fucking just, he's been in prison 14 times, fucking stabs a girl out of nowhere for no reason other than her being white, that guy shouldn't have been out on that train. He shouldn't have been out. And so, when you want people like that, who are, you
can't. He's been in prison 14 times. Okay, that guy shouldn't be in public. That guy.
Right. So what's the criminal? So it's a bail law because he probably got out a certain amount of bail.
That's got to change immediately.
Right.
Yeah.
What was that? Let's say I don't know about the insane asylums. I mean, there's psych wards and there's
No, we need to bring back like the old asylum system where people get locked away and they can't go out. Okay.
That's stupid, dude. This is 2025. We're not living in the fucking 1800s.
No.
We can have
humanitarian. I'm sorry,
that's
dude,
not humanitarian.
I don't care about humanitarian. No, I don't. I think it's
then you're
humanitarian
stupid.
because I care for the people being saved on the street.
You're right.
I am much more humanitarian than you are because what you believe in is giving someone a fucking box of pills and sending them back out on the street and hoping they take them. That's what you're looking for. That is with crazy people fucking murdering little white Ukrainian girls on a fucking train, okay? That guy should be in a fucking asylum. He should not be able to leave. He should spend the rest of his life in there. Now he's murdered a person, so he should probably take all of that.
He could be uncomfortable.
Intended to be given
in jail setting
after his parents were killed.
No, he should be put to death. That was like
before he did what he did now.
Used to be had.
Then fine. Whatever. President or an insane asylum. I don't care.
I'm saying, you have to look at the detail of the actual form that should be look at the laws that he did broke.
If you use this, that's a start, but they need to bring back insane asylums, dude. There are too many fucking crazy people that are on the street doing shit like this, okay? It's because the system gives them a bottle of pills. Say, take these 3 times a day so you don't fucking stab people. And then they don't, and then they go and they stab people. That's like literally, like, just bring that fucking insane asylums. I don't understand why we got rid of them in the first place. It's so stupid.
I'm not really sure what they are, but I mean, I'm familiar with there's psychiatric wards that exist. I don't understand why that's such a different thing, but I think you start with the basic criminal justice system reform first, see how far that gets you, and it might get you pretty far.
There's no profit in housing these people. They used to have sanitariums in the 20s. They were places of respite, and peace and harmony. And if you were having emotional health problems, you could go relax.
How about this? Take it out of their communities, incentivize their communities. Say, listen, for every person in your community that commits violent crime, guess what? You guys get less of something, right? For every person in your community that really doesn't, is on up and up, doesn't do these kinds of things, you get more or something. Incentivize people in healthy and defined ways with financial and other objectives that they can easily achieve. I mean,
Stephen Miller calls it Democrat terrorism. They're releasing these people because of racial preferences, and they shouldn't be released, and they're being released to destroy and terrorize population.
They just want the votes out of it, dude. They just want the votes. That's it. They want tons of people to fill up the voting thing all the time so they can have some kind of premise of whatever their platform is. I don't really know what the Democrat platform is at this point. It seems like it's been pretty screwed up. I mean, Chris, what's his name? Cuomo came over and now he's, but the thing is because people are awakened to the fact that it's co-opted by Soros and other idiots, and the Black Lives Matter is a scam. The welfare stuff is mostly a scam. Trace every single dollar of every single nonprofit transaction. I want to see that. I want to see every fucking welfare dollar where it actually ends up on a fucking blockchain graph with 100 trillion miles long, which I could do that, So that's a part of what I was planning to do in my campaign a little bit.
It's not fair that these people are in public. Some people are too dangerous to be in society, and they need to be permanently housed in prisons, or if they've already killed somebody, they themselves need to be killed. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Let's stop kowtowing and doing this. This is absolute madness. The fact that when you run for a judge, you run as either a Republican or a Democrat is crazy. What the fuck does your political party have to do with justice in the court systems? I don't understand that one. Can anyone explain to me why judges run as Democrats or Republicans?
Yeah, well, halcyon party, baby.
Fuck.
It might be coming back sooner than you think. And so, like me as own party, I have my own party that I was in process, and
You know, I don't
Do you have $1 trillion? I don't think you're going to go very far with your party unless you got a couple $100 billion.
Actually, it's so funny because my investor network is probably 10 trillion directly.
Oh, really? Let's talk. Message me.
Directly in my reach across the world. So,
can we get back to this?
If you use.
Sorry, but Kim, let's go back. How much?
yeah, I'm gonna send this guy my number. Did you be my campaign manager? 28. We gotta start.
Let's keep talking about this.
All right.
Yeah, I got my survey.
Can you please stop? Just back him. All right. So I was watching the video and just me. Thank you. I was watching the video and I have a hard time. It's hard for me to. Is there any chance that one of the bystanders was saying that? Because it is hard. It's hard to understand who exactly is saying it, and then I can't quite make out what he says at the very end. Or are we pretty sure he said that? Or how do we know?
I don't think that Pam Bondi could be federally charging him.
Okay, so it's a hate crime. It's like an official hate crime.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I wish I knew what he was saying at the very, very end. It is
There have been a lot of speculations on some of that other stuff that he said. Everything I've read so far has said that that's not been verified.
Okay.
On the video footage, that like they won't. The only thing they're quoting is the one statement.
It is really troublesome, as you guys have already mentioned, to see. I mean, it's hard to really look away from the fact that she was surrounded in that section that she was sitting in by Black individuals. The woman is looking off in a different direction, so you could maybe say she was a little ignorant. But the others behind could have, they clearly saw what happened. And the fact that none of them got up, these grown men, and that they were all Black, didn't get up to help this girl. And
there was a white man, too.
Well, not sitting in that section, though.
I thought there was a white man that walked right past her right after it happened.
I only saw the Black guys in that area. I didn't catch that other part.
No, I'm pretty sure there were white people there, too.
There was a group of white young men standing in the next section past the doors that were in their conversation. I didn't see the white guy walk past her. Maybe that's a different section. I haven't seen that video, but I find it really disturbing that none of those men went to her aid, and I don't know what to make of that. It's really disturbing. I mean, I can't help but I can't help it. My mind goes to because of the rhetoric, because of what's going on in this country.
Well, I mean, because they don't want to be implicated in it.
I'm still speaking.
Well, that's the answer.
Oh my God. Is that there is a greater percentage of Black people in this country than the good folks would like me to believe that actually fucking hate us. I don't know what else to think.
No, these people, if they're Black, they don't want to be like involved in the crime. I mean, obviously, because they can't be anywhere near that. I don't know about the white guy, but I mean, you know, whatever. Probably just a pussy. You know, men are just total pussies. I mean, they're absolutely pussy whipped and total pussies. In reality, they don't do shit, and we will be crushed by any kind of war that would come to this slow, because everyone's a total wuss, including me. Although I am somewhat physically fit, to a certain extent. I mean, and I know how to use technology, but I don't have hardcore survival skills. And that's what this shit's gonna take, man, because that's what Trump's turning it into, a fucking jungle with, you gotta have us gonna go into Chicago and cause a bunch of gang wars and shit, and it's gonna be a war zone. So you better know how to survive a bit. You better have the basics, and women, absolutely. I would have a taser on me, whatever the top legal thing I could have on me, a taser, mace, whatever the fuck, And another thing, to be honest, that I do, I have 2 phones, and when I go out and I'm dealing with people, I record shit, because that's the other thing. If something happens, it's not that egregious, but still, some controversy happens, you have to have your own record, your own recording. That's not third party. So that's another little trick. It's just for this little audience, don't need to know. But I get in some situations, but that can be, that can be make or break, because you have that.
Sorry.
Eat a fluid, she was sickness, country number one. Yes, and my fiance born beautiful. Sorry,
Listen, you're on the West Coast, and I don't know if yours are different there, but where I come, men are still very protective of women. I cannot tell you a year ago. My parents got more help. Not that I can tell.
The only thing I could think about not going after the guy that was attacking her was that, things that happened in New York where some guy got in trouble for subduing some guy. So that kind of makes people hesitant to jump in. But yeah, to come to the aid of the lady, I don't know why no one was helping. That was sad.
I mean, to me, like seeing the footage, I feel like if I were in that train, I would have been kind of confused because it happened so fast. I would have been confused by what happened. I would only be able to kind of figure it out once I saw that, because you can see the blood from his blade on the ground in the train. And once you figure that out, then obviously she's been stabbed. But the attack happened really fast. It wasn't multiple stabs. It was just one really bad one. So I mean, maybe there was just some confusion going on. They didn't realize what had happened at first. That being said, of course, people should have gone to her, asked if she's okay, figured out what was going on. 100%. But yeah, I mean, just the footage for me, I think it did happen very quickly.
To be an absolute moron to not see that someone a couple feet in front of you or behind you has been stabbed. And I think they absolutely knew. I think they just
the video's less than 20 seconds long. It's
yeah, but I mean, she's I won't even deal with it. I won't even watch it, dude. Honestly, I don't want that shit. I don't need that around me. But the thing is, this is happened. They were just sitting right there. I mean, it's too close physical proximity. So I think they're just pussies, as usual. Was this in Atlanta? What city was this in?
Charlotte.
Oh, Charlotte. Oh, okay. I thought it was Georgia.
But the video's 10 seconds long, so you have no idea what happened.
Yeah.
So
Charlotte slipped hard enough. Anyway, oh well.
This is why it's so important to take your head out of your phone, take your earbuds out, be aware of your surroundings, watch people's hands. You never know the situation you're going to find yourself in. That's all.
All right, John, text me. So I'm serious. I want to talk to you. That's all I'll say. I'm done.
It's called situational awareness.
I was just telling John I gave him my cell in to your message, okay? So message me when it's convenient for you. Thanks, man.
Yeah, Michelle, it is. You're right.
John, thanks for writing that email. It was very sweet of you. I'm sure the journalist appreciated
well,
it.
You did a wonderful job. That journalist did a good interview. He put you in a great light, and you are the master. To your own success, John, if you land this, I'm not going to be surprised, and I'm not going to really impressed. So good job.
I don't know how much further you can get. I mean, you can apply for the Senate or for the president, but I would just be over. It would be over the top just to become a congressperson. I mean, but what's wild is you look at how bad so many of these Congress people are. It's, you know, everybody should get a shot at this because they're all abysmal. They're terrible. You know, I mean, when they were passing the HEROES Act and the CARES Act and everybody was masked up, screaming in their mics, giving a speech in Congress, forking up another trillion here, another trillion there, 800 billion there. These Congress people are getting away with ripping us off. They're getting away with murder, in my opinion. It's a shame what they're doing to us. They're plunging us into debt. Unreconcilable debt that can never be paid back because we don't have the economy to pay it back. So they've ripped us off and scammed us for 25 years, ever since 9/11.
But did you look at the company I told you to look into and how much we're spending on them?
I can't remember. What was it?
God damn it, John. Let's see.
Hey, Dr. Jordan, what's up?
Let me find it real quick.
Sorry, I couldn't get to my phone. Not much. How are you?
Not much. Just wanted to say hello.
Hi.
Maximus Company. MAXIMUS.
I'll look it
We
up.
spend trillions on them. It's going to say billions, but when you add up all of the contracts, because there are several federal contracts, and when you add them all up, it's trillions.
Well, our government is completely controlled by lobbyists and the Fortune 500. When I was at the Treasury Department, I was going through their procurement platform, and I was sorting by highest priced contracts. Boston Consulting Group had, you know, multi-billion-dollar contract with the IRS with absolutely no description, no information about what that contract is. So there are mega corporations that once they get the ear of the commissioner, like Palantir, they're able to create multi-billion-dollar contracts, and they're extremely profitable. So, you know, there's no congressional oversight, and once Congress passes the budget, there's no oversight. There's no transparency. And when we spend 1% of our annual budget and it goes overseas, $80 billion, do you know what the King of Jordan is doing with that $500 million? There's no transparency. So we're giving our money away. We're all going to work to fund all this bullshit. We're getting ripped off.
So why I'm so angry about Maximus is because when Gabriel Fernandez in LA County died, he was the child that they were feeding cat shit, and his mom's boyfriend ended up killing him. He was 8. This was years ago. There's a Netflix documentary and all of that on it. LA Times did an investigative piece, well, a few, and they wrote a good story about Maximus. I had no idea that we were paying a third-party management company to oversee welfare, things like that. And Maximus ended up fucking involved and maybe even causing his death because they didn't do anything when they were called. Nothing. So when we talk about cutting spending in welfare, we aren't even spending. Like, people that need welfare should be able to get it. We can afford it. We need to cut Maximus out. And we talk about cutting Social Security, things like that. Why should we have to? No. And the bigwigs, the elites in government, the bigwigs, they're investing in Maximus because they know that they're going to approve these contracts. this is so wrong all the way around. And children are dying. It really bothers me. I think before I die, I'm gonna make sure they go down. I think that's like my goal in life now.
So I just want to put out the other side of that argument, because I used to be a CASA for years, and I heard here in Georgia we have government, DFAC kind of thing, DFS, but in Texas and in many other states, it's privatized, and I've heard that it's actually they have better results, it's much better run in Texas, for example. The beauty of having it private, so there is a push in many of these circles, they actually want it privatized. I've heard it said that, one of the reasons is that, I know what you're saying, there's some corruption as far as like who gets the bid, right? I get that part, but the good thing about
it's always them. It's right. Always them. They do so many other contracts from the federal government, it's always going to go to them. Check them out.
Well, yeah, that may be, but the one good thing about privatized is that you can cut their contract, although I don't know how much competition there is for that kind of a contract. But anyway, I just throw that out there, that some people would like to see their states be privatizing DFACs, for example.
Thank you, Holly. I'm putting the link in the chat. I want you guys to tell me. When you even ask how much we pay Maximus, Brock can't even tell you. Because it's so much. I'm so sick. And they're there for emergency situations when the office closes or whatever. And they're dropping the ball and the child dies. Like, this was a big thing, We have a big problem.
I'm sorry, I misspoke there, really. It looks like Texas, it's kind of a hybrid system. So there is a Texas DSPS that oversees the child welfare system, but then it has private nonprofit contractors that manage the foster care in each region. And maybe that's what I've heard some in that sector think that that's a better model. So maybe that's what I was so sorry if I misled you guys.
No, that's okay. Check them out. Look at what they do for the government. Cloud services. Now they're managing the welfare system. What the fuck are they managing? Did you ever know that? I never did. There are several other things, several other contracts. It's sickening. It's a misallocation when they're really not providing a service. I'm beside myself right now. I have been since I found out.
So they're like it looks like they are outsourcing to them the case management for Medicare and Medicaid services. I don't see the child welfare.
DPSS, yes, it's also DPSS.
Okay.
It's several other things. And it's like, what? And to know that top politicians invest in that company and they're making millions on the back end. somewhat disturbing, at the very least, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's terrible. Has anyone been able to find the footage that Aiden keeps referring to of where the gentleman did go up and help her? I haven't come across that yet.
Yes, he did. He was another passenger. And he ran up to help her when he noticed, because it was like everybody stays to themselves, right? And this man did go up to help her, but it was too late. She bled out.
So you found that video? I can't see.
I knew about that because I had known about that, yeah. Because of the first article I read was talking about it, and it showed the man going up to help her. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not disputing that it didn't happen. My only assertion was when it initially happened, and maybe you guys, maybe they were in shock, maybe they were confused. I don't know. That just seemed weird to me that nobody moved to help her. Except the one guy kind of moved and
Holly,
yeah.
I did a search on Twitter. I'm putting a link in the chat. It's got a photo of the man that went to help her.
Okay, thank you.
It says about approximately 1 minute after the attack.
Okay. I don't know what Aiden's issue is. I'm very sure that there are droves of black men that will go help any woman in need. I was simply speaking to the initial reactions of the individuals who happened to be black that were sitting right around her, which I found.
Well, Aiden says the racist argument it falls apart, but it does not. And Pam Bondi already announced that the DOJ is handling, like I already announced in this very room, that it's going to be handled by the DOJ, right? Well, maybe I didn't announce it, someone else did. I think serendipity, I don't remember, whatever. But because of his comment, yeah, it was Dips. So his direct comment, Aiden, the internet is free. Feel free to go look it up. Okay? Because he did make that comment. And because of that, I wouldn't be surprised if special circumstances didn't apply. And because of his comment is the very reason the DOJ is handling it now. Because it's a hate crime. So go and do that research. But because a kind citizen went to help her has nothing to do with his defense. Nothing. Not one thing.
I did not watch that video, but that other tweet that I posted in chat, Holly, had a link to the full uncensored video. If you're interested.
Okay.
So at least I think that's what they claim.
Okay. Oh, I didn't realize that still has me. Holly, why is it even a point that she sat around black people when only one black man there did the crime? I'm bringing up that point because I find it odd that, can y'all hear me? Oh yeah, that nobody moved to help immediately when those individuals that were sitting right behind, they were looking that way. They saw that man attacked her, and the reason I find it noteworthy that they. I mean, you don't want to hear the truth, fine. Don't listen. I'm telling you the way that I interpret this. I can't help it. It makes me wonder, is it any mystery that we have a problem racially? I don't think that's a secret. And is it
explanation is they were just confused or shocked, and like maybe he hit her so fast, cut her with that knife so fast, they were taking it in for a minute. I don't know. And if that was a black victim, a young black girl that got stabbed by a white guy, and a bunch of white people were sitting around here, a handful of white people, and watched the thing unfold, you best believe no one would be throwing shade at you as a black person by asking the question of, why the fuck didn't these white people help this black girl? Could it have been racial? I don't know. But that even thought that I am not allowed to ask that question and not allowed to voice that that's a thought that goes through my mind is part of the fucking double standard that is pissing me off with this fucking story.
This video is from a different angle.
Let me add this too. Depending on your profession, if you see a crime occur and you don't help and or report, you could become legally responsible. So I'm wondering the same thing, and I would wonder that. I've seen videos of women getting raped and no one stepping in. It's mind-blowing to me. I think people have this each to his own kind of attitude now, and it's wrong. Because people are literally almost getting away with murder or rape. These are egregious crimes. We should be helping each other.
I think when you're in the situation, it's a lot different than talking about it. And sometimes people freeze. They don't know exactly what's going on, and their instinct is to stay still, don't do anything, and that's their sort of way of keeping themselves safe. So I don't know. I don't know what happened after this guy stabbed her and what people thought, or for her to. I know serendipity said it took her a while to bleed out, but I think when these things are actually going on, it's a much different, and you've got your adrenaline kicks in and your survival instinct, rather than now it's easy to say, of course I would help, but you just don't know in the situation how you're going to react.
That's true. What you would think, you think that you're prepared to react in a certain way, right? But once you're in those situations, those emergent, tragic, life and death situations, the ones that cause PTSD, right? It's shocked. I was shocked. I shocked myself by the way I reacted in just one of the situations I've been in. I was shocked, and you do freeze, and you forget how to use your fucking phone.
Yeah.
That's how shocked you are.
Yeah. Last time I was in a car accident, people had stopped already, on the road. I could see them, but I grabbed my phone to call 911, and I was like, wait a minute, what do I hit? Like for a minute, and then I saw other people on the phone. I was like, but yeah, I did that for a second. I was like, it's weird, and it just but yeah.
Yeah, I forgot my phone. I forgot how to use my phone. My mind was thinking, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? How do I drive this car? What am I doing? You are so boggled. It's very strange. Yeah. So it's, I don't know if there's any amount of training. I guess desensitization. That's why my mother gets so mad at my sister. Because my sister, she's been in ER and all these things. Now she's in her own practice, right? And she's desensitized. And if you come to her with an emergency and it's happening right then and there, we're like with this emergent feeling, and she doesn't have that anymore. She just goes into what to do because of she's trained, right? Mm-hmm. And my mom gets so mad. She has no sense of urgency. I'm like, oh my God. But I'm like, well, that's her job, mother. So, but it's really, I suppose, only over and over and over desensitization can do that. Maybe, I don't know. That I thought I did pretty damn good in emergency situations. But this last time, when people were with masks and hoods in my entryway at 1 a.m., when I just went to the corner market, I was terrified, and I didn't know what to do. And my husband was they were standing against the wall of my bedroom, and my husband was asleep, and I was like, oh my God, what do I do? So I laid on the fucking horn with my lights, like, aimed at them. And then they came out, and the guy had his nerve to be like, okay, already, motherfucker, I'll run you over once I remember how to drive this car, okay? No, but yeah, you're in shock. So yeah, it's very cute. Yeah.
And a million things, you know, when I first got hit, actually, I was kind of calm. Like, it was really weird, but the guy was on a motorcycle, and was on the ground. So I was able to, I could get out of my car. I was okay, but I see him on the ground, and I start thinking, you know, it's like, how did that happen? You know, you start going through, how did that even happen, you know? And like I said, then I went to call, and my hand was shaking at that point. I was like, what do I dial? And then I just kind of looked I saw something on the phone, and I kind of gestured to him, and I was like, you know, I put my phone away. I was like, he's calling 911. But yeah, it's, I mean, all these things going through your head. Also, if you're okay, I mean, I felt okay, but I didn't know if I was okay. You know? So there's a lot of things going through your head, and the adrenaline and everything else.
Yeah. What I'd like to add is, I think it's kind of inappropriate, sound a little harsh, but I think it's kind of naive to question how people react in those situations, what they do and don't do. You know, in the Marines, I learned start the breathing, stop the bleeding, protect the wound, and treat for shock. And we repeated it so many times that if I saw that happen, I would jump into start the breathing, stop the bleeding, protect the wound, treat for shock. People don't even know that. They don't even know that course of action, right? So if you don't know the course of action, and if you see and think, I'm going to get some disease in my tetrapod, you're not going to run over there and help. You have to have some kind of training to jump at that moment. If you don't have training, you jump at the moment anyway, number one, how do you know what the hell to do about it? And number two, if you just do whatever you need to do in the moment, then you're a fucking hero, and that's not normal. So
there's an interesting phenomenon that sorry.
Right, like if he's not, like they're not going to react because they're afraid he's going to come after them. But once he's off the train, they're not going to react. They're not going to do anything but call 911 once they get their shit together enough to do it. People don't know that. Like, how would you know what to do if you're not a paramedic? If you weren't in the military to learn start the breathing, stop the bleeding, protect the wound, treat for shock, and if like you literally wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, and there's they've done studies, experiments, and when there's a group of people always assume pick any person and point to that person and say, you call 911. So you just say someone call, everybody assumes somebody else is going to do it, and usually nobody does anything. So you pick a person, you say, you call 911, you tell specific people to do specific things, and that's how you get things going.
I was writing in the chat, but most people do know. That's why I started off by saying, depending on your profession, you could be responsible for not helping, right? If you are a medical professional, right, or law enforcement, right, and you just walk on by, honey, you might get in trouble.
Yeah.
But most people do know to apply pressure to stop bleeding. If you don't, people can call 911, right? And they'll give you instructions if you're interested in helping. I don't know. But yeah, Mike, I mean, you're right for the most part, but at least those are two things that most people should know.
Apply pressure. Just because they know how to apply pressure doesn't mean they're going to stick their hand in a gaping, bleeding wound.
And this guy was still on the bus, right? Is this guy going to stab me if I get up? I mean,
Well, the guy that's still on the bus explains the whole thing. That's what I said the first thing. If he's still on the bus, no one's going to do shit.
Yeah.
If he's off the bus, then it's another issue, and I still don't think people are going to do shit unless they do train. Even if you know that pressure is how you stop bleeding, you're still not going to do anything about it if you're a normal human being. You're just not. You're not going to stick your hand in the fucking mess of blood. You're just not. Like, I just guarantee it. In that moment, I would bet $1,000 that 95% of people wouldn't do that.
And most people didn't see what happened. They don't know what happened. They didn't even realize what happened. So, it's to react, I think is a lot to, it's understandable why people didn't do anything.
They blurred out that video of that link that I posted, so I watched it. He did it right before a stop. So after he did it, he went to the door, and within a couple minutes, or not even minutes, maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds, he was off of the train. She, of course, was like horrified initially right after, but I would say probably after about 30 seconds, she slumped over and fell off of the seat onto the floor, and probably another maybe 45 seconds to a minute went by, and a man that was behind her could be seen standing up by her seat, presumably saying something's wrong, because there was blood in the seat. Yeah. And it looked to me like another minute, maybe minute and a half went by, and I think the guy that helped her was somebody that had just gotten on the train, and because obviously blood was pooling over the ledge where she was laying, and I think he had just gotten on the train from the other side and immediately went to pull her out and put his hand on her to stop the bleeding, but I think she was already gone at that point. Did she get on the floor for a couple minutes?
Didn't even know what happened. Didn't even realize what happened.
Yeah, I just watched that whole video, Serenity. That was tough. Very tough to watch.
Yeah.
I get it. We don't know what we would do, but I'm still sticking with the woman. I can see her nails in the image, in the video. The girl drops to the ground.
Yeah, the woman sitting right next to her, yeah.
She's sitting right next to her. She has to know that she's injured. There's blood everywhere. No screams. No cry for help. I'm sorry. I have to believe I would have called for fucking help. The guy had gotten off the train. Coast is clear. And these people are clustered around her doing fuck all. I'm sorry. No. There's no excuse. Nope, I'm not okay with it. God bless that man that jumped in and started helping her. Thank God for him and the others that came too. But those initial people, no, you're not getting a pass from me. Their behavior was, I hope it haunts them. That was not.
Well, why do you think they did it, Holly? Do you think they just didn't care? Why do you think they didn't react?
I think they didn't care. Or they were, I don't know. The woman didn't even, what woman sees another woman drop to the ground after getting stabbed and there's blood everywhere and she doesn't scream, somebody come!
That's amazing. Who even noticed, who even saw what happened and even realized that she was stabbed?
Definitely the 3 or 4 men behind. They saw him attack her. They were all looking in that direction. They absolutely, he stood up, he wailed on her 3 times. He actually did it 3 times, now that I saw from that angle. He cut it right in the, underneath her chin, kind of. I mean, and then she drops.
Which is, I kind of didn't want to watch it, but which is the link in, you put the link in the chat?
It's the second Twitter link is the full video.
Okay.
And it does blur out, like, a good amount of it. You do see blood, though.
Okay.
I'm glad you guys are very caring.
It's hard to watch.
I mean, that or maybe they're just desensitized. I don't know. I have a hard
time believing nobody cared. I think they were just in shock and things like that. I mean, I don't know.
I am particularly baffled about the woman that was sitting directly next to her, because there's no way you didn't notice her fall out of that chair and into that little hump in front of that wall.
I think you have to jump into so many conclusions. You have to have really been there. Looking at the video really tells you nothing. I mean, there's all kinds of assumptions being made from just the video. Sharing that as an expert.
Expert what? Just kidding. Oh, kidding, Dr.
I'm an expert in video and audio analysis.
Are you really, Dr. J?
I learned it on Clubhouse, yeah.
Oh, gosh. I mean, I can speak for the fact that when you're in those kinds of life and death situations, you can think all day long that you would react one way, and when shock takes over, you don't.
How do you know, for example, that there wasn't some, like, was there audio in it or not? I forget.
There is audio in the other, not the footage that I posted the link to, that looks like just transit CCTV video. So I don't think there's any audio there. There's audio in another camera footage from a different angle, because that's where he was heard saying, "I got that white girl." And that other video is where you actually see, like, that whole side of the car. But, like, there were people directly across from her, too, that were out of that video's footage, that also did not react. And, you know, the thing of it is, like, you take in the mindset of you're commuting on a transit train like that. Most people are probably not paying attention to what's going on around them. They're looking at their phone, they're reading emails, they're closing their eyes and have their head back, you know, before they get to their destination. I mean, so, like, I do kind of understand that concept of I didn't even notice it, like I wasn't paying attention to it. The hardest thing that I have is just the woman sitting directly beside her, because in the video footage where you see her, she clearly sees what happens. She looks over at the girl when the girl covering her mouth, and the girl looks at her, and like there's eye contact, like she clearly sees, and then the girl slumps over and falls. Like, even if I didn't do anything up to that point, at that point when she slumped over and fell, I think I would be like, somebody needs to help this girl. Like, we need to notify somebody. Like, she's hurt. I don't know. whether she picked up on what the guy, because the guy was behind that lady too, so she may not have actually really fully understand what the guy did. But when the guy was standing in front of the door, blood was dripping off the knife all over the floor on the door. It took a long time for people to actually respond to this girl. I mean, it was just minutes, but when in that situation, that feels like a really long time.
I just don't get why
That's so sad.
people hate white people so much. It's clearly a I hate white people crime. I just got that.
I think no. It's more. Did you actually do you know anything about the story? He's actually been classified as schizophrenia. Like he has schizophrenia. I think any person who sat in front of him was his target.
Nope, he said, I got that white bitch.
I just got that white girl.
Yeah, and just because you have schizophrenia does not mean you also do not hate white people.
Okay, I don't think it was a hate crime.
Okay.
I mean, he is being federally charged. He is being federally charged.
Yeah, but
by the DOJ.
Denying that it's a hate crime is a part of the problem.
So are you saying it was a hate crime?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, he is being charged. He is being charged by the DOJ, which means it does classify as a hate crime.
I was asking Augustus what he meant.
Yeah, I think that it's a hate crime.
Okay.
100%. And you see it day in and day out. This is just an example that's made headlines of all of the people that hate white people for them just being white. And being systematically and society just accepts it. And they pander to it, and they continue to weaponize being able to even speak about it if you're white.
I got you. I'll admit when I'm wrong, so I misspoke. Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to say I misspoke. I didn't realize you actually quoted me saying that, so I can see why the DOJ is involved. But Augustus, let me ask you, so you sound like you're definitely pro-DOJ prosecuting hate crimes, correct?
I mean, that's the first time anybody's ever asked me that question.
Well, I'm for it when it's applicable. So again, it sounds like you certainly are in this case, particularly because the victim was the victim of a white prejudice. So it sounds like you are on board, as I am, if it is proven, of course, that this is all the elements of the hate crime are there, if you will. Absolutely should be federally prosecuted.
I mean,
do you agree with that?
My whole thing is that why is it that this particular case is going to be tried as a hate crime and not all of the other cases where white people are targeted by criminality and violence are not being prosecuted by the DOJ? I mean, does the DOJ have a laundry list of hate crimes against white people that they have to deal with?
Maybe. I mean, do you have like glaring examples of when white people were victims and they weren't prosecuted? Yeah, I mean, I'm asking because our faithful leader in the White House, one of the things he did with like in the first 6 hours when he took office was say that the DOJ will not continue investigating any hate crimes from the Biden administration. And that seems incredibly hypocritical. Not on you, but on Trump. But go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with the point that I'm making, which is the point that I'm making is...
Well, we're talking about federal hate crimes, so it's exactly very parallel to your point. But it sounds like you're saying there's a lot of white people that have been victims of federal hate crimes that are not being prosecuted. So I was just asking if you have any examples to that point.
I mean, there's plenty of examples. I mean, look at Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., they had to put National Guard in because basically white people were becoming targets day in and day out
for a long time.
Well, respectfully, you're conflating regular crime, everyday crime, with hate crimes, right? People getting mugged is very different than someone saying, "I got that white bitch," and that, after he murdered someone. Very, very different. Would anyone else on stage agree?
I mean, I didn't even get to finish my point.
I'm reading something, Moose.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
I actually, wait. I was in the middle. Hold on. I just want to say, because when you made that claim, I was like, why would Trump tell the DOJ to not prosecute any Biden hate crimes that they were currently investigating? And so I just did a quick lookup, and it says that there is no evidence to support that Donald J. Trump directed the DOJ to refrain from prosecuting any hate crimes that were currently under investigation. In fact, available records from both his first term and early actions in his second term indicate exactly the opposite. The Trump administration has very actively pursued hate crime prosecutions, particularly against white supremacists and in cases involving anti-Semitism, while emphasizing aggressive enforcement of federal laws related to the violence and bias-motivated crimes. So I'm just curious where you got that from, Moose.
I saw articles of that earlier in the year. Augustus, no, I don't go to CNN. But Augustus, sounds like I interrupted you. Go ahead and continue, and I'll look for the articles that I found earlier this year.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, dude, I like you, Moose. I don't know what it is, where the disconnect is here that we're having with one another, but
it's your PTR, to be honest. But go ahead.
Yeah. Hold on real quick. I'll be right back. I gotta take care of some business real quick. Hold on.
So I just watched a video, just some clarification on the timestamps, and so she's sitting there. There's two seats next to each other. There was nobody right next to her on the left. The guy stabbed. If you want to watch it, he gets up, stabs her at the 7:22 mark. 7:minute mark, she slumps over. So 22 seconds, she was stabbed. She's kind of holding herself. She's not getting up. She's not saying anything, and then she slumps over. So 22 seconds from stab to her slumping over. I think a lot of people didn't realize what happened. And when she slumps over, she slumps into the, she's on the outside seat of two seats. She slumps to the seat next to her. So I think a lot of people didn't even see her slump over or realize what happened.
Did you keep watching to see how long it took for the other person to get to her?
No, I just stopped there just to see unless you were.
But there's a lady sitting directly beside her.
Across the aisle, you mean?
Yeah, there's a lady sitting directly beside her.
Yeah, the view is just showing her and the guy behind the guy who stabbed her in the seat. But unless you saw him, if you looked back after she slumped, you wouldn't even know that she slumped into that seat. I think a lot of people didn't even realize what happened. There was probably a handful that knew something happened.
Keep watching the video, because somebody stands there for a good minute or so, stands there looking down at her.
Let's see.
Yeah, the only point I was trying to make was really that it's sad to see that society has normalized white hate so much so that it manifests in grotesque, violent, random acts of violence. That's the main point I'm trying to make here. Everything else, about statistics and the DOJ and Trump and all that is just noise to me. The meat of the potato, the meat in the potatoes is, something for you to chew on, is that there's been a whole race of people that has been targeted for random acts of violence to be just brought out against them.
Yeah, I just watched that. So he comes over at the 7-minute mark, at the 6:30 mark. Somebody knows what's going on. It looks like you can't kind of see his head, but he's standing right there by the seat. And another 30, 45 seconds, he doesn't do anything. And 45 seconds later, somebody else comes and pulls around. So the guy behind her knew something was wrong. Who was standing up at that.
Yeah, Miss, that was from his first term, not his second term.
Yeah, I was wrong. I got the terms mixed up, but same guy. But hopefully, maybe he's turned it around this term.
There was
He's all
no
for it.
directive. I mean, the thing of it is the way that you portrayed that was that he gave directive to stop prosecuting, and while
That is true. I definitely misspoke. I agree.
the trend is that there were less than the Obama administration, which is what that comparison was to. That's not been a directive of this administration. I don't know, y'all. I don't know.
I know that I'm not the only one asking these questions.
Yeah,
everywhere now.
Miss, I objectively, because, like, there's a part of me that is like, yeah, I see the point that Holly's making. Do you think that if this situation were reversed and the victim perpetrator race scenario was opposite and the racial slur, instead of I got that white girl, I got that ninja or whatever, what do you think? Do you think that the outrage would be comparable to how some people are feeling right now?
Yeah, again, I definitely acknowledge I didn't realize, I wasn't aware that he made that quote.
Yeah.
He was quoted as saying that, so yeah, that clearly is blatant hate crime, fueled by prejudice. And if it was reversed, I think, I think it would, I would equally call that a hate crime as well. Like if it was a typical white supremacist, like skinhead or something, right?
Right. All right. Like I said, because I think that's fair. And I think I get now, like, that's why I guess I have a hard time with Aiden's pushback in chat. And I'm not picking on you, Miss. It's particularly because I've been watching Aiden in chat. And, I've been trying to objectively say, okay, because his focus is the guy was mentally ill. It's not a black-white issue. And I feel like we're probably going to get a lot of pushback on that. The guy was mentally ill. This isn't, a race crime. And I feel like if the tables were turned, we would be characterizing it the same thing. The guy was mentally ill. It's not about, we do this to each other, and it's not helpful.
I agree. 100% agree. Have you dug deeper like the history of these crimes? Was he targeting mostly white victims? Do you know? Because I don't.
Of his 14 other crimes, I do not know. That would actually be an interesting thing to research. Go ahead, Augustus.
Yeah, I mean, like, the point that he's mentally ill, I feel like the black community and, society, right, at large, really don't give a fuck. especially when it comes to a mentally ill person being racist. I mean, look at Ye. Ye is mentally ill. He has bipolar disorder. Clinical. But nobody gives a fuck that Ye is bipolar and clinically mentally ill when he says fuck the Jews, or he says all my N-words are Hitler, or anything like that. You know? Like he's blatantly leaning into anti-Semitism, leaning into racism, and he doesn't get a pass.
Yeah.
He gets canceled. He gets his bank accounts frozen. He gets removed from streaming platforms. He's denied entry into a lot of establishments. He's completely ostracized from society. I mean, for all we know, he's in the middle of somewhere in Eastern Europe right now, hiding out, which he probably is, for good reason.
Well, Kanye has been still very public since he started doing all that. It was still on the red carpet and this and that, so I'm not sure how much he was really ostracized because he was still being photographed with that new wife being naked everywhere, and I'm sure I know a lot of his deals were canceled. Business partners, cut ties with him and things like that. But and he put out that album where he had that Hitler song.
Hail Hitler thing. Yeah, that's what I was saying. All my N-words, Hail Hitler. Yeah.
But even with the mental illness, does that mean we give the person a pass? Say, well, we can't shove this person because they're mentally ill, even though they're saying this stuff. What is it? How do we react because we know somebody has a mental illness?
Okay, so here, Moose, and trying to look at some of the details on this, the Carlos Brown guy, I'm not really having a whole lot of luck, like, isolating who his other crimes were committed against, but this is kind of a rundown. He had early misdemeanors from 2007 to 2009, simple assault, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest. Some minor offenses from 2011 to 2013 that, injury of property, released on unsecured bond, shoplifting, felony larceny. Then in 2014, he had a felony robbery. He was convicted of robbery with a dangerous weapon, armed. In an apartment complex, he approached an unnamed victim, brandished a handgun, and demanded their phone and money. And then...
It's not saying the race of the person, though, right? In any instance.
Right. And then post-released offenses from 2020 to 2025, he was arrested for misuse of 911, making false emergency claims, trespassing on hospital property, and a mental health evaluation was ordered. Brown's record also includes brief psychiatric commitment for schizophrenia and multiple welfare checks by police in 2024 and 2025, where he exhibited extremely erratic behavior. He'd been described as a repeat offender and career criminal.
Wow. So this sounds like he's got a history of mostly misdemeanors / petty felonies. Sounds like this is his first violent, extremely violent crime. I'm not making any excuses, to be clear, but I just, for some reason, I thought he might have had a bit deeper. Like, for someone just to do that, public on the trade, that's his first homicide. That's crazy.
Sure, and it is relevant because legally, right, it's just a string of misdemeanors. Most of the time, the law isn't going to do anything about it, right?
There is something he did to his sister. I'm trying to find that.
Yeah, another named victim is Brown's sister, whom he assaulted in 2022 after his prison release.
What was he in prison for? What was did it say what he was in
armed robbery. The armed robbery.
I mean, armed robbery is definitely felonious, but it's not, if nobody's hurt, of course, it's the ideal outcome. But I guess that's where, to your point, it's like, because there were a majority of this history crimes were misdemeanors and low degree felonies. It's like the outrage for the folks on the right demanding the judge be fired, be terminated, and like here we go again. It happened in a city where we have a Democratic mayor. Like, you know what I mean? Like the picture. It's like connect the dots. Like, let him go on what? Like prank calls to 911. Should we throw him in jail for that?
Yeah, people react before they have all the details, and that doesn't help.
Well, I think
I was one of them. And a ghost to you apology because I came in kind of hot. I was definitely one of them who reacted without knowing what he actually said before or after he committed the homicide. So apologies.
And too, like this happened back on August 22nd. There was, I think that's one of the other things is the media did very, very little to cover this at all until the clip was released that he said, I got that white woman.
I had mentioned this briefly, but I didn't see a lot of media coverage either. But this was, I don't know, maybe a month ago, maybe a little more. But a woman, she was a black woman, she was in a store, Great Eagle or something.
Stabbed a little kid.
Yeah, a white woman had a little 3-year-old in the cart. The woman walks in, the black woman walks in with a huge knife. You could see on the video cameras from the store that the knife was visible. Just walks down the aisle and she passes this lady in with a shopping cart with the little 3-year-old, and then she turns around and goes back and just stabs the kid and killed the kid.
That's another one I never heard of. A year later, never heard that story until now.
No, that just happened.
Yeah, this one just
happened. Where was this?
Well, I'm looking at June 2024. Bianca Ellis, a black woman, was accused of fatally stabbing 3-year-old Julian Wood and injuring his mother.
Yeah, that's it. That was a year ago.
That was a year ago, June 2024. Wow. Unbelievable. Says Ellis, 32, allegedly stole 2 knives from a thrift store, then followed Julian and his mother into the grocery store parking lot. She reportedly attacked them at their car, stabbing Julian multiple times as he sat in a shopping cart. Unfucking believable. And he died.
Edie, I thought the video, they were still in the store, so this is a different one.
Yeah, this is
at the Giant Eagle.
Ohio.
This is
Are you saying there's two different 3-year-olds that were stabbed to death?
June 3rd, 2024, Giant Eagle. Yeah, it was a year ago. I don't know why that one's saying in the park.
Oh, so it is the same one.
Listen to this. Listen to this. This is fucking sick. During her court appearance, she was seen smiling and giggling during the reading of the indictment. Fucking A.
And this was a black, the defendant, the suspect is black and the victims are white?
Yes.
Yes. I wonder serendipity if the video wasn't the actual stabbing, because this also says parking lot, but she looks like she did something right when the cart was, when she turned around, which I don't know. But anyway, that is the same story. It was a year ago.
What city or state was that?
It was in Ohio, North Olmsted, Ohio.
I'll have to look that up, see what that crazy person's history is. And
well, and how many more stories are there out there like this that we're not allowed to know? Because we're being fucking gaslit. There's not a racial fucking issue. Sorry.
Always mad.
I am mad. I'm sick of this bullshit. I feel like we're getting gaslit.
Holly, let me shut my door because I've been trying to work. But I don't need Miss Holly thinking that all black people want to kill her. Holly.
Thank you, MJ.
Holly.
I don't think all black people want to kill anybody.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't
We can't focus on the degenerates of the black community. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry. We can't focus on.
I think her outrage is not so much about the degenerates, any degenerates, black or white. I think her outrage is about the fact that the media doesn't really cover any crazy black on white crime, but it will always cover white on black crime.
And I don't understand that.
Yeah,
I feel like you're right, because it seems as if we only focus on the Carmelo Anthony's of the world or whatever, and it's never the other way around. I just don't want my white friends in the space and room to think that white people are trying to kill them, because that's the vibe I'm sensing.
Right? No, I don't.
Okay, well let me ask you this.
Even with
What if MG? What if, let's say 5 years from now, 10 years from now, what if you're wrong? What if there actually is a growing trend? If I was Jewish and there was a growing trend of anti-Semitic murders, but I was just told, oh, you know, we're not all anti-Semitic. Don't worry about it. We all love you. But and every time I tried to look up stories, I couldn't find it because the algorithm suppressed it. And anytime I tried to look up data, I couldn't. I'm literally being gaslit. But if you're Jewish, you're allowed to know these things. If you're black, you're allowed to know these things. If you're white, apparently, I mean, what is the number? What is the trend? What is the percent? How many does this have to happen before we're allowed to be concerned?
Holly, look, I don't have the answer to that or response, right? We do have the data. We do have the data for anti-Semitism. That's true. I don't know why they suppress the crime when it's white people who are victims. Like, I don't have an answer to that. I don't know. But what I do know is my black friends and I are not conspiring to kill white people. Like, I don't know what's going on in the United States, but this is not a growing trend. Like, the anti-Semitism is real because we have data that states that. I think it's a 200% increase in anti-Semitic attacks across the United States. That we can see.
I don't know. Questioning what does the data say?
I don't know.
Yeah. And I'm not saying you should have to answer, but I'm saying, yeah, maybe the data is showing a trend that nobody's looking into.
Exactly. And I don't know the answer either. I'm simply saying it makes me feel uncomfortable. And yes, unsafe. That I live in a country that I don't think wants me to know certain things. And that scares me a little. Because if there is something to be concerned about, I don't think they want us to know.
Don't we have a whole white man? A white man that I don't know. We have a white president in office. No, I was just saying we have President Trump in office, right? We have a whole Republican. We have a white man in office. If he's not going to protect white people in white America, I have nothing for you. I don't know.
And we can't, they do track race or ethnicity of people with violent crimes. I mean, you could look it up and see if you see anything, but, it's just like, what's in your head when you think of the last news story about a white person being killed by a cop? And it happens all the time. This really doesn't showcase it,
And I mean, I'd like to say too that, like, I don't think every white on black crime or black on white crime stems from racism. Sometimes crime is just crime. It's crime of opportunity. It's crime of whatever. So I don't want to conflate that all crime is equal and that all crime is relevant because of race. Because it's one of the things that Monica has been screaming about this Ukrainian girl for the last 2 or 3 days since she saw something this weekend on it, and bringing in the race component before that video was released. And I've been slapping her hand. Monica, it's not always about race. Monica, it's always about race. This is just a crazy man on a train. And then come to find out that video gets released today, and now the story's blowing up, and everybody wants to talk about it, But all crime is not necessarily about race. And so I think we have to be really, really careful with that too, because it's not going to do anything to help the race.
Who's to say it's not, though?
Yeah.
Why is it that, white people are being targeted for carjackings more than any other race that there is?
because there's more white people in this country than any other race.
Jordan, I want to hear exactly what I've said that you have taken as me being a little racist.
I have to get into a meeting, but I'll say this much. And I understand your dilemma, but I think you're unaware of your unconscious bias, right? Like you are flipping out. Like you don't have the same kind of, you don't share the same kind of concern when white people go after black people, and you're starting to sound like you're in a panic that black people are going to start beating you up on a train. And I sense that. I don't think you mean it, but that's how it comes across. So I'm just giving you some insight on how it comes across. That's all.
Well, I don't care how it comes across. Let me tell you what's the truth. I would absolutely be outraged if I saw a handful of white dudes standing by while a young black girl bled out. I would be absolutely outraged, and I would actually question, what the fuck is their problem? Do they have an issue with blood? I think that's bizarre to me, okay? I would question the same thing. The issue that I have, and I don't know how much more unclear I can make this, is the double fucking standard. And the fact that I feel we're being a little gaslit. And it's not easy to find out if there is a current trend. Now, if I was black, or if I was Jewish, or any other, and there was an ongoing, and there was a trend happening, you better fucking believe that the media would be all over it about that trend. But if you're white,
so
not money making, and we don't know.
Let me give you some more feedback, and then I really gotta go. Anti-Semitism has existed for a long time, and those of us who grew up in the 70s and 80s very occasionally were exposed to it. We only pushed back significantly in these past few years when where the rate of increase has been like 300 to 500%, and so it's been really noticeable. But when people cherry pick things that are fairly rare and uncommon, and then they flip out, I'm not faulting anyone for their unconscious bias. We all have them, but it comes across noticeably. I don't think you would give the same. I don't think the concern is that great. It's really unfortunate that it happened, but you have an alarmist response to something that I don't think warrants it. But I mean, that's just my opinion.
Well, here's the thing, Holly. If there is in fact a trend, then I would say, why didn't the media say something about it? But if there is not, then that would be the reason why the media isn't saying anything about it.
Edie, if a white woman had stabbed a little black 3-year-old, I mean, the hypocrisy is so on the nose, it's almost a joke at this point.
Yeah. We know what the media focuses on, but if we're talking about, is there something that the media is covering up? Is there a trend? If the statistics show that there is no trend, then the best we can say is, well, we know what we see in the media, and why does it seem like this stuff just doesn't make the big news? But I don't think it's fair to say that the media is covering up the trend if we don't know if the trend exists. So, and people, it's not just the media, it's how people react. If it had been a black woman who was stabbed by a white guy, and she slumped over, and this guy was standing behind her for 45 seconds, people would have probably reacted very strongly to it.
I think it happened so fast. The attack was very, very fast.
Yeah, I think
you can hear. Did you hear the audio? Because there is audio.
Yeah, I think we have the room done, but just quick, it was 22 seconds from when she was stabbed till she slumped over to the seat next to her. But
okay, so
his attack was shorter
His attack was shorter than that because that was till she slumped over.
Right, it was totally right. The attack itself was like 2 seconds, and just 22 seconds she slumped over. There was one guy, after she was laying down on the floor for about 30 seconds, he stood behind her, and it's an aerial view, but presumably he was looking at her and knew something happened. Stood there for about 45 seconds, and somebody else came and grabbed her and pulled her out.
Right, so my point is that in the audio you can hear others around her talking talking to each other. So if they're on the side of her, they may be facing each other, looking at their phones and talking, right? They're not paying attention, and her attack happened within probably 10 seconds. And
less, right?
the other people are talking to each other. Everyone is talking with someone, so they weren't paying attention, and that happened very fast. I was surprised.
I think most people did not even realize what had happened or something happened. I agree with you.
Yeah, that's
exactly like they. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was good.
No one knew it was.
Yeah, because it wasn't like they were having an audible altercation that led up to this, right? And the other thing, and Holly or whoever else might be sensitive around this topic, just hear me out. I'm going devil's advocate here. I am wondering if it was an Asian, a Hispanic, an Indian woman, if he would have said, I got that insert ethnicity here. Because I say that because she sat in front of him versus like somebody more blatantly targeting someone who might like get up. I mean, it's too hypothetical because the reality of this situation is that she sat directly in front of him versus him getting up. Or maybe, let's say he was standing around, he sees a white woman, he sees whatever woman of ethnicity, we'll say white to keep it relevant. The white woman goes to sit down, he then follows her, which is premeditation, and then sits behind her. Again, I am not at all, I couldn't be any more clear, minimizing or trying to diminish this scumbag's actions by any means. It's absolutely fucking awful. She was, 20 years old?
23.
Yeah. But I just, that, like, would seem more targeted. And does anyone know the context? Like, was it who did he say that to? The officers? The people that were on the train? Like, who did he actually say that quote to?
He said it as he was getting off of the train.
Oh, because you were saying there's audible recording on the train. Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I can see where Jordan was coming. I just wonder if it's it's just the sad thing is it doesn't seem like something like this could have ever been like, how do you avoid that, right?
Yeah,
I wouldn't even say this is an argument for mental illness. There's just nothing that could have happened, which is absolutely super tragic. And here we are, like many other people, I'm sure, on social media, now that the story has surfaced, I don't want to say taking sides, but certainly arguing different perspectives. Was it would it have gotten more media if the ethnicities were reversed? Some obviously, like Holly, say yes, 110%. I don't know. I mean, like, was this a small town in Ohio? Was it a big? This wasn't like a big city, right?
Charlotte. This particular thing happened in Charlotte.
Oh, sorry, not Charlotte. All right, Ohio. This is North Carolina, right? Yeah, I mean, I feel your rage, Holly, in regards to where is the media and why was this buried for 2 weeks? I don't know. I mean, then again, honestly, there was I've got a buddy that lives in San Francisco, and he said a sheriff. For the chairman of the sheriff's, staff, I guess, and he hit a parked car in his patrol car or city, authorized vehicle. Yeah, nobody injured, just a hit and run, just hit a parked car, but just chose not to.
play with.
I just went on a date with her once, but she had told me how, and she wasn't even white, she was Mexican, but she was saying how, like, and I didn't think of it back then, but like how like all of the, you know, those like ADT home security commercials, like they'll have like every race of people as like the homeowners.
Oh yeah, that's
And it's always the white dude that's like breaking in.
Always.
I mean, I get it. They don't want to be controversial, but
kind of like that when you saw the movie, was it Death Wish? With the latest one with Bruce Willis, the old ones, they didn't give a shit to have black people being the culprits, but the new one, you know, they nerfed it the fuck down. Same thing with Walking Tall with The Rock, Dwayne Johnson. Like back in the day, you could kind of be more, you know, real and everything, like kind of, you know, having fiction, mirroring reality. But nowadays, everything is so fucking pacified and pussified and all this other shit. I'm about to give you this video with this girl set this white lady on fire. And she was happy she killed her. She was white. She wasn't even dead at the time. She was trying to make sure she was dead. It's like, I don't think she's gonna make it. She was happy about it.
Oh, fuck. But I mean, I do know that, yeah, I mean, if that would have happened, I can't recall videos of white people doing that to blacks.
Yeah, definitely not in the recent memory too. That's why they always bring up the fucking history of it. It's like, yeah, if you go back to 1930, of course, you know, 40s, 60s, 50s, but the culture changed drastically, and they don't want to adhere to that. They know it's very fucking different. It's not the same. It might be this is trying to reason why I talk about these topics the way I do, because I don't want that to be resurrected. If white people start realizing that they can't win by not being considered racist, then they'll go back to where they're more comfortable at, where they consider to not have this issue, so to speak. And to get rid of this issue is to basically just say, fuck it, if we can't win, stay out your way, trying to help you guys integrate into society so we can kind of eliminate this race issue, then they might just fucking exterminate us, and I don't want that to happen. And there's people who are talking about that. That's why the guy on the viral video, he goes around asking, you know, if you had 13% of your body not working, or if it was 13% of the problem, what would you do? And everybody keeps saying, get rid of it. He's making reference to saying, hey, that could be an option. And what the tall white boy with blonde hair? Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. I just came across him, so I'm not too much familiar with this content, but I've seen it twice.
Oh yeah, that's like black people once on stage.
Yeah,
prosciutto, sweet super sad, mortadella, provolone, ham gabagool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you would have talked to me 5 years ago, that was what I wanted to have. Like more so, a lot more so.
You know, I see how hard my father worked and provided for my
I mean, yeah, listen, you know, majority of Germans probably weren't Nazis. And somewhat infection, because I'm not sure, but the majority of whites weren't necessarily slave owners. Now again, were they racist? Most likely because, you know, there was culture at the time. But a lot of people just neutral didn't fucking deal with black people. And especially even now, so like the handful of white people that's actually racist, like the movie had Charlottesville and other low race rallies, like these people are extreme minorities. These people are transparently hate black people, which that's wrong. And those people, black people use those people as an example when they hate all white people. It's like, no, you have these fucking strange minorities that actually can't even do anything in society because we basically can't counsel them. And the problem is you're going to aggravate white people who's on your side so much that everybody's going to shift away from you. So the people that's on your side is probably going to become neutral, and the people that are neutral are probably going to become back to white scripts. So it's like, you can't keep antagonizing these groups. If you're going to deal with racism and racists, deal with the actual racism, not just paint the whole group that way, because you're going to cause a problem that you can't fix, essentially. And I do acknowledge the fact that a lot of white people don't want to be this extremist. They don't really want to have issues, so they try to, even conservatives, they try to like find some middle ground. But a lot of these leftists and blacks, they don't want that shit, man. They just want to bitch and complain and just play this fucking game all day. What city and state did this happen in? So was it South Carolina?
Charlotte.
Let's see. Yeah, Charlotte. Yeah.
Is that considered the South? That's the South.
Yeah.
So that's a place where like racial tensions will be heavier than other places in the States.
I won't say that. Ain't Charlottesville like it got a high black population?
I'm just thinking of the South in general. You know, even if they had a high population, you think about the rural areas and just the South in general.
Yeah, really, the city. She has like a white refugee. She's a Ukrainian.
Well, I know she's Ukrainian, but I'm just thinking of where racial tensions are high, and it would be in a place like South Carolina, it would be in a place like Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana.
I sure that probably played a role in Latino.
I mean, there's no excuse for what he did. He need to hang. But I am looking at. I don't think you get this on this at this rate or on this level on the West to Midwest to the East Coast. Because remember, you had the one guy who stabbed the trucker. I think his name was Nolan Levy Strauss. Back in 2021, I think he slit the throat of a black truck driver, and then he admitted that it was because he was black, and so he's on the official FBI website because he pleaded guilty to a federal hate crime, and that was 2021. That happened in Oregon. So, you know, at the same time, I'm looking at this and I'm like, this is terrible. You know, this makes us look very bad. You know what I mean? But then also, I'm thinking crime is crime because, you know, how are we going to pick and choose what crimes to focus on? You know, and what's going to be the litmus test for what's going on when we have hate crimes. A bunch of hate crimes happened this year. A bunch of stabbings happened this year. We literally had like 3 white men in the past 2 months stabbing people on buses. You know, and while jogging. Man, in Houston, where I am right now, there's like a serial. He's not a serial killer, but he's been like kicking pregnant women in the stomach, all kind of shit. You know what I mean? It's like, you know. But I think now with the new evidence coming out, you know, when he says I got that white girl, now it's going into hate crime territory. You know, so.
And this is, I put another link in the chat, and I think I did. No, I didn't mean to do it. This is what a lot of people are saying online, and it's pissing people off. Well, actually, I did put it in the chat, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Oh, wait, where is it? The fuck? Saying I put something like that already, but I don't even see it. Weird. Do you guys see a link of mine in the chat?
Yeah, I see. Is this the one where it says no one helped her?
Yeah, well, I like, that was the other thing that was pissing me off, is just noticing how they just didn't, like, even when the killer left, that's just so weird. I know everybody, like, deals with trauma differently, like seeing something like that differently, but hold on a second, I'm gonna see something. Wait, did Trump actually say something about her?
Yeah, he did an official address on his Instagram video. He showed the photo of the man. It was in detail.
I'll play it.
And here's a picture of it. This is the picture of it. And this is a picture of the woman. beautiful young girl that never had problems in life, with a magnificent future in this country. And now she's dead. She was slaughtered by a deranged monster who was roaming free after 14 prior arrests. And here's a picture of it. This is the picture.
Yeah, fuck that guy. I mean, but why did all these Black Lives Matter people, they wanted to defund the police and they wanted less black people in jail? Why should that piece of shit have been on the streets?
Oh wow, so that's the same city where they had the Dylan Roof incident.
So what?
No, I'm saying like understanding racial tensions.
Yeah, but white people. Were there any white people who stood up for Dylan Roof?
Oh no, not a mass shooter. But wait, people are sticking up for this guy.
Well, no, but I think that white, just like how I think like black people, they overreacted and went nuts after George Floyd. I think whether it's fair or not, I don't think white people should. I actually think white people they need to change the tide needs to change. The pendulum needs to swing back the other way really harshly.
I remember Dylan Roof because he said, I want everybody to know I do not regret what I did. He was a sick kid, very sick.
Yeah, but white people, what happened to him? He got thrown in prison. White people said, yeah, he's awful.
And then let me tell you something. Every black person I know wants this thug, this murderer from a couple of days ago to do the same. But for people to get on the stage and kind of frame black people as killing America from within. I understand emotions are high.
But you guys are killing.
Not you.
No, I actually believe that. Well, there was justice for George Floyd. The cop got arrested and he was sent to prison. Yet Black Lives Matter still wanted to make a bunch of ridiculous demands. They wanted to loot. They wanted to fuck shit up. They had zero problems with blaming white people in general, and saying basically nothing but nasty shit about white people. So why shouldn't white people do the same now in return?
Well, however your healing process happens, do what you need to do. But I'm only highlighting the fact that this specific city has very high racial tensions. I don't think this is something that you get on the West Coast, in the North, Northwest, East Coast, and whatnot. Not to say that it doesn't happen, but we also, like I said, talking about a city just in the past 10 years where, that had one of the biggest mass shootings with Dylan Roof, a 9 African American.
Well, black people kill each other at astronomical numbers, and they victimize whites at a highly disproportionate rate in which we victimize blacks. Yet you guys still thought it was acceptable to fuck up, to do all of that shit after George Floyd died. Black Lives Matter. So why should I? And quite frankly, I'm sick of dealing with the black community shit in America. And so why should I fucking have? I actually hope white people get very angry, and that I hope that law starts coming down harder on black people. I hope that white people even make black people afraid. That if they ever start any of their usual shit, at least the criminal, the thugs bullshit, they realize that a beat down and going to prison is always on the horizon for them. I honestly wish that on black people. I think black people need to be made afraid again, because you guys just don't behave when we cave into your guys' demands, and you have zero problem trying to bully us.
Really, Pepe?
Dead serious.
How's that bullying going on? Tell me. Please tell me. Please elaborate on the bullying.
Oh, yeah, you can just look at Black Lives Matter, all of 2020, and all of the racist shit that was normalized that you guys got to say. I mean, that's what really made me have a very, I don't know, a very negative opinion of black people. Was that that's kind of what was the
every black person. You met and know every black person. You haven't met no one black person that you don't have a negative opinion of.
I don't have a negative opinion of every black person, but when I talk about a community as a whole versus individuals,
so you say that, baby. But listen, you said all black people live in the ghetto. All black people are criminals.
I never said that. No.
That's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, elaborate.
He's trying to even the scales because, you know, white people are very hurt at the state of things where it's like they're getting a mirror turned on them. They're being reminded of what they did in the past over a span of 300 years, right? They're losing their image in mainstream media. They're scared right now. They're worried about being
man, there's nobody alive today who did any of those things. But you're gonna throw something from over 100 years ago?
That's
why
I'm not fooling anybody. Yeah, I'm only giving out the reasons why. I'm not saying that.
I don't feel
that nonsense. That girl didn't hurt any.
Yeah, for sure.
She wasn't even American.
Nobody did anything to that killer. Nobody hurt that killer or did anything. What are you talking about?
What angle? What angle? What angle?
Quote unquote, white people did something bad to someone?
When did we say that?
What the hell are you talking about? You just
what are you talking about?
And you just said white people are getting a mirror shown to them? Give me a break, man. What mirror? What white people? What the hell did they do?
I thought you wasn't white. So you white today?
I'm not. I'm defending the people who are white. I have no identification with white people whatsoever. They're just not me, and I'm not.
I'm telling you what's going on. I'm telling you what's going on.
I'm not stabbing them, and I'm not giving excuses for stabbing them because I'm civilized, you see. So don't give me this nonsense. We're telling white people that they did something wrong hundreds of years ago.
I'm telling you why they're bad. I'm telling you why they're bad. And why they're eliminating critical race theory. I'm not saying.
That's not why. Because critical race theory is bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit.
Because it's 100% bullshit. It's not.
Well, listen. Let's define the Holocaust museums. Let's define the Holocaust museums.
Why? Did the Holocaust not happen? I think it's
let's teach it.
Right away to the Holocaust.
Let's teach it.
Right away to the Holocaust.
Let's teach the history of the U.S.
I don't know any school that didn't teach it.
Okay, well, let's continue it. Let's continue.
We're going to have to do with critical
race theory. Why remove critical race theory?
I'll tell you why. And I said it a minute ago. Because it is 100% bullshit.
And what parts of it are bullshit?
Well, I'll give you
Okay.
If you let me. Here's some of the bullshit aspects that are the core tenets. Number one, convergence of interest theory. As though every positive thing that was ever done in the march towards civil rights and the abolition of slavery, etc., was somehow done not because it was the right thing to do, but because it was somehow in the interest of the oppressors. Bullshit number one. Bullshit number two. I haven't finished. Take notes. Otto and Stefanik. The primer on critical race theory. Because yes, I looked at it unlike you. So bullshit number two, every aspect of American society, every square inch, every square millimeter is infected with racism. Bullshit. It's not true. And you shouldn't teach people that. Bullshit number three, and this is only 3 out of 5, and then you can deal with some of those. I give you some more bullshit, which is why it shouldn't be taught. That not only should it be an academic inquiry, but it should be activism. No, academic inquiry should not be combined with activism. That's called ideology. That's called ideological capture. So the idea that somehow every so-called white person in America is infected, is stained by the original sin of racism, my friend, bullshit. Now you can go.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why we should teach critical race theory, because it allows us to highlight these areas of inequality. Period.
You can do that without critical race.
When we can highlight them, we can mend them, and it allows for people to easily find their place.
You ignored everything I just said. Those are the reasons why we're not teaching it. Sure.
So I gave you my reasons.
Highlight inequality and the struggle against it.
Listen, this is not one of your like echo chamber Zionist rooms, okay? Let's have a fair discourse.
Sure. How about responding to anything I said?
No, I heard what you said.
Why not respond to it?
I don't have to.
You could debate
No, you don't have to, but then you've lost the argument, haven't you?
No, I'm hearing your point.
No.
I'm hearing your point, and I just told you why you should teach it.
You can teach about inequality without critical race theory. And we have it. Of course you can. Of course you can.
Hold on now. Can you go on mute and be disciplined for my submission? So the point here being is that interest conversion, if you understand the principle and of interest conversion, it only states that white people didn't choose to go on the moral high ground in order to make the changes that were necessary. And they provided very detailed examples. Because, for one, Roy Bush, the Board of Education, you think they did it because they want to educate it? No. They did it because... Hold on.
Show me otherwise.
They did it because during that period of time, the Russians and the communists were pointing out the hypocrisy of America. So therefore, America did it to improve their global standing and the image during the Cold War.
That is still a moral. I dispute your theory. That is a moral position.
No. Why do you interject when you wanted to go all five, and now you want to interject at every point I make? Let me finish the thought, and then you can
keep on.
You can eat instead. So therefore, strengthening national unity to compete internationally. They didn't do that. In other words, civil rights progress converged with white elites' interest in protecting America's reputation and stability. That's one of the core tenets of interest conversion. Another one. Do you think that America says separate but equal? Do you know when they decide separate but equal is not financially, they cannot financially continue? Because the black people sued to say that, hey, it's not equal. That we want the same as the white people, and we're not getting that. And when they realize they have to create...
I agree with you on that. That's also a moral position.
Hold on.
Those are two moral positions.
It's based on history, and I can bring the case.
Moral position.
Hold on. The NAACP decided, hey, we need to sue them.
That wasn't white people, by the way.
Wait, I want to know.
Everybody.
Normal. I want to know why ML is a white supremacist.
I don't know him.
How am I a white garbage like
that? An African guy, presumably, right?
I'm messing with the conversation.
He uplifts and empowers whiteness, so he's a white supremacist.
Could you stop? She's trolling. So the point here, if you look at the cases during the period of time, there's enough evidence to start to say that interest conversion was actually an idea that white people practice it when it benefited them also. When they had nothing more to lose, they would do it.
Oh, so white people had nothing more to lose? So-called white people?
They had more to gain. That's what the interest is going on.
They didn't have nothing more to lose.
They had more to gain. So, fuck it. It's give those niggas,
You're so full of shit, dude. You act like.
I don't even know why you use that word.
You act like white people. I mean, like anything and everything done for black people is out of
15 prior convictions. 15 prior convictions. So we need to look at career criminals, and we need to figure something out. And that's something that Trump said as well. Why is this guy walking around with 15 convictions?
Well, because after, and a lot of this came like either before or even some of it after all of the shit with George Floyd. The whole, they use the term bail reform, which I'm not against, but then it's also like providing a revolving door for criminals that should not. And before these laws were put into place, it didn't matter if you could afford bail or not. If you ended up violating your your pretrial conditions, you ended up getting remanded into custody until your trial because you were considered unsafe. Like, this piece of shit should not have even been on the fucking streets. But you know who's really pushing these laws? People like BLM and Black. I guess
BLM is no longer a thing, bro.
Oh, but they were pushing for it.
Did enough damage, right? It's a Democratic Party journalistic. Yeah, they it's all bullshit recidivism. It's what is called justice reform or some shit that they call it. They're doing this bullshit, and it's not just that shit.
Ron Paul pushed that shit. Like, he ain't Democrat. So Ron Paul.
What about Ron Paul?
Ron Paul pushed the shit about the prison reform.
Wait, Ron Paul or Rand Paul?
His son. With his son.
Rand Paul. That's Rand Paul.
Yeah, okay, his son.
At best, it'll be one Republican, and I don't even know DAs that is pushing this bullshit to where they just let you get slapped on the wrist. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and pull this up. Oh, by the way, too, I'm gonna post this in the chat. I found the link to that girl I was telling you about. Pepe that put the white lady on fire and was happy she burned it because she was white. So I just posted in the chat, so check it out. But I'm much this judge that was letting out had a high clearance rate, just letting motherfuckers go all day, all night.
And they arrested this guy or something. He was like in his 30s. He was a black guy, but he had like 35 felony arrests. And every time he was like let go and put out on probation, or like had to come back to court and all this kind of shit. And then he finally ended up killing like 4 people, like going into the house and like
what happened to that?
Because he's black, that's why.
It's because it's literally, this was pushed because black people, they felt that they started doing this because they felt, no, hold on a second, they felt, ML, the narrative was that black people were being overly incarcerated. The police was fucking with them too much. All of this stuff. That's it. Yeah, this was the fucking narrative. Okay, so what ends up happening? Well, you get a bunch of out of control, animalistic blacks that should be behind bars. He would say, "I got that black girl. I got that black girl." Afterwards, you guys would have such a different fucking tune. Like, I'm so sick of pretending.
That was a white guy, a black girl. No, that happened.
I don't know what the crime is.
Well, remember Carmela? How many black people would be screaming and crying, going, "That poor little baby boy"?
Hey, lover, here's the truth about it. You don't even have to reverse the roles. All they gotta do is be brown on brown.
Yep.
Let it have been a brown man who slit the throat of a young black girl. And guess what it would have been? The most you would have got is, "Oh, that's fucked up, man." That's all we get.
Only black feminists would have made a deal out of it. Everybody else would shut the fuck up.
Why are you so anti-black women?
No, we're not anti-black, but we are.
Hold on. I love when I get this argument from people. I'll say like my opinion, and they'll be like, "You're a fucking racist," and like on these conversations where the same people will be like, "Oh, well, what if your kids grew up to marry a black person?" And you know what my criteria is? Are they Christian? Are they conservative? I can give a fuck less what they are, as long as they're like good, upstanding, citizens, and they're have moral character and fiber and shit like that. It doesn't matter about the color. But the reality is, when people do bad fucking shit, we should call them the fuck out. White, black, Asian, doesn't fucking matter. I call out, hold on, ML, I call out fucking hillbillies and white trash just as much as I do black people. It's because they're low class, low rent, fucking immoral fucking people. Like, hillbillies get the fucking, the heat from me just as much. Like, I grew up, the only group that I was told as a kid not to fucking associate with was fucking white trash and hillbillies. We didn't have any blacks in our community, like a couple black kids. And the only because they were niggers, they were white niggers. That's all they were. They're the same thing. Yeah. Oh, now he's like,
all right, don't worry about this, guys.
Okay, clear. Okay, Pepe. So the point is, when you guys make those grandiose, you guys have that wholesale and trying to indict all black people. And some of the black people on the stage, you guys are going to by the way. Hold on, let me finish my thought, bro. The point here being is that majority of black people are law-abiding people. The same way I travel around the world. for a living. And I go to countries where there's majority white, majority Asian. And there's still crime.
Yeah, but black people are the ones in America who give a pass to other black people.
Hold on. Let me finish. So I go to Italy. I lived in Italy. And I knew where all the ghettos were, where all the crime was at. Guess what? I didn't hang around there. And when I was in Italy, back in the 90s, there wasn't any really. All the crime are being committed by the lowest socioeconomic bracket of a country. Now, you look at black people, they're always been marginalized, and they're from that particular socioeconomic bracket. So when you guys try to pin crime as a racial thing,
we're not.
Lies the problem.
Okay, ML, no, here's the fucking problem. ML, this is the fucking problem.
Let me finish my point.
I get it.
How do the Italians treat us Italians? They treat them like shit.
If I go to predominantly white countries, white countries, are there no crime?
Any fucking murders though, for being fair.
Japan culturally is an outlier, but there's still crime in Japan.
Only the Yakuza. And they're pretty much eliminated in Japan.
I lived in Japan.
Yeah, so have I.
Okay, all right, hold on.
So the point is that.
Okay, but ML, here's the problem. ML, here's the problem. Is those
problem? Why
sure those guineas in Italy that are part of the different organized crime groups that commit all the crime, they get thrown in. They basically ended up making laws similar to ours, like the RICO laws. And they're putting them in prison for the rest of their lives. Like, they're getting cracked down on really hard. That's why the mafia is not nearly as powerful as it used to be here or there. But yes, we're talking about crime. There is no social justice movement or political movement that is advocating for whatever fucking group of...
There is social justice reform for prison reform in Italy also.
Oh, yeah, they're saying, give me a fucking break. Because Italy was largely
homogeneous society.
Amazing. Yeah, but there's no we can't have homogenous. They don't make it like, you can't do this, you can't do that. Now, what you get in America is there's too many black people in jail. Too many black people get arrested.
Have you ever been to Italy?
No.
So let me tell you, in Italy there are people who want laxer sentencing laws. They want to legalize drugs. The same thing.
So what?
So the point where my pushback against whatever the idiot's name, Lover, I think, I don't know.
Easier on the blacks that are criminal. Easier on the blacks that are criminal. And if that's the case, fuck you too for advocating for it.
You say you people. So
yes, you're blacks. Yes, blacks.
ML committed.
He's not talking about all blacks, ML. God damn it,
no, none of us are talking about all blacks.
He's talking in general, ML.
Exactly.
Not all of us.
When a black guy jumps out, when a black guy jumps out of a jacked up F-150 on butt tires with a cowboy hat, I love that guy. When he jumps out of a bubble body Caprice,
you gotta stop. All right, goddamn, dude. Holy shit.
You finally had enough of him.
No, the problem is that it's also the black people.
Yes, the
black people. Shut up.
Not the criminals.
You didn't let me finish what I was saying. Shut up. The black people that advocate for all of that shit that BLM was pushing, defund the police, no bail, whatever anti-white racist bullshit. You guys are the problem too. So if you supported that shit, you are part of the fucking problem as a black person.
Pepe, I've had a pretty exemplary life. Always been an outstanding civilian. I've never been arrested, never committed a crime. I served my country for 20-something years and did that very honorably. Every young white guy I see, because I think he's going to shoot up the school, I would arrest. So when you guys use the racial context and you guys say blacks, you guys, blah, 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 it tells me that you cannot delineate between the people committing the crime without looking at it through a racial lens and then overgeneralize it to say that all black people are predisposed to crime. They're born criminals. And that itself is not true because...
Prove it otherwise.
Hold on. If that was true, why is it that when I go to all white countries...
Let's do this.
Hold on.
I'm going to prove something to you.
So it's a favor. Socioeconomic wise, you go to countries, the more affluent on the ladder, the the more petty crime there is. So if you go to Albania, Azerbaijan, Armenia, you look at all those other, when it comes to the non-whites, they're more affluent and have a higher GDP, you have less crime because those countries have a socialist system that brings everybody up. So there's no need for crime. Now, if you go to America, which doesn't have that social framework or doesn't have that social underpinning that helps everybody, then you have crime because people will steal if they're not fed. And that's always been part of the human condition.
Sure. Okay.
I'm going to say something real quick. I think what we're dealing with a lot of times with the crime here in America, a lot of it is race-based. So, you're committing crimes with the groups that you're living around. White people commit a lot of crime, but they're committing it around white people. If you go into states like Oregon, Idaho, Wyoming, they're committing crime. They're smoking a lot of meth. They're using a lot of drugs. Utah, Missouri, all these states, they're using a lot of drugs. They're stealing shit. They're murdering each other, and it's just in big numbers because the state is high with white people. So a lot of the east and southern regions, the cities are more congested with African Americans and other black people. So those major cities, you're going to hear about the major crimes like Chicago. You're going to hear major crime. They listed 20 of those cities. A lot of those cities are in red states, but blue cities. So if you go to the outskirts of those states with blue cities, you got a lot of white drug addicts. And wherever you're using drugs, social level.
And they're on the police. They're on the police.
And absolutely. But then they even commit high white-collar crime. So they're committing not only low-level social crime, they're committing a lot of high-level crime when they're going into countries and stealing people's mineral rights, and they're doing high-level crime.
It's not crime.
No, these are crimes. When you're going into people, this is criminal. What they're doing when they go into people, when they go into people's land, and as far as taking their, they're doing, but it's criminal. The way that they're doing some of the shit that they do. So you can't even speak to crime and not put a white face on crime because the white people are the biggest criminals in the history of man. But even with that being said, you really can't argue that point. You're the big white people, and I'm gonna land right here. White Europeans, not Western Europeans specifically, are the biggest criminals on the face of the planet. So for you to even try to say low-level social black crime could even amount to the criminal rape, lies, and things that these white people do. It's just crazy for you to do that, and I'll land right there.
Yep, crackers are bad. Blake, I've accepted you on stage twice, and for whatever reason, it's not letting you come up. I don't know why.
Yes, I have a shot. Yes,
Clear your app and then reopen it, please.
Oh, well, to address Jamal, this issue we had a discussion, which is dumb as shit. You're talking about certain types of crimes, which is just a broad scope of crime. So I guess to be specific, we're generally talking about violent crime, right? Rape, murder, arson, vandalism, shit like that leads to harm. For example, fucking driving, running a stoplight is considered a crime, or someone loitering is considered a crime. No one gives a shit about those crimes. Tax evasion, whatever, who gives a fuck. But we're talking about crime that leads to people like Jamaicans, whatever. Yeah, they have a stereotype of being potheads. Who gives a fuck? Nobody thinks they're bad because they're potheads, But when it comes to us, and I said I put a video in the chat, and I wish you, if you scroll a little bit to see it, I'll post it again if it lets me. But there's a video a guy did just recently in Detroit. You don't see white fucking children around the dope houses and you know, all this extra shit, dead bodies piled up.
Let me finish.
So the issue of the matter is that you don't see these. Again, let's just say, like to your point, what you're trying to say is, yeah, I know there's bad areas in white areas, but they pale in comparison to black areas. Like that's what you. It's like it's almost comparing female rape to male, female on male rape to male on female rape. Yeah, it happens, but not the. Jamal, listen, Jamal. No, it's not. It's not. Listen, just Google the top 10 worst cities for violence, and all of them have a predominant black population. No, I understand that, but you're not listening because you keep. Jamal, listen, Jamal. We understand why people commit crime. Jamal, we understand why people commit crime. That's not the argument.
So put your pom-poms away.
No. Why don't you listen so you actually understand the argument and even address it? The issue is our culture is far more worse than theirs. That's why we have the issues we have. That's why our communities look the way they look. That's the issue. That's why this guy in the video of a black woman doing the same thing to a white woman. She doused her with gas and set her on fire. And she did it because she was white. There's too many videos like this. And again, it's not just about white people too. Black people are doing to white people because black people do it to black people also. We have a community that does this shit and we don't have accountability, so it makes it seem like it's okay. That's what I'm talking about.
Doing it to black people more too.
Exactly.
Black. So look. So this bullshit ass fucking weak ass story and narrative that especially blacks should be a fucking shame of themselves. Keep trying to push this weak ass narrative. First, number one. White people do it too. None of y'all on stage, including the people that agree with me, that you never heard about the 2 black women who just lost their lives last fucking week in Minneapolis. Horribly smashed through their fucking car. Shut the fuck up. I agree with you. There's no energy. You can agree with me all day, but your energy, though, you ain't got that same kind of energy. Because this shit's happening every fucking month.
I agree with you.
And then thirdly, that third weak ass fucking narrative y'all need to drop about economics, talking about, you know, they're just poor Latins just trying to get a meal. Listen, ain't nobody eating off a stolen Kia, especially when it's going through a fucking car with 2 innocent women and a child who's still in critical condition right now. One of which that I am halfway related to. This shit starting to hit closer to home, and you fucking faggots are running around here talking about crime is down. Crime is down. It's lower than it's ever been. And white people do it too. You need to wake the fuck up and look around you. Unless you stay in the suburbs somewhere where it's nice and hotty-toddy and safe. Because that's probably what it is. You probably live right next to them fucking white liberals who don't experience the real shit going on the ground right now. You complain when the fucking white people show up and start gentrifying it and bringing their money back into the neighborhoods, and then you complain when they're gone. Like the problem with the economics is that if you want to terrorize everybody, until you're ready to address that, don't tell me nothing about it. Don't tell me nothing. When we ain't got time to be talking about no white people then. You shouldn't even be on stage talking about white people do it too. You ain't got no time.
You came into the room late. I think you didn't hear what was being discussed. You came in at the middle of something, and you didn't listen long enough to hear what
he was in the audience the whole fucking time. He was on stage earlier.
Yeah, we didn't hear you talking about white imperialism and colonization, and a white man going to steal all the
if you want to put so much fucking weight on what the white man has done throughout history, meaning past tense, then you're going to have to lay it on the hands of the rest of the humans. And that also includes brown-skinned people who fucking pillage.
So are you defending the white?
Listen, pillage.
I'm trying to figure out.
I'm defending law and order. I'm defending law and order. And now that we all live in this, who live in this fucking world, who have been lucky enough to be born in this fucking side of the world for the past 30 years, who have experienced the most peace that the average man, the most wealth that the average man, the most freedom that the average man can obtain on his own. For all of us on stage who are privileged enough to have experienced that, people born in the 80s, raised in the 90s, like, you need to wake the fuck up and realize that these people who are encouraging you to buy into these weak ass narratives want you to live like second class citizens. They like it.
You know, statistically, right now in 2025, it is the safest it's ever been in America on almost all different statistics. Like, you know, when it comes to violent crime, when it comes to murder, when it comes to all these different numbers and stuff like that. If you look at per capita by population, we're actually the safest we've ever been, the most prosperous we've ever been, ever in 2025, and also globally. I mean, there's less people dying around the world of famine and disease and murder and rape and all this kind of shit it's ever been. Like, people are like, oh, well, look at all these terrorist attacks and shit in the Americas. It's like, well, look back to the 20s and 30s when they were killing senators and trying to kill the president, like communist uprising groups. I mean, literally the reason the FBI even fucking exists today. I mean, you know, it's the safest it's ever fucking been, and people still want to fucking bitch and complain. We've had two black presidents. You know, the reason why it's ever gonna get.
That's the microphone. Okay, I'm gonna do the top 5 cities. This is the top 5 cities with the most drug use, and I posted it.
Do it by murder, dude.
Yeah, violence. Because Jamal, go on.
I said violence, not drug use, by the way. I said violent cities.
Well, you brought up you said black drug use, right?
No, I didn't. I said that's the most violent cities. I said nothing about drug use. I don't give a shit about drugs.
Yeah, it's violent cities. Okay, and that's why I brought up
nothing about drugs.
And I pulled up the list. Okay, number 1 is St. Louis, Missouri. What is St. Louis? What is notable about St. Louis?
Only because
it's most crime.
You said
so if we look at all right. Let me finish.
Just gonna say one.
No. Let me finish this.
St. Louis.
I got it. Then we have New Orleans, Louisiana. We already know that is, as the mayor said during Hurricane Katrina, it's a chocolate city. Number 3 is Detroit, Michigan. Number 4, Washington, D.C., majority black. Atlanta, Georgia, I think it just turned majority white at like 50-50. Number 6, Indianapolis. Richmond, Virginia is definitely black. Chicago, Illinois, it's going to be parts. Number 9, I don't know why this is on there because it's under 100,000, but it's Compton, California, and then 10 is Oakland. I mean, you don't see this level of violence with white people in America. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Memphis, Alabama. He's talking about drugs.
You also have to separate Memphis and West Memphis.
We're all going to treat. Okay. Even if you take away, right? Okay, I got more stats. This is arrests by race. Even if you take away the 1.8 million.
Just read the list.
Even if you take away the 1.8 million arrests on black people, you still have the 5 million arrests on whites. And I don't care if there's more whites. Let me tell you something. That per capita would make more sense. And you could call blacks inherently violent, right?
Why haven't you read the fucking list?
Shut the fuck up. Let me
read it and shut the fuck up.
Jesus, what's wrong with this guy? Even if you take away 1.8 million arrests on black people, there's still about 6 million arrests on white people regarding crime every year. So they're not underrepresenting themselves. So I think you could give that inherently violent jacket to black people if white people were underrepresenting themselves, and they're not. So it's like you still have to look at white crime and understand that even though per capita shows that we're overrepresenting ourselves, there's gonna be more white criminals, and you guys are still committing crime.
Jamal's so dumb. He's arguing with Othello and Othello's on his side. He's arguing your point. Like, say this now. Dumbass.
The number of citizens that lives in the area based on their race. Nobody's a fucking dickhead. I'm asking you to read the fucking list. Read your list.
I just gave you the list. White people commit about 6 million crimes a year.
You're about to read cities.
Black people.
I want to hear the cities.
Hold on. Black people commit about 1.8 million crimes a year, right? So Pepe is saying we overrepresent our demographic. I'm willing to say that this is due to economics. The overrepresentation part, right? Because white people don't overrepresent themselves, but they don't underrepresent themselves. They're right at where they are in regards to their population. But I think the key factor for the overrepresentation for black people per capita, right, the 1.8 million, is economic base.
You made your argument. You were yelling at him.
Still hasn't read the fucking list. There was a list that he was about to read that was talking about the amount of drugs and some of these white ass.
Read that list. Okay, this is the most heroin usage. This is the most heroin usage. Omaha, Nebraska is number 1.
Omaha's a lot of black people. Wait, you ever been? Jamal, have you been to Omaha? Omaha's a fucking ghetto fucking city.
No,
it's ghetto.
Numbers. Let's go to ChatGPT. Let's look at
It's white as fuck. The whole state of Nebraska is white.
Hey guys, I want you guys.
Omaha's like where 99% of black people in Nebraska.
Omaha is the blackest place in the whole state of Nebraska.
That's what I said.
This wouldn't be a story. I'll be perfectly okay with it because he was harming himself. This fucker was harming someone else, and this is what we're talking about. That's why this whole drug shit, no one gives a fuck. White people who do drugs are harming themselves. That's something that they have to figure out on their own. It's them. It's not like they're sneaking drugs into other people's bodies. They're doing it to themselves, just like we do to ourselves.
The crime, dickhead.
Bullshit, sir. It's culture, dumbass. It's culture. You get more what you allow. So when you do sit here and have recidivism, when you want to give a slap on the wrist to a fucking murderer, rapist, or somebody who goes out there full of the city.
Wait. Okay. I just looked up the numbers. Free. I just looked it up. Omaha is 11.7% black. 13.5% of the U.S. population is black. So it's actually the same what it is overall for the country, you fucking retard. Oh, you're so stupid. You only make up 13.5% of the population in the whole country. It's 11.7% in a state that has like fucking 1% black in the entire state. That means Omaha. God, you're so dumb.
Where's the other 89%? What does that mean?
It's actually only 60. It's only, hold on, you simp faggot. It's only 63% white. It's 63% white, 11.7% black, 14.7% Hispanic, 2.6% Asian, 1.5% Native American. You fucking retard. So it's actually on par with the actual national average, you fucking idiot.
60% white.
Yes, that's the fucking national average too, you retard. God,
I'm telling you, you fucking dumbass. Omaha is a white goddamn shit.
Omaha.
You know what I'm getting sick of? Is a black person with a room temperature IQ sit here and want to deflect the fact that this feral fucking ape, slashes white girl's throat. And you want to start deflecting by talking about drugs and white people who do meth and all of this shit? No, you shut your fucking mouth.
You white fucking cracker! What's the next thing?
He's not even a white cracker. He's fucking Mexican. Pepe is Mexican.
I am the captain.
And I still
I'm not actually Mexican.
anyway. I
know you're French.
Somebody said he's a little check.
It's a running joke, Pepe.
The next thing is Indianapolis.
Wait, what type of fucking grinder shit are you guys doing?
Ludwig, did you like some faggot?
That's Indiana. Go ahead, keep going. Indiana's white as fuck.
Indiana is not white as fuck. You've never been to Indianapolis or Peoria. Ohio's all black. That's black as fuck.
I'm in Thomasville, Ohio right now. Yeah, it's black out here.
The next one is Memphis is black. Hold on.
Yeah, Memphis is the most black. Not Nashville. Hold on. Memphis is the most black. Knoxville is the most white, and Nashville is a mix.
So
I'm from Kentucky. Trust me, I fucking know.
It's a nice city.
It is in certain areas.
The last one is surprising. Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma City is
That's a lot of blacks in Oklahoma City and Tulsa.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
It's white as fuck. Nothing but white.
I bet it's on par with the national average. One bet.
It's on par with the national average, my ass. It's over 60%.
Hold on. Well, that is national average. 60% of the U.S. is white.
Black ass.
You're like making it sound like there's like 1% black. It's like 12, 13%, which is the national average.
It's not.
It's actually equally represented.
No, guys, It's a little bit of blacks out there. It's a small sliver of
Listen to Uncle Ruckus smiling at the fucking truck driver.
Wait, when you say there is a little bit of blackness there,
It's a sliver. Carolina's a black state. North
Alabama,
Carolina.
Alabama and Mississippi.
It's
Alabama and Mississippi.
It's interesting.
Hold on, guys. Oklahoma City, 51% white, 13.1% black. Wow. I mean, amazing.
Why not the black cities where the majority is black?
You see what I'm saying? White people are getting high. Whites are getting high.
I was at Black, and I know this truck driver is going to have an ischemic heart attack someday.
Whites are getting high.
Yo, this is a serious topic, but I'm gonna remember.
Hey, check out this observation.
screaming on an audio app. Like it's
Whites are getting high. Hey, yo, check out this observation. Here's an observation of perception. So look, when you had listed off Knoxville, dude said, "Yeah, Knoxville, that's a nice city." Point proof. Nice looking city.
Yeah, Knoxville is predominantly white.
He said nice. Look, exactly. It's beautiful. He said nice.
Yeah, it's a nice city because it's predominantly
It's a
white.
nice city. It's a nice city.
So is Lexington. So is Lexington, Kentucky. Lexington, Kentucky is really nice. Louisville is fucking terrible because Louisville is full of blacks.
Louisville is not as pretty as Knoxville.
Oh no, Louisville is full of blacks. Yeah, because Louisville is full of blacks. They ruin the whole city. Louisville is dirty as fuck, bro.
Okay, let me
It's not like Nashville.
Lexington's predominantly German and Swiss. It's really nice.
Hold on, Jamal. I'm gonna give a new number. Okay, this is black on black crime per year. Okay, 12,000 black people die from black on black homicide per year. That's way under 1% of blacks.
That's good.
Right? So there is a problem. Listen, there is a problem. I'm not happy with the number.
Read the white number.
But with
Whites are killing each other.
with what?
why is he so stressed?
With what?
I really can't wait till Massa comes home and beats you, Jamal.
Nice stress.
What Trump is doing, by sending the troops into these major cities, I can see that number halve, to about 6,000 to 7,000, and slowly dwindle as they stamp out not only homicide, but sex trafficking, illegal gun selling. How are you going to sell drugs with these people on the street? So I want to see what that does not only to the microcosm, which is the cities and the black communities, and the outer line communities, because white people are also doing drugs at a higher rate. We know that they just do different drugs. I want to see what that does to the conglomerates, to the cartels, to the people, because black people don't have gun factories. Black people are not making the drugs. They have. It's popular in the songs. They say they have a plug. So how is this going to affect the even bigger cartels and conglomerates?
So I got an answer for that, Othello. So 53.5% of all murder arrests in the United States are committed by blacks. And that's only murder arrests. That's not including the ones we get over. 53.5% of all murders are committed by blacks. So you guys only make up 13.5% of the population. So you guys are almost 4 times your population murder rate. That's
percentage?
No, that's blacks killing each other. No, that's blacks and their animalistic nature.
No, that's bullshit.
These people deaf.
That's whites.
Sign language and audio app. What is the percentage of that? What is the percentage of black people in the United States?
13.5% of the U.S. population blacks make up. They make up 13.5% of the U.S. population blacks do. Yet they commit 53.5% of all murders. Arrests.
Well, smaller than that because of people that's committing.
Hold on. When you say 53%, they're for
murder arrests. That's the arrests that are made for murders. That doesn't count ones of the murders that get away with.
7% of what the whites.
Somebody put this Jamal Al-Qaeda figure in the yard.
74.3%. 74.3% of all murders are done by blacks and Hispanics.
But you're doing that based on their number.
74.3% of all murders in the United States were committed by blacks and Hispanics.
That's based.
And whites make up over 60% of the population.
Yeah, so
read off the number. What's that number?
Okay, I'll read it again. 53.5% of all murder arrests were committed by blacks, and 20.8% were by Hispanics.
What's the number?
I'll send it to you.
100,000?
It's raising crimes in the United States.
Drop that for everybody.
Is it 100,000? Is it a million?
Does somebody
Is it
put
2 million?
loose cannon in the audience for like 59?
Shut the fuck up!
Eat a dick, faggot.
All right, guys. So I'm gonna close the room. I just did a short.
It's in the chat.
But I appreciate it.
Wait,
What is it? What was the number of it?
It's in the chat.
All right, catch you later.
74.3% of all murder arrests.
If I get clipped.
I wouldn't say it's a heat of passion, but was it something premeditated? And it would definitely change the level of the charge.
Right. Yeah. It's hard to determine, though, right? If it's premeditated, it's still hard to determine if it's premeditated during the race or not if the guy's schizophrenic.
Yeah, and if he's been schizophrenic for, I don't know what the rules are. I think it really comes down to to what degree does he have control over his own mind. If he's been completely out of his fucking gourd for the last 15 years and very, very schizophrenic,
well, that's a new control.
It's hard to charge him with anything other than, I don't even know, but yeah. Is it predetermined for the last 15 years the man's been living in a dream? I guess it is. I think according to law, am I right, Abby, as long as the man knows that what he's doing is wrong, that he can be charged with being responsible for the crime.
Well, you're talking about the sorry, now my dog's going. The difference between our tests for sanity, knowing the difference between right and wrong. That's just all that is a defense to, it mitigates the crime and it's a defense to the crime, but it doesn't determine the charge. It just would be a defense.
Wouldn't it be like, and wouldn't this play a major part in court is the amount of times he got arrested before?
Well, yeah. What was this guy? Had a really long record, right?
Yeah. He had a huge record.
Lots of mentally ill people do. Yeah, they do.
But, when you look at it, it's like, doesn't it make sense that this guy shouldn't have been out on the street based on his arrest record, at least?
Oh boy, well you get me, that's a whole other subject. And
No, we were talking about it earlier. That's the thing.
It's a pretty blue city where he is. I don't know how the DA is in that city. I was just reading in my city back east that someone who just killed a woman on the street in broad daylight in the middle of Center City, the DA just reduced it down from murder to involuntary manslaughter. And that because it's a very soft DA, and the cops will arrest. The cops will charge them, arrest them, and then it'll get lightened up by a DA that believes in a lot of bail reform or not letting repeat offenders out. That's the big issue in New York. There's all kinds of articles on it.
So Abby,
I don't want to get political, but it's political. It's a big political football in different cities.
Oh yeah.
And people, and I'll leave you with this last comment, because everyone always pays attention to, in state races who your governor is or your city who your mayor is, and you need to pay attention who your state attorney general is and who your district attorney is and who you're electing in the states and in the municipalities where it's election and not appointed. People just don't focus on those races, and that's what really could kill you in a city.
Can I ask you a legitimate question? Please, I just really want to ask Abby this question. Abby, what is going through the heads of people that work in the judicial system, that work in the political system, that push to put... Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think that everybody deserves this, I think that some people should be let off light, but when it comes to violent offenders,
or people that have been doing it over and over and over and over again, taking advantage of the system. What is going through all of these people's heads, thinking that bail reform is actually doing the community a service? Please enlighten me.
I will enlighten you, and it's not going to even be fully my words. I'm going to find the article. Just give me a minute to get it, but I'll give you the highlight.
Go for it, yeah.
There's an article. It was published in the Free Press, which is Barry Weiss's, newspaper, her journal.
Yeah, I know her very well, yeah.
So it's called The Takeover of the American Legal System. And what has happened is CRT started getting taught in the law schools, and it tracks what's happened, and it starts in the law schools, and it starts teaching people that our system is such that it can be that we're not prosecuting, prosecutors are not asking for the amount of penalties and not following the statute with respect to sentencing, and judges are lighter on sentencing to overcompensate. And it just talks about exactly what you're asking, and it has now permeated from the law schools into the legal system so much that it is really skewed. And I'll give you one example, and it's in the article. A lot has to do with how lawyers won't even take cases anymore. If it's a client they find, like a corporation that they think pollutes, or a client that is unsavory to them, like they started off talking about the Harvey Weinstein case and the firm that had that case. And I mean, my schooling was you took the client. Like, that's just, everyone is afforded the right. And whether it's distasteful to you or not, I mean, that's why Jewish people represented the Nazis in the Skokie case. I mean, it's just that's an oath that you take, and it's the right thing to do. However, in this one case, they talk about, and I'm paraphrasing a lot of it, but during the riots in Minneapolis, there was a guy that threw a Molotov cocktail or some incendiary device into a pawn shop, and in anger as he was rioting, and there was a person in the pawn shop, a father of a few, and he died. And it was the murder trial, and the judge who came from this system, who actually had written articles, like law review articles, about how we should overcompensate for those defendants that come from either are underprivileged or the whole theory of CRT. And the judge did not go with the sentencing guidelines, didn't call it rioting, but called it protesting, and pretty much excused this guy's murder. And so that's also in the article, but that's the answer. I'm sorry to give you a long-winded.
No, this is great. Honestly, you're enlightening.
The article's amazing. It just breaks down what's happened to our legal system. And it's scary because people are not following established law anymore.
Can I ask? Okay, one more question. One more question, Abby. Yeah. So, the thing that blows my mind with CRT and any of this postmodernist looking at everything through a lens or whatever, right? The thing that blows my mind with it is the fact that what this ultimately does is CRT, critical race theory, the whole idea behind it is looking at justice through the lens of essentially upper middle class people, right? The people that wrote the book on critical race theory are literally looking at just say the working class or poor people in America through this lens of highly sophisticated, highly educated people, and they're looking down upon them. And to me, what it marks as, and it blows my mind with this stuff, is the fact that they themselves wrote CRT through that lens, which is essentially making poor people all criminals when the majority of poor people are not criminals. You know what I mean?
It's interesting.
I don't think it makes them criminals. I think what they're doing. I do understand what you're saying.
No, I don't.
It essentially,
They do make some criminals. That's all I'm saying.
it essentially removes.
No,
It turns
no.
passengers within their own lives.
No, but Matthew, like the point that I'm making is that they care about these lenses so much, but the whole doctrine is written through the lens of upper middle class, like fairly wealthy people looking down at working class people and essentially turning them into all criminals. That's like what I'm saying.
Okay, so I think what it is they're looking down at people. So if you belong to a specific group, therefore you don't have agency. It's like Foucault's ideas. He wrote about, because he was a pervert basically, and he tried to defend himself by saying, the world's not a fair place, therefore I am not. How can I possibly be held responsible for my actions? Sort of deal. Vancouver has a great deal.
But that's a scholar. That's a person.
That's exactly
highly educated.
I'm agreeing with you in that way. There's a great book, and I actually invited the guy on Clubhouse once. I think he did come in. Because I don't really like ideology so much, which is, anyways, I digress. It's called On Postmodernism. I'm here in my laboratory. On Postmodernism by, Stephen Hicks, Professor Stephen Hicks. And so
I know Stephen Hicks. Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah, I invited him. I spoke with him a bunch of times. I invited him here on the app to talk. I think maybe he did join up for a little bit. This is, but so I'm in line with your thinking, anyways.
I put it at the top, the article, and I'm sure there's been other stuff written since. It's really well written, and it'll explain the story to you.
I think there's a fine balance. Like, I think, society is not fair. Like, up here in Canada, our biggest problems, and definitely they were screwed over big time, was the Native Canadian people. They really were screwed over. But if you turn any group of people into a very different, exceptional class, and where our government, I don't know, it's difficult to say this in an articulate way, but it's almost like an infantilization. Right? And then if you throw, drugs and stuff like that, how manipulative drug addicts are, they're going to use the system to maintain their way of continuously milking the system. And then there's, in Vancouver, there's a massive number of special interest groups, and all the drugs there is legal, and then there's people selling heroin legally for the government, and it's big business. It's horrible.
I live next to a native reserve in Canada, and crazy weed and stuff like that, but I don't smoke weed anymore. But with that being said, though, there is an infantilization. Like, the thing that I find weird about the reserve situation in Canada is that there's sort of this separate but equal kind of thing going on, if that makes sense. Where it's they give them their own space, the government gives them money, but they want them to live off in their own areas. So it's kind of weird.
It's a complicated thing. I mean, our government really did fuck them over. There's no doubt. No,
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. But no, I mean, but this is the thing that I find so bizarre about this whole woke fucking critical race theory shit that happened is that these are highly educated, powerful people that are trying to get you to look through the lens so that you can be more empathetic or whatever. But ultimately, the source of it all is looking at the world through the lens of highly educated, upper class people looking down on poor people. I think that's the ultimate mistake that they made, was try to look at the world through quote unquote a lens. They made a massive mistake by doing that, because they're writing critical race theory. I've read critical race theory. The whole thing comes across as a very, very, and it's actually not bad. I think the writing's great on it. But with that being said,
it's rated by the ultimate.
I know. So the whole point of it, though, is basically to analyze a whole class of people and treat them like fucking babies, instead of giving them every other part that every world should have, which includes accountability, right?
Yeah, that's why I like Japan so much, dude. Because number one rule in Japan, their greatest culture, like most important thing, is self-control. It's like so fucking important. Yeah.
I might have a sick job in Japan. I might move there.
We can talk about that later. You can contact.
I will. Yeah, you can tell me about it.
I'm still struggling with Mike's incident. I haven't gotten beyond it.
Well, the guy that punched his window?
Yeah.
Man, that's weird.
No, I know, because this just like brings back, I'm telling you,
Mike,
so much road rage here, you know?
Yeah, I'm over it. Why aren't you?
Because we have a lot of road rage here, and I just think about like all these near hits like that happen, and like you're right. Today we can do a lot more with DNA and with fingerprinting, and also cameras everywhere.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that I've always thought about. One thing I thought about in retrospect quite a few times. My brother is a pro-gun dude, and he always has a gun on him wherever he goes, and he has probably multiples in his car. Back when it happened, he told me, he's like, oh man, I would have had a gun in my glove box, and when that dude started hitting the back of my car, I would have gotten that gun out and I would have put it on my lap. And then when that dude punched that window, I would have shot him right in the face. And I would have been waiting, right? And I said, yeah, but if you would have done that, like when I look back, I mean, I didn't go into all the details, but when I look back at his car after he pointed his gun at me or whatever, I kind of look back to where he was. And because there's multiple people in the car. And one of the other guys in the car had a gun, and he was like holding it up in the window, like to show that he had one too. So in my mind, if I would have shot him, the dude in the car would have shot up my car and possibly killed me before I ever even got a chance. And so I started thinking, like, it just seems to me an example where a gun would have escalated it, whereas because I just looked in there and said, I'm sorry, or whatever I said to him as he was pointing it at me, that it diffused. So I've never forgotten that point, that like, if I would have killed him, I would have had a right to, but then I probably could have been killed, but because I didn't have a gun, nobody was killed. And
It's not like tariffs, dude. It's like burying your head in the sand. It's only thinking about forest-ordered consequences. You know what I mean? Like, guns are not the fucking solution. I know they're important. I just got my license. I'm going to get a gun from my house for protecting my house. But the ultimate goal, I feel, is a high-trust society. That's eventually what you want to work towards.
Yes.
If it's possible.
Yes, I agree.
And, you know, it's just like tariffs. Oh, yeah, tariffs. No. Tariffs is like, sorry, China's making better fucking electric vehicles. Keep them out for a while, but in that time, while you're keeping them out, get on Elon Musk's ass to make cheaper and even better electric vehicles than the Chinese do, because he can't just hide away, you know. Got to think about like long-term stability of North America.
Yeah, for example, you can see the difference between the prices between the car made by Google and the car made by China. It's a huge difference between the two.
Yeah.
I think that.
But the Chinese one is apparently, as I understand, people that have the choice between the Tesla and the Chinese-made one, they go with the Chinese one because it's better quality and it's cheaper. And people will say,
It's a lot cheaper, yeah.
And people will say, oh, well, fucking China's cheating. Bullshit, man. We're
in Canada, right? I don't think that China can, like, sell cars in China.
They can. I'm just using this as an
Okay.
example.
Okay.
If you wanna, I'm sorry, I did go off topic. What I'm saying is, if you want a very strong society, strong culture, you have to compete. You know, you can't just keep out the competition. And I don't know a better way than free market capitalism. If I can figure out a better way to run things, like.
Mike, when you got your window smashed in, was it the Jets or the Sharks that smashed your window?
Was it the what? I don't know what that means.
Those are the two gangs in West Side Story.
West Side Story.
Oh, it is.
Wow, that was a tangent, random. Wow.
That was a random tangent, but it goes back to your mocking of the gang. The Puyallup, Washington gang.
Wait, what was it? The Bad Boy Club?
The Bad Boy Club.
Jesus Christ.
Bad Boy Club.
Yeah, the Jets are the white guys, the Sharks are the Puerto Ricans. Which one fucking smashed your window, bro?
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't in, downtown Compton. It was freaking Puyallup, Washington. So, you got to take a grain of salt.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
I remember, I'll tell you a funny story. When I was in the Marine Corps, I was a journalist in California. And one of the jobs I had, there was a Marine who was a staff sergeant on base who was a comedian, and he was making some really good gains in the comedy circuits in Los Angeles. And so I did a story about him being a full-time Marine and then having this budding comedy career. And he's a black guy, and so he invited me to go take pictures of him at his upcoming comedy thing. And I was like, all right. So I said, I got the address or whatever. And so I called ahead and I said, what do I wear? Like, is there like a dress code? And how nice it was. And they were like, no sweatbands and no bandanas or something. And I was like, oh, okay. So then I show up and it was on Crenshaw Avenue in downtown Compton. And I stopped by Taco Bell on the way, and it was like a bulletproof box that they keep your food through. And I pulled up to this club and I walk in there, and I'm the only. I was with another guy. And we're the only two white guys in the whole club. And everybody's like, who the fuck are these guys, man? And we walk in and they seat us next to the back corner, in the very back corner of the club, right next to the door where you walk in. And they seat us there, and they said, you guys gonna come on, but he's not first, so I got like second or third line, whatever. So they start going through the comedians and stuff, and it's about time. So it was a good hour. It's about time when our guy's going to go up. Our guy could just basically get a picture of him. That's really all I needed on stage. And then Chris Tucker walks in the door and greets the owner of the club, and they hug and this and that. And Chris Tucker was just coming back from the MTV Movie Awards at the time, so he's in a great tuxedo. And he had a bottle of Dom in his hand. And he greets the guy right behind me, and he glances at me like, who the fuck are these guys, right? And then he walks up, and he got the stage first. Like, he just basically got to go on stage immediately. And so he gets up there, and the first thing he does is he says, turn the lights on the crackers in the back. And they fucking turn the lights on us. And he's like, get up here, come here. And we go up to the front, and he sets us right in front of him in the front row. And then he proceeded to just like fucking rip into us and make fun of us for like 45 minutes. And he's like, this is my impression of two white guys coming to Crenshaw. Like, excuse me, sir, can you give me some directions? And he's like doing all this shit. And he was high, smoking a joint. And dude, we laughed, and everybody laughed at us. And to be honest, we felt way more comfortable by the end of that than we did like in the entire time before he got there. Essentially, it was a funny experience.
That's really funny, man. So wait, you got roasted by Chris Tucker?
Got roasted by Chris Tucker for at least a half an hour. He did his whole thing was about white people. Yeah, it was fucking
you guys fit the bill. That's great. It's amazing.
And he kept putting the lights back on us, even we're in the front. They turn on us, and I just turn around, everybody's just laughing at us. And, that was funny.
You should have been like, why are you on the Epstein list? Then he would have walked off stage and laughed.
I forgot about that. This was in the mid-90s. So he didn't even know Epstein. Yeah. I forgot about that, though. He's on that list. That's right.
Yeah, like 25 times.
So I don't really do like comedy shows, but like my favorite one was seeing Jackie Mason. He was hilarious. He was absolutely hilarious. But after seeing him in a great comedic performance, like seeing any other like comedy show, like small comedy clubs, doesn't meet the level.
I used to have a roommate that was a comedian when I was young. All I can say is, if you can't afford to live alone, never live with a fucking comedian that needs a roommate. That's all I can say.
He's like nonstop.
Dude, they're crazy, dude. Craziest people on the planet.
He's practicing his material on you.
Well, I think they're like some dogs. Like, they're brain damaged and too smart for their own good at the same time.
Yeah, highly intelligent, but like can't hold back, essentially.
Dogs are brain damaged?
All dogs are brain damaged, but I love them.
Pretty much. But all dogs go to heaven, at least. They definitely go to heaven. The Pope, remember the last Pope said they go to heaven.
That's right. I actually don't know if my dog's gonna go to heaven. He's been pretty bad.
How many people has he bitten?
He hasn't bitten any person, but fuck, he's killed like too many rabbits at this point, man.
Well, the rabbits deserved it. Rabbits don't go to heaven, only dogs.
No, honestly, go back to those rabbits, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, you can cook the rabbits.
I'm not cooking fucking ghetto ass fucking UK rabbits, dude.
They're wild rabbits. They're fresh. You know,
no,
wild
they're wild, like fucking city rabbits that are covered in fucking diseases.
Almost like a.
It's like a chicken. No, I think so. It's like similar like a chicken.
You don't want city rabbits. City rabbits are ghetto. City rabbits.
What do you want?
City rabbit. That's a good.
That is a good band name. That's a sick band name.
City rabbits. That is a good band name.
That's a good band name. I'm gonna write that down.
Make sure you register cityrabbits.com before it's too late.
You want Robin Hood rabbits from like Sherwood Forest? Is that what you're looking for?
No, I just want my dog to stop eating them.
Oh, I thought, but if the Robin Hood, shot the rabbits for you out of Sherwood Forest, they'd be okay, right?
I mean, Sherwood Forest. Okay, I don't know if you've seen it lately, but it's pretty ghetto as well.
I didn't even know there was a real Sherwood
Forest. Pretty fucking shit. Yeah, there's a real Sherwood Forest. Like that. Yeah, literally, I've just been through it.
That's where the name from the movie. They got it from the actual Sherwood. Yeah, England.
I mean, yeah, that's where the hockey stick company comes from. Sherwood. Wood from Sherwood. No, there's a Sherwood Forest. Like, literally, yeah, I've driven by it multiple times. Fucking, that's where Robin Hood comes from.
Also, castles. You have a lot of castles over there.
Yeah, until my wife and I decided to leave this country, we were going to buy not a castle, a church in Scotland and convert it because they're so cheap.
What?
And you could do tons of cool shit there. Yeah.
So where are you guys going to go?
We're in the middle of figuring this out right now, but the U.S. is more likely, but I might have gotten an insane job in Japan, so...
I'd choose Japan over America.
I love America though. I fucking love America. No, I love America. I'm Canadian. I fucking love America. I love Americans. I've spent a lot of time in the U.S. Honestly, I really like America. So
Japan.
That's my first choice.
Japan is like going to Disney World to me. Like it's fun, but I wouldn't want to live there. I mean, I was there 2 years, and it was more than enough. Like, I didn't want to live there when I was done. Like, I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong, but
yeah, I did. I got the talk from like the person that wants to move us there for the job, and yeah, it's a little bit intense. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be difficult navigating.
It's fun, It's a whirlwind. Everything's crazy.
I also know the U.S. very well, so I know like which areas I would want to move to and stuff like that.
I had a weird reason. I dated a ton of Japanese girls when I was there, but I never wanted to marry one of them. And the main reason is there was this language barrier about like I'd try to tell a joke and they would never laugh at it because it's just the language didn't translate well. Or I'd try to tell a story about like my childhood and I'd mention something like watching the Brady Bunch. They'd be like, "Nani, Brady Bunch? Look at this, what is that?" or whatever. I'd be like, "Oh, it's never mind." It's like I just saw like my future of having to like explain things too much, and it was just tiresome. I was like, I gotta marry an Asian girl, but born in America. But I couldn't look at her. I just couldn't marry a Japanese girl forever.
What is the sensation of working there in Japan? It's intense.
Don't work for the Japanese. You don't want to work for the Japanese, I heard. Yeah, I did.
I'm not going to be working for the Japanese, but
Gung Ho, that's everything. Matthew, I was going to ask you that about Ewan. If Ewan works with a bunch of Americans, even foreign American in Japan, will they still be influenced by the Japanese work culture or not really?
No, not really. I don't think so. It depends how Japanese or how American the company is, right?
Right.
But
I would actually argue.
Yeah.
I would actually argue that I'm even more disciplined than in my role as like what I do for work than the Japanese. I'm like hardcore. No, trust me. Trust me. I don't fuck around. No, I take this very, very seriously.
No.
I've already talked to them.
They work to death sometimes. Like literally, they die and working to it.
I've literally almost died for seriously.
The problem with the Japanese is that it's very hierarchical, and they don't even like always care about like the results. They really care about like whether you did everything their way on the road to getting those results. So it's a different thing.
Oh, it sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, you gotta follow their specific process. Even if you think it's
I'm working with all Americans. I'm working with all Americans. So
then you should be fine. I mean, it's may I ask which company doing what and in which city?
I can't tell you that.
Which city? I can't say which fucking city.
Oh, you said Tokyo.
No, I can say Tokyo City. Tokyo, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking to move to Machida. That's like where I want to live if I move to Japan.
Machida City.
Why? That company is large enough that they're bigger in the U.S. So I'm trying to push for the U.S. thing, but I might end up in Japan. That's like sort of the deal right now.
Matthew, where are you at in Japan? Matthew.
Oh, sorry. No. I'm in Canada. I'm in Calgary.
Oh, I think you're in Japan for some reason. Oh, but you did live there.
Yeah, I did live there.
Oh, okay.
It's in Calgary, a beautiful country, though.
Calgary is definitely like different. It's a high trust society, so I mean, look, there's a lot of things that the Japanese do better than a lot of like. As far as I understand, with my limited knowledge of the world, they're very particular culture. They do a lot of things better than other countries, but they have their own unique problems.
For example, the security there, the security is so high. Even you can.
Except winning wars. That one there, not so great. I'm sorry.
That's great, Abby.
Low blow.
Sorry.
Dick shot straight in the fucking.
Too soon. That's
awesome.
Sorry, my dad was World War II Marine in the.
Mine? Yeah, my grandfather was in World War II.
Wonderful with your dad. Once a while.
I'm working feeling about that one.
My favorite
also
thing
like,
is
you
right
know,
to feel that way.
You know, fun fact, like Japan can still not have, you know, certain weapons and certain
I know.
amount of
nukes.
They're not supposed to. Germany just changed it. They just changed it.
Germany is so restricted from doing certain things.
Yeah, that's wild.
Hold on. Everyone keeps talking over Jorge every time he tries to talk. Jorge, were you able to finish your thought?
Don't worry. Go ahead. I only mentioned that Japanese is the only way you can get a job, and if you are a foreigner, is this job as a teacher. I think so, and that is true or not?
It's the easiest one to get for sure. It's like if you move there as a young person in your 20s and you just first land there, you can get a job there. You can get a job teaching Spanish there though too, Jorge. Anything.
Is he Portuguese or where are you from?
Jorge, wait, I have a question. Are you Cuban by chance? Because you have like a Cuban accent.
Is it Cuban? Jorge, where are you from?
By the way, nice to meet you, everyone.
Gracias.
Wait, which country are you from?
Jorge, where are you from?
I'm from Chihuahua. I'm located in the north of Mexico, and next to the border of USA. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Hey, when I lived in Japan, the only time I ever interacted with the Japanese, like saw Japanese crime or whatever, was other than Marines doing it out in town, causing like havoc, was
I spent the night at a hotel one time with this girl, and I came out to my car, and it had been someone had jumped like on my car, like on the hood and on the roof, and like kicked the mirror off of it, and then
Was
like
it Kitover?
it was in Iwakuni, south of Hiroshima.
Was it Skyline GTR?
Skyline. I had a Honda though. I had a Honda Accord, but they had jumped on like multiple cars in a row, like 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. So down the line, and they caught the guy. And so they told me when I came out, the police were already there, and they're like, "We caught the guy. We're gonna have him see you on base." So they came on the Marine Corps base, and they called me in to the police station on the base. And here I am. I'm 6'3". I'm wearing a camouflage uniform, totally intimidated. And this old guy in his probably mid-50s comes in, and he was just fucking terrified. He had 2 Japanese cops with him, and they made him like approach me in person and apologize to me, and he gave me a check with a bunch of money for the car that I had gotten a quote for it, and he just bowed the entire time, never even looked up. And then they said, he's got Gomen money for you, and I said, what's that? And they said, it's extra money and you have to count it. And so they gave me this other envelope, and so I think the car was like $1,700 for fixed or something, and the Gomen was twice that. It was like $3,500. And he had to show up on the Marine Corps Air Station base and give it to me in person, and he was fucking terrified.
God, I love this man. I want to move this so bad right now.
The way they made him, I know it's not harsh. The way they made him look
but that's common in Japan. You have to take responsibility for your own group, especially you guys being soldiers, because if the soldiers had done something stupid, the Japanese would know. Like, let's say the Marines went out, and it's happened a bunch of times actually, unfortunately. U.S. Marines went out into a town, did something stupid, then all the townspeople would be like, fucking Marines, like, it would create bad relationships between the two groups of people. And they have enough forethought to understand, well, it's not logical to blame groups of people. They understand that people tend to do that. And so in Japan, it's always like, my group apologizes. So, it's like when the fucking, in Japan, like even I think almost like to the level of daycare, like to like fucking 6 years old, Japanese schools, they don't have custodians. They don't have people like cleaning the school. They don't have them like weeding the gardens or doing the flowers or taking care of the dogs or cleaning the washrooms. It's the little kids, they do all this stuff. Like literally every single day at the end of the school day, they take 30 to 45 minutes, and they clean the garden, they feed the rabbits, they feed their pet dog, whatever. They wash the dishes, they make the lunches. They're on their little hands and knees, like running down the hallway with like a towel on their hands to polish the floors. And it creates this real awareness of interdependence. It's like our world. It's like our public space, and we want to make sure it's nice and harmonious. So what happens, right, is like if a bad kid like throws garbage on the ground, all the other kids, it doesn't matter if this bad kid's like really big, he's the bully, like 50 of the younger little kids will all surround this kid and be like, hey, you are destroying, we're taking care of this yard, you got to make sure to keep it clean. And they won't let him go anywhere, and they'll force him to like clean the damn thing up. And that's the Japanese, they always take responsibility for each other. So, but the other gentleman, and that's the thing, if you work for the Japanese company, that's why they're always breathing down each other's necks, because they have so much, they expect too much from each other, you know, that's what it is. They expect so much from one another, they really exhaust each other.
No, I get it. I mean, for me, so like the possible job role that I might be able to have would be working for a major video game company, doing like their scoring, so like writing for them, and it's like AAA games, like major games. So honestly, tons of money behind it. Like, you know, I'm excited for that. But the thing is that the lifestyle. But the lifestyle stuff is what I care about. So like, for example, I have a 1-year-old daughter, right? I don't want her to grow up. She's white as fuck. She's like she looks like a white sheep. Okay, it's like I love her to death, but like I would worry maybe about her like growing up in a situation where she's like an outsider, right? So I'm like trying to figure out. Yeah, she will be. Yeah, it's inevitable, right? So it's like, what do I do in that situation? Well, I've been told by this guy, there's a lot of international schools that have, but the problem with the international schools, which I've been told, is that with the education, because I care about the actual education of her, right? I want her to actually learn stuff.
There's two systems.
Well, but some of the schools, what they do is they know the kids are only going to be there for a year, so they don't actually have like high demands on them. Versus, there's like a bunch of schools where they actually put them through, like, you're going to learn Japanese, you're going to, become
it depends on the
country.
It depends on the school. And then there's some schools they prepare the kids to go into the Japanese education system. And then
they were saying that.
Yeah, but in Colombia, but here, this is the reason you have to choose one or the other. Because if you want your daughter, if you plan on, look, you'll know when you get there if you really like it. This is actually what I used to do for work in Japan. So you have to choose, like, if your daughter's gonna stay, you guys like the culture, you're gonna stay there for years, and you're gonna like buy a house for $5,000 and fix it up, and like there's a lot of good things about Japan. If you want your daughter to
we're gonna buy a brand new house.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. Yeah.
If you actually like the culture, then you do want to like push her so that she can end up going to university in Japan and in the United States or Canada. So a good one is like Columbia College, where once she graduates from school, she'll get her Canadian high school diploma, if you want to do that. But if you want her to...
She's in the UK though, so that's the problem.
Yeah. But if you want her to... Yeah, if you want her to be able to get into a quote-unquote regular Japanese university, then she has to memorize like 4,000, 3,000, 4,000 Chinese characters kanji, right? So that's a different system. And then she'll have to go to a different kind of international school where they force her towards the Japanese system. So eventually you will have to choose. But she's young, so you got time. And by the time you have to make that choice, you'll know if you want to stay in Japan forever or not. So.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, well, I'm hoping for the US, but like if I end up in Japan, I'm happy. Like, I'm cool either way. Because I really love Japanese culture. I've never been to Japan, but I've traveled around there. I used to live in India. I spent like a lot of time in China. Again,
Tokyo's great.
US. Yeah,
it's exciting. It's exciting, but it's super orderly. But here's the thing. Like, a lot of people don't like being an outsider, but then a lot of people like being the outsider. I never really minded being an outsider. I was like, fuck, whatever, I don't care. Yeah, I'm in Japan, I'm an outsider.
Yeah, no, that shit doesn't bother me at all. Like, what I want, like, the most important thing for me now, being a parent to a daughter, is making sure that she grows up in an environment that's good for her, right? So, the U.S. to me feels like the best environment for her to grow up in, to be honest.
That's what you value.
And where in the U.S. would you end up?
I mean, there's a lot of places that I really like in the U.S. So I used to tour with bands around the U.S., but I've also just gone to the U.S. a lot. I have a ton of friends around the U.S. Texas is probably like my first state, but I really like Georgia. I know that you guys are gonna boo me on this, but I really like California. There's certain parts of California that I fucking love. No, I love California. I just love California. I think it's fucking gorgeous area.
California is the prettiest state in the whole nation, so I mean that's a given.
Oregon. I like parts of like.
I'm from Seattle. California's way best.
No, I'm not talking about.
I would want to live in like a more southern state though.
Like snow, Northwest snow rainings all day. Like.
I also like my house. I lived in Snoqualmie. It was my last house.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
But it doesn't have a redwood forest. California has so much diversity.
California is
the amazing
the most amazing state. California is like the most amazing state.
Washington's very one-dimensional. Like Snoqualmie, North Bend, it's beautiful, but it's what it is. It's one thing. It's beautiful. It's one thing. Like it's just big. But California has so many different things.
Yeah, if you want to do that, just go to I could just go to fucking Canada. I don't want to go to Canada. I fucking don't like Canada. I'm Canadian. Don't want to live there.
Right.
I'm like gone with that country.
I don't understand. I'll be honest. I don't get the Texas thing. don't understand it. I don't
I don't
think it's
either.
pretty. It drive for fucking ever to go anywhere else.
I don't get it
North
either.
Georgia,
I love driving. I love driving. I love
But
driving.
it's ugly. You're driving through ugly.
It's ugly.
We are.
No, it's not. It's not.
I agree.
Yes, it
I
is.
love deserts. I fucking love deserts.
Yeah, but it's so
Deserts are my jam.
one-dimensional. Georgia has trees, and you can get up in the Blue Ridge Forest or
I
mountains.
like Georgia a lot. No,
And
I'm a
also,
huge fan of Georgia.
Georgia is like so close to everything. Like you can get New Orleans or
Savannah is one of my
Orlando.
favorite towns. Yeah, Savannah is like one of my favorite towns.
I don't get people who pick Texas over Georgia. I don't understand. MG, where's MG?
We live in North Georgia. Here's why I like North Georgia. Yeah, North Georgia. West Virginia, by the way, I think is stunning. The problem with West Virginia, you don't have really an easy. Well, there's not a great airport. There's not a great airport to get out of. Whereas North Georgia, we have Atlanta Airport, super easy to get out of. We can drive to so many different places for weekend, warrior getaways. We have Chattanooga, Greenville. There's some, good regional. It's so, like North Georgia is the perfect place if you like to travel. I feel like it's easy to get out.
A lot of different. Yeah, you can go 6 hours any direction and have a completely different experience.
No, I get it. I like Texas. I like the desert. Do you know what? Also, I like Houston. I don't like Austin.
Hold on, Jorge. What are you saying?
What do you consider to live in Texas? What is the advantages to be in Texas?
Yeah. Why do you want to live in Texas? What do you like?
Okay, so first off, there's a major music scene that's building in Texas right now. So I think it's, what is it called? Like Fort something. I can't remember the name right now.
I don't know.
Why isn't Nashville on your list?
Nashville's just you know what the thing about Nashville is that Nashville's oversaturated with artists. Everybody's trying to make it in Nashville, and there's like I've already kind of made it. Like I have my whole clientele base, so I'm not really like worried about that. Oh, sorry, it's not Fort Lauderdale. It's San Antonio has a huge music scene building right now that I think could be really good. But I actually really like the desert.
Go to Georgia.
I mean, I like Georgia a lot too. There's a very good music scene in Georgia.
The thing about it is they're both hot as fuck, but Texas is hot as fuck. Texas is so fucking hot.
I like heat, man. I'm a heat person.
Tokyo's fucking hot as a motherfucker and humid, dude. It's humid as a motherfucker too. It'll be like 100 degrees and 90% humidity. If you like that, there you go.
Tokyo.
But you should go to Tokyo just to experience that city alone. Like it's 48 million people.
I'm going out for some meetings. I will be going out for some meetings with some people out there. And it will be my first time in Tokyo. They're gonna show me around. And
when are you going?
I'm excited for it.
When are you going?
We're trying to figure this all out right now. This is all in like the very early stages, but
living there would never feel normal. It would feel like you're in an amusement park the entire time you're there. You'll never fully adjust.
Look, I love Dragon Ball Z, but like what I love about Dragon Ball Z is when they like portray a city, that's like what Tokyo looks like. And I fucking love that. No, I'm just joking. Honestly, I am a huge fan of like Japanese culture. I believe it or not, even though I come across as a massive asshole on this app, I'm very respectful of people.
No, not you. No, you're not like that at all.
No. Well, yeah. No, I think I would actually do very well in Japan. And you know what? My wife, Sarah, like she wants to do it too. She wants Japan. She's rooting for Japan. I'm rooting for America.
Super safe.
And do you want to work as a developer, designer, or something like that, of games?
No, I work in the music industry, and I produce like a lot of music for people. But like, I would be doing like more of the music stuff, but I actually want to get into the sound effects department. So like, I want to be making sounds for video games because God, that's like so the person that I'm in talks with is a senior person in that role at the company that I can't tell you right now. So that's what I'm working on.
Yeah. I
have a guess.
Yeah, I wouldn't compare the money. Like if you got paid less in Japan or more in America, it's like a different way of living. So it's really hard to compare just cash. I mean, if the salaries are about the same, your money's going to go fucking way farther.
No, my salary is amazing. No, the salary is amazing. I'm not worried about the salary.
Oh.
No, I'm not worried about the payment.
All you need in Tokyo, like to live at upper end, you need like $5,000 a month to even like support a family.
I'm looking at houses to buy right now.
Yeah.
I mean the same thing in the U.S. right now, but the thing about the U.S. is that it's so all over the place, and there's so many studios with this company that like. So if I do get like put in Nashville, I don't want to necessarily live in Nashville. I want to live like remotely and come in to work like hour drive. There's
a lot of great communities around Nashville that are phenomenal.
No, I mean I have a ton of friends in Nashville, but that being said, I don't really want to be a part of like the national music scene or anything like that. I'd rather like keep that separate, if that makes sense.
And the taxes there are great.
Yeah, I heard it's pretty sweet. Not gonna lie.
Georgia might be getting rid of state tax.
Georgia is. I just didn't say that.
Trying to get rid of it. That'd be a huge deal to get rid of it.
If this company operates in Georgia, do you know what Georgia's? I think, like one of my favorite states.
The thing about Georgia,
I love Atlanta too.
Georgia has beautiful seasons. Like Georgia has beautiful seasons, and Atlanta is an incredible city. I think it's one of the.
Yeah, I think Atlanta's great. I love Atlanta. Like honestly, I've always had such a great time there. Yeah.
But Georgia has such beautiful weather. Like we get like 6 to 8 months of flawless, gorgeous weather in the spring and fall, and then the summer sucks for like 3 months, and then the winter sometimes is super cold. Sometimes it's not. But it's like 2 or 3 months. I love how
weather's better anywhere than Canada or England.
Yeah, well, that place, fuck yeah, the weather's horrible.
Yeah, well, I live in England, and this place is a fucking shithole. And it's not even because of the weather. It's because of the fucking politics. This government is like fucking insane over here.
You're in England. You're in Europe right now, right?
Yeah.
So it is what time? 2 in the morning?
No, it's 12:55. It's not even that late. I'm just bouncing.
1 in the morning. Wow, you got a lot of energy for 1 in the morning.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, well, I mean, I always have this energy. It never stops.
I think Mike knows what I meant, but yeah, all good.
Wait, do you think that I'm doing cocaine right now?
You're a little loquacious at the moment. I don't know if it's you're just amped up about the job or coffee, but yeah, all good.
Clearly, you don't have a 9 to 5 to drive to every day.
Yeah, exactly.
And is your wife Canadian or English?
No, she's South African.
Jorge, you said you're from Mexico. Interesting story. When I was in Japan, actually, like I mentioned, I was a journalist. One of the stories I did was a murder trial for some Marines. They were Mexican Marines, so U.S. Marines, who were Mexican, who were in Japan, and they had a Mexican gang called La Familia, and they were on Iwakuni, which is a small air station, about 1,300 people. And this gang of like 6 guys would go out into local Japanese towns, and they would rob people. They would hit them over the head with bricks, take their purses if they were women, or their wallets or whatever.
Sure, the Japanese love that.
Oh my God, yeah. Sure. Well, I was also there, Matthew, for the Okinawan rape thing, which was horrendous in the early '90s when they wanted the whole the country to leave. I covered that trial too, and that was freaking brutal.
I'm surprised they didn't kick out. The Japanese they don't take well to that shit, right?
Yeah,
as good as they could.
So these guys were going out in town committing crimes, and then Naval Investigative Division, NID, which is like CSI basically. It's like the FBI of the military. They were on to these guys, right?
They were like a Yakuza or something like that.
No, they were called La Familia, and they were a Mexican gang out in town, Like they were on base. They were U.S. Marines, full active duty Marines, and they were committing crimes. And so, but they were being investigated by the military FBI called CID, and CID was onto them. And so one of them was an undercover informant. He was reporting to CID about what the other guys were doing. And so they murdered him. They took him to our E Club, which is this little really small place, and they stabbed him to death. And they threw him in a like a drainage ditch, a water ditch thing. And then we found his body, and then they had a trial for them in Okinawa. So I had to fly down, and I went to their murder trial, and they all got life sentences with no parole. But that way you're talking about, Matthew, the crimes, yeah, the Americans were out there doing that shit. And I was there also for the other one when the Marines rented a car and went and picked up an Okinawan teenager, and it was mostly Navy guys, one Marine, I think, and raped her and then dropped her off after they did. And that was a huge fucking deal, too.
Everybody working in Japan who I've talked to has said, whatever you do, don't move to Okinawa.
Okinawa's shit. Okinawa's shitty. It's not like Japan. There's too many service members. There's 70,000 service members. It's all like the kind of clubs you think of when you think of like military like clubs off base with girls that are like performer girls and prostitutes and things like that. It's not real Japan. Like Iwakuni, where I was on mainland, is a real Japan. It was like in the countryside.
I want to live early again, and I would love.
This was rural Japan, yeah, with rice paddies behind each house and stuff like that.
Dude, I just want a farmhouse, and like just live on the farmhouse. Honestly, that's like my dream. Like it'd be like an hour and even 45 minutes, like away from Tokyo, and that's my work. I go there, and I have to drive down.
Well, you wouldn't drive. You would take the train. I have the train system.
I do recommend my old neighborhood. Yeah, I recommend my old neighborhood. It's called Shakuji Koen. ShakujiKoen. Shakuji is Shakuji Park, and it's a little lake area. And you get on the train. It's just fucking. Man, it's like it's very close to Ikebukuro.
I was thinking of like that I should move to Machida, like northwest Machida.
Right, there's a big American school there, I think, right? Machida.
Oh, is there? Okay, I didn't know that, but like I don't know. That's there.
Well, every place you have to go and see the city yourself because it's like there's so. What would I say?
I know.
Yeah, it's
so
just
different.
Yeah,
like it's crazy. Yeah.
Matthew, did you used to go to clubs in Roppongi when you were there? Did you just?
I'm not a Roppongi kind of guy, dude. Honestly, like when I was living there, I had like one other foreign friend. I was like with all Japanese people all of the time.
Oh, dude, I spent so much time in Roppongi. It was all foreigners, you're right. Though. It was all people from all over the world all the time.
Yeah.
Wait, Michael, you speak Japanese?
I took 3 years. I took 3 years in high school and lived there 2 years, so I can write hiragana, katakana, and I was pretty fluent when I was there. But it's been 25 years, so not as much anymore. I can still talk a little bit.
I'm guessing, Matthew, you probably speak like pretty fluent Japanese.
Yeah, I lived there for a decade in Tokyo.
Did you get fluent, Matthew?
No.
Yeah, I never did either. I was fluent enough to like live out in town and have an apartment at one point and like have a rent and deal with my landlord, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's
Mike, excuse me, I only know two words. Watashi yoji desu.
What is it?
Watashi yoji desu.
Yes, my name. I am George. I'm Georgie.
Yeah.
Watashi was basics. Like that's easy. It's more like you ripped me off, motherfucker. Like give me.
You're not gonna. You don't even trust me. You'll never use that phrase in Japan.
Here's what you gotta say. Well, you're single, so you don't have to say what I had to say. I had like Hagami ga kirei mo natsumo, which is like your eyes. The fireworks are beautiful, but your eyes are more beautiful. Stupid shit like that. Because girls would laugh. You can be. That's the thing about Japanese girls is you can be cheesy as fuck.
and they love it. They love cheese.
Wait, what?
They love cheese.
Mike, do they all cover their mouths when they laugh?
Yes, they do. They all cover their mouths. Well, that's because they got jacked up teeth half the time anyway. We saw this joke. It's just cultural. I know, but they do have jacked up teeth a lot. Sometimes they're just smoking hot and then they have crooked teeth, which doesn't bother me. I actually like crooked teeth on girls, strangely. I'm actually kind of.
It gives a little texture to the blowjob ceremony.
Shakuhachi. That's why when you said that's what blowjob is in Japanese. Shakuhachi. When you said you were from Shakuhachi or whatever you said, I was like, that sounds like blowjob. Shakuhachi.
No. Wait, yeah, it's for a blowjob?
Shakuhachi. Which is a flute. So it's basically playing the flute is basically the analogy.
Yes, I know what the instrument is, so I'm like surprised by it.
Oh yeah, that's slang for blowjob. Yeah.
Fucking hell. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you know what shakuhachi instrument is interesting. I didn't know that part. I only knew that it was named after a flute of some kind. Because that's fun. It's like playing the flute. Because like you got the penis in front of you, and you got your hands on it like a flute.
Right now, but my cousin studied shakuhachi in Japan.
I've only known that word to mean blowjob, so that sounds really funny to me.
I know, he knows how to play it really well. Like he's like insanely good at it. So
I'd be afraid to say I studied shakuhachi in Japan. I'd be like, no.
Yeah, it's fucking weird, dude. It's a nice sounding flute too. It's like not even it's not like bagpipes. Like fucking Scotland where they have the bagpipes and shit.
Yeah.
No, this is like the softest flute to like ever exist. It's like really nice flute sounds.
Yeah, it's about 6 inches long, kind of fleshy.
Fucking hell. No, it's
4 inches long. I talked about this one time. The funny thing is,
that's weird, dude.
The funny thing is, in Japan they have these love hotels, which are places you take your girl to bang because they're really common. They're everywhere. They're like gas stations in the United States. They're fucking everywhere, and everybody uses them because they live with their parents till they're old enough to get their own place. So they basically, if they get girlfriend, boyfriend, they want to hook up, they go to these love hotels. And so what's cool about love hotels is you can just be chilling with a girl and you be like, want to go to a love hotel? And it's really obvious what's going to go down if they say yes. So it's real nice and easy. Got rid of all the game playing basically. And then girls usually pay for them, which was always a good deal too. But the reason I was telling you this, why was I telling you this for the girl? Because inside them they had condoms, right? They always had on the tables. And because I was a Marine on base, we had Trojans, regular American condoms. And so we would have our own condoms, and then we'd get the little free condoms at the place, and we'd open them up and hold them side by side. And they were totally different sizes. The Japanese ones are half the size of the American Trojans, which was super funny.
That's awkward.
So that's when I knew it was real. That's when I knew and we always knew that the stereotypes are real because you could literally see the difference. It was hysterical.
I mean, honestly, I'm not worried about that part if it's to Japan.
Well, you're married, but you're gonna miss out on all that fun. You're gonna miss all that shit.
I'm not worried. I'm not fucking this marriage up, dude. This is gonna be the marriage. So.
I admit you'll be missing a major part of what makes Japan great, but fair enough.
Yeah. No, I get it. But but what I care more about, with Japan, is the high trust part. I think that's fucking great. The other thing that I'm worried about is my daughter having a fucking deal with some racist ass little piece of shit little kids,
They won't be racist like that. I mean, if
I'm
they're racist,
I'm gonna have to go T-Robs on their ass.
Listen, other than them literally not letting you into places if you're American or foreign, which they do, they have signs up to say no American gene, no guy gene, whatever.
That's fair.
Other than that, they're never going to be
racist. Who just gave me the fucking side eye? Someone in this room just gave me a side eye saying I'm gonna go T-Robs on little kids' ass. Wait, the reason being that T-Robs punched his niece in the face.
What's T-Robs? Who's T-Robs? Is that dude here in the class?
Tim. Oh. The fucking Irish guy. Do you know about this guy?
What I was gonna say is I can't see Japanese kids acting weird to your daughter. If anything, they're gonna think she's cool. They really.
Okay, so
they're not gonna.
Well, I'm talking to you about possibly doing the move. They told me that the best thing to do is if you want your child to like actually learn like Japanese, put her into a public school, and the public schooling is really, really good. But on top of it, she's gonna have to learn Japanese. Which I was like, yeah, that sounds great. And then they were like, but they might be racist towards her.
I don't know about being in public schools racist. I mean, maybe they are. I don't know. The way I felt, it was like either Japanese people like fuck with Americans and they're cool, or they just completely ignore you and they won't even make eye contact ever. Like they either completely live without even remotely considering talking to or knowing an American, or they love America and they're all about it and they love you. Like they're one or the other. Like there's not a lot in between. That's what I felt like.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, I'm worried about. I mean, I'm Canadian, so like they'll probably be friendlier to me than the Americans. But like, I don't know. Like with that being said, it's just like, yeah, like what Matthew was saying when he was still in the room. Like being an other is sort of, you gotta just get used to that, right? I've always like lived in I've been in America, I've been in Canada, I've been in the UK, you know? So like have to get used to a totally different culture. So it'll take time, it's fun though.
I mean, it's not likely you're going to go there and decide to live there the rest of your life. It's not like that. I mean, there are few people do, but that's not likely the case. It would more than likely be just an experience that lasts a few years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping like 10 years there. I would love to live. That's a long like fucking time. Dude, I'm very patient. I like to like do the slow burn. Okay. Yeah. So it's like I want to get to know a place. I mean, I moved to the UK, and the second that I moved here, like this place turned into a shithole. And I feel like I kind of curse this place, to be honest. This place is fucking crazy. But with that being said,
definitely talk a lot of shit about that place. I don't think it's as bad as you. I mean, I haven't been there. I'm just guessing it can't be as bad as you say. That sounds horrendous.
I actually think it's worse.
Yeah, it's worse. Watch a Charlie Beach video.
It's worse. It's worse than what you say.
Have you ever watched Charlie Beach?
Yeah, I know who Charlie is. Yeah.
Charlie.
No, I would say that what I say about the UK, the reality, because I actually feel like I can't actually tell the truth because I might get arrested, literally, because there's no free speech in this country. This country's worse than Russia at this point.
It's crazy, dude. What can't you say free speech wise?
You can't say, hey, this is bullshit that we're letting all these North African crazy jihadis.
What happens if you do?
Stab people? They'll show up to your house and arrest you.
No, they show up to your house and arrest you. Yeah.
You get arrested for saying?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, okay, I'll give you an example. Praying on the streets. There was literally a lady who was a Christian lady was told that Christians are no longer to stand out on the street and pray, but Muslims can do their prayers. But this Christian lady started reading from the Bible, and then she started praying, and they showed up and put her in handcuffs and took her.
Oh, he's right. Yeah.
6 months.
Yeah. She got arrested for it. But this is actually becoming the norm. Is that there have been people that have been like
prayer rags out.
So there have been like Christian street preachers and stuff like that have like gone out, and they've just been like talking about the Bible, or they've just been talking about like, I don't know, things on the street. They're not harassing anyone. Yeah, no.
The black Canadian guy where he showed up and he said, in the Bible, one of the gay guys came up to him. Some gay couple came up and they were like, what do you think about homosexuality? And he's like, well, I know how your all's laws are here. I'm not going to say anything negative about homosexuality. He's like, I'll just tell you what the Bible says. And then he literally reads in the Bible what it says about homosexuality. And like 20 minutes later, the police show up and arrest him and deported him out of Canada.
Yeah. No. This is what's going on in the UK, man. It's fucking crazy. Honestly, I can't tell you the honest truth, because if I tell you the honest truth, I could get arrested. Yeah.
I had no idea it was like that.
Germany does it for Facebook posts. If you say, "Oh my God, this is so terrible," look at these rape gangs and
so does
show up and take away your computer.
The UK in Europe is the worst country for this shit. So check this out. Russia arrests 3,000 people a year for social media posts, and you would think, well, one person, that's crazy. 3,000, that's crazy. Do you want to know the number of people that are arrested in the UK? No, it's 12,000, and that has been going on for half a decade now.
Wait, that's 4 times higher than the Communist Russian Federation. Wow.
Yes.
And the Communist Russian Federation is like 10 times.
You can look it up. You can look it up. This is all facts. Look it up. Like, I'm not fucking with you. 12,000 people are getting arrested a year for social media posts that largely are to do with, like, fucking religion and Christianity.
Oh, dude, that's funny. Charlie Beach walks around and he's like, oh my God. He's like, would you think this is Manchester? Or he's like, would you think this is Manchester? Or would you think it's Kabul, Afghanistan?
It's happening in Russia or what part of the globe?
No, Russia, nothing like what's going on in the UK, dude. That's the thing. It's so much worse.
Jorge, are you asking if Kabul, where Kabul is?
Yeah, it's in Afghanistan.
It's Afghanistan.
Kabul.
It's in UK and then it's in UK. United.
I get what he's saying. He's saying Kabul is now in UK.
This is why it's a difficult like conversation. Like earlier, what we were trying to talk about, I couldn't really compare the UK to the US because the US still has like free speech laws. The UK, that's completely gone.
It makes me realize that we are totally complacent about what we have. Like, we have no idea how lucky we are, it sounds like, because we completely beat the shit out of ourselves, and it sounds like we have a pretty good thing going still.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have the Constitution. People can't fuck with it. Honestly.
Yeah, that was our second.
You want to move to Texas? Move to Texas, even.
I know. That's what I want to do, man.
There's plenty of penises here you can suck to. And no. You would just realize he was rich.
No, I knew you were rich from the beginning. So.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, dude. Honestly, the UK is. It's gonna take like at least a decade to get away from the damage that they've caused themselves.
Mike, I'll look up the video for Charlie Beach and you should watch it.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
You should watch Charlie Beach because that guy, what he does, he's like a big guy too. So he's like what, 6'4", like my height.
Yeah, and basically, people go around. So he's like known in Manchester, and he just goes around, and like people just fucking come up and attack him because they hate him. He doesn't do anything. Like, he talks with, like, he's not racist or anything. Like, he just doesn't agree with degeneracy in his fucking town. And then people come up, and then they fucking get mad at him, and then he just, like, drop kicks them because he's legally allowed to do that to defend himself. And then the police arrest the fucking pieces of shit. That's, like, what he does. It's actually hilarious. He's, like,
They started finally cracking down on the Palestinians. Anybody that supports Palestine, ultimately, they arrest them. And the reason being is there's a group called the Palestinian, I can't remember what they're called, but the Palestinian...
Palestine Action. I know.
Yeah, Palestine Action. And a bunch of them went and attacked some of the British Royal Navy's fighter jets and shit.
Yeah, they spray painted the fucking... They spray painted the engines of the fighter jets. It's like the most retarded thing I've ever seen in my life.
So they deemed them a terrorist group.
Yeah, so they're terrorists now. And but most of the Palestine Action people are like literally 70-year-old like fucking socialists. That's what they are. So like they're not doing any damage. Like so they're arresting like fucking 70-year-old people that are in wheelchairs.
Yeah, everybody in the audience and everybody in the stage, click on the video in the chat. That's Charlie Beach. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, no, Charlie Beach is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. He's
Schrodinger's dad. He went Schrodinger's cat. He's like, oh, we got another Schrodinger's cat, homeless person. Are they dead or are they alive? No one will know. We'll have to go and try to see if they're alive or not.
I mean, Charlie, he's coming from a good place because he's literally worried about the country, right? So he's like going around and he's just documenting walking through the city being the most hated person by like the biggest degenerates. And literally,
I knew it wasn't that bad until I watched this video. And I was like,
Oh, no, it's
all the burkas and shit. It's terrible.
No, honestly, the UK is like not like honestly, this country is gonna take at least 10. If the English rise up and do their thing, it's gonna take like 10 years of like healing to get back to like moving on the right path. And the right path, I mean, is just like,
what are they gonna do about it? They're gonna get birthed out. I mean, there's gonna be no violent revolution. So what the fuck are you gonna do about it? Well, the same thing here in America. When you got a social security number and you're a citizen, there's no reverse migration. They're here. They're not going anywhere.
I mean,
U.S. citizens.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying deport them. I'm not saying deport anyone.
So what the fuck are you saying?
He's saying that you're gonna have to round them up and do like they did with the Jews with Hitler. But
no, I'm not saying that.
I mean, that's what they're gonna have to do.
That's putting words in my mouth. I would never do that. That's fucking wrong.
I would just like to say Hitler killed the wrong people. That's all. You can't.
Honestly,
I know.
I can't fucking. I will get arrested.
Texas is passing an anti-Sharia law.
John,
I mean, that's illegal though. They can't pass that. They won't pass.
Yeah, we can.
Never say never.
This is Texas, bro.
Oh, you'll find out. It's not gonna go well, honestly. Yeah, no. Honestly though, no. John Kitover. I mean, shouldn't you be a man with solutions? You're running for Congress, right?
Yeah, but when I see all these Muslims committing crimes all around the United States, I just saw this like Kabul-looking motherfucker who went into some school and the police arrested him. It's like, where the fuck did all these people come from? And I know we got stormed during Joe Biden. I mean, do you remember the airport drop-offs and the countless tens of thousands that were coming through our airports here in
Yeah,
Chicago?
I remember watching videos of people even just like documenting people passing through and being like, where the fuck are you taking these people? I mean, did you guys hear about like the traffic children, for example? Like the border traffic children.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard anything about that?
I don't know. I think Marco Rubio is.
Come on, get on top of the fucking news.
Well, I can't say anything, Ewan, or Serendipity will kick me from the room like she did last time.
Rich, I only kick you from the room when you make trouble.
I didn't make trouble earlier.
Then I didn't kick you.
I was just trying to feel it out, figure out if you kick me.
Oh,
Rich is being nice for now.
Yeah.
I won't only kick you if you're problematic.
Or if I say anything bad about your leader.
I don't have a
Wait,
leader.
so
You want to talk about that later?
Rich. So did you hear that John Homan? So that's like the guy that's in charge of the border, right?
Yeah, I know he is.
They've recovered. This is fucked up.
Every time they cross the U.S. border, they commit a crime. That guy. Yeah.
Well, no. But they recovered 23,000 children who were sold into sex slavery.
I have a comment, but I'm gonna leave it alone because Serendipity will kick me.
Richard.
You know whose name I want to utter. You know whose name? He said sex trafficking. Okay, JB.
I don't kick you, Rich.
No, JB's.
Oh, okay, wait. You guys handle it. Do it. Let it out.
Oh, no.
Go.
She doesn't like JB either. So we're good on that one.
Pepe.
David, do you just say like the most nonsensical shit ever all the time? You just yelled out Pepe.
Yeah, he's a retard. Do you think there's
I'm saying, like, if you want to say that about JB, you might as well bring in Pepe because he's very anti-JB.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a difference between American Muslims and immigrant Muslims? Obviously, it's like a cultural thing.
Yeah, but you guys are starting to experience it, and I've seen it in Michigan and Texas. Yeah, it's the same thing that's going on in the UK now.
Wait, why don't you guys all move to Texas so we can make Texas better? Come on, John, come on down here.
Dude, if I move to Texas, I'm voting fucking Republican. I'm gonna go, like, I'm not gonna come in and be like, I don't like the, I I like the Democrats. Fuck, they're the best. No, I'm gonna like fucking. If I move to Texas, I'm gonna vote fucking proper Texas.
Well, my friend has a really nice house in Shiner Ranch outside of Austin, on Lake Austin, the river. It's beautiful. I mean, it's paradise down there.
Yeah. I mean,
and if all this shit that's trying to rob you and beat you up like they did that one time, John, you can shoot them. You can't do that in Chicago.
Wait, I was looking at this. I have yet to look at this, but what about a person that has a long-term visa? Can they get guns? Because I want guns.
A person who's a green card holder who can legally purchase a firearm and also conceal and open carry.
Yeah, that's good to know.
Yes, you can buy a firearm.
I mean, I had a bunch of guns in Canada. I loved having lots of guns. It was great.
When I got
but
I was gonna say, when I got robbed and beat, that was the only time I ever actually thought about like killing people or killing someone. I was like, should I do a drive-by and take these people out?
Oh no, Alex or Ewan, I'm sorry. Ewan, what's nice here in Texas is if you have more than 10 acres, it makes it really easy. You can fire weapons on your property. You can also hunt on your own property if it's over 10 acres. And for a $200 tax stamp and a federal background check, you can go and purchase full auto or select fire weapons.
Amazing.
Let's get away with doing all the, incredible things with all those amazing weapons.
Yeah, you can just get out over a certain amount. Texas is a really cool state because you only have to have 10 acres of fire weapons on your own property and also hunt.
10 acres isn't bad, man. I mean, my own property, that was 5 acres.
Here's the thing, Texas 10 acres, especially here in West Texas, is like 5 to 10 grand.
Yeah.
10 grand is like really nice property too. Like grass and everything, like really pretty.
Do they have lots of Adobe? Because I like Adobe architecture.
Yeah, West Texas they do.
My mom had a really nice Adobe house in Colorado, but it was like far away from the main road. But holy shit!
Wait, why would you do Adobe in Colorado?
I don't know. Whoever the home builder was, they did this home Adobe.
That's crazy.
It was my mom's house. I think let's say it was like 300,000 or something. Down the street, there was new construction for, I think, the same price or maybe even less. I'm just like,
well, also, it's really only the northern part of Colorado, like the northern central part of Colorado, that's really mountainous. You get into southern Colorado and it's like flat plains and stuff. It's kind of cowboy country.
There are homeless people and vagrants in all of these towns. I went to Bloomington, Illinois, and it's like the ghetto. I mean, it's a college town, but yet it has ghettos. And it's just like, holy shit, like no matter where you go in America, just any old lazy old town, there's always going to be homeless. There's always going to be, gangbanger ghettos. And it's
Dude, northern Kentucky, where I'm from, like near like the Indiana side and stuff like that, like Hebron, Kentucky, you get into those small towns, there's like no homeless people. It's beautiful. Like 360 people, just small little quaint town, 20 minutes outside of a town with 150,000. 40 minutes outside of Cincinnati. And yeah, like where I grew up in northern Kentucky, there's zero homeless people. There's zero crime. Like nobody locks their doors and shit. It's beautiful.
One of my favorite places to live in was Louisville. I love Louisville.
Louisville's a little sketchy.
I lived in Prospect.
Oh yeah. That's different. But like where I grew up, you have a convenience store with no gas pump. You have a church, fully volunteer firehouse, and a K grade school. And that's it. And
volunteer firefighters.
So amazing. Yeah, volunteer firefighters and EMS. Yeah. And the police are all county. The law enforcement are all county, so they just come from the next neighboring town, like 15 minutes away. So you just shoot somebody if they come to your house, but it never happens. Like I don't think there's been a murder, like an actual legit murder, outside of like maybe a husband or wife killing each other or something. But like in like 20 years, it's not existent. Like there's no crime whatsoever.
and nobody locks their doors. You just walk up and walk into somebody's house and say hi. Everybody knows each other.
Yeah, that's like literally the life that I want to live. I don't want to fucking.
Well, you need to go to like Rabbit Hash, Kentucky. Look up Rabbit Hash, Kentucky.
Man, I just want guns. I miss my guns. I actually legit. It's so weird. I had so many guns, and I had to get rid of them moving to the UK. I couldn't bring them here, obviously. Dude, I miss my guns. I fucking had.
What I was gonna say is, move out to West Texas and get yourself a house out like some freaking cotton fields and shit like that, like an old Mennonite house. You'll never experience crime.
The Mennonites don't grow up.
Oh, they're amazing. They're the nicest, sweetest. Like they do a little bit of drinking and a little bit of cigarette smoking and stuff, but outside of that, they don't commit crimes. Like these towns. Yeah. The only people that commit crimes in those areas and stuff like that are the Hispanic population.
I lived in Canada around the Mennonites, and they were like the sickest people. They would just sell me my veggies.
They're like
I grew my own veggies. Yeah, I grew my own veggies. I was friends with one Mennonite group that like did butchery, like they had their own butcher fucking weird thing where they did it in their garage. And they would give me like a whole cow, and I would just fucking eat steaks for like months.
Yeah, they'll usually have like a car, and then they won't have TV. They won't have like a computer or anything like that, but they'll have like flip phones or even sometimes smartphones, but they'll have them like restricted. Where like the only thing they can look up is like, oh, I need to get like a new compound thing or something. I need to order it. They'll go online and do that, but everything's like usually restricted, and you give like the parental control access to either like your wife or like your neighbor or your friend, and then they're the ones that can control like your phone and monitor it. And even if you're like trying to search like Pornhub and stuff like that, then they can come and talk to you and be like, yo, like, why are you trying to look up Pornhub, dude? What's going on? And but so that's like their way that they can have phones. But they usually drive like kind of non-flashy cars. They're usually like big F-250s or like Ford Expeditions because they get a bunch of kids.
Dude, where I used to live, they used to do the horse and buggy, man. Like straight up.
Oh yeah,
those
are like old order stuff.
It was something crazy.
But yeah, Mennonites will usually drive like pickup trucks and SUVs.
Yeah, no, they're cool. I like them. They're great people. The food is good.
Oh yeah, food's amazing. Super devout Christians. They don't believe in war. They don't believe in. Usually don't even know guns. A lot of them are pacifists. So.
Yeah, I like those people. Miss them. You know what? There's none of those fuckers in the UK too. I miss that.
Go to West Texas, man. They're everywhere.
Dude, I'll go to Texas. I'm down. I mean, you know what? It's for me. It's either Japan or Texas.
Yeah, but don't have to Austin or Dallas or that shit.
No. Okay.
Go anywhere. Go to like
Houston is on that. Houston, I like San Antonio, and I like El Paso.
El Paso, if you're gonna do any, would be like the best if you want like more like. I mean, it's a
look, man. I'm not gonna lie. I don't do any drugs now, but I am kind of thinking about getting into a meth habit if I move to El Paso. Okay.
Honestly, El Paso is pretty safe, and I would rather honestly live around Hispanics than.
I know it's like one of the most dangerous cities on the other side, and fucking El Paso is just surrounded by cops.
Yeah, if you want to go somewhere that's really wholesome, you can get land for like dirt cheap, houses for dirt cheap. A lot of Mennonites, extremely low population, crime rates and stuff like that. Go to Seminole, Texas.
Right.
It's just beautiful out there.
I mean, I'm kind of stuck in the music industry, so San Antonio has a massive music industry that's like building up right now. That's kind of
like
why.
Lubbock's like the hub city, and it's got like all kinds of like artists to go there. So
I don't know. I have like a million people asking me to like go to Nashville. They're like, go to Nashville, and I'm like, fuck off. I don't want to go to Nashville. I want to live in an actual cool city. Nashville fucking sucks.
I've lived in Kentucky, Ohio, Connecticut, Georgia, Florida, Texas, New Mexico, Hong Kong, Singapore, and the Philippines. And by far, Texas is my favorite place.
Yes, I agree.
Especially West Texas.
We're on the same page. I think
everybody's conservative here. You'll find like 95% of the population is super hard conservative Christian, and the other 5% are, they're progressive and liberal and stuff, but at the same time, they're not like anti-Antifa people. So like, they're like, yeah, like I don't like Trump and that, the orange man and all that kind of shit, but they're still like, they own guns, they're still kind of like conservative. They're more moderates.
Oh, honestly, I fucking love that way of life. I mean, dude, I used to, in Canada, like all my neighbors, I used to live in like farmland, like 2 hours outside of Toronto. And we just had this small community. I was like friends with everybody. We had the best life. And every spring after all the snow melted, what we would do is we would go out, we'd have all of our guns cleaned, and we'd go out and we'd do a shootout, and we'd bring all our guns, and we would just do like disc throwing and just shooting shit down like the fucking lake.
Keep shooting, yeah.
Yeah, and dude, it was like the most fun. We would just have a 2 for a beer, we would just drink beer and fucking shoot shit. And honestly, it's so much fucking fun.
I'm in a city of about 1/3 million, quarter to 1/3 million, and there's probably 20 to 30 different places you can go shoot guns here. And there's probably 20 to 30 different places you can go buy guns. I mean, it's so gun-centric. Everybody has a gun. The little ladies, 90-year-old women are packing around, 1911s and shit in their purses.
Yeah, no, I fucking love it. Honestly, I fucking love guns.
I meet old ladies out here in West Texas, and I'll mention something about firearms, and I'm like, she's a little older. She's like, oh, I got a bunch of guns. Wait, what? I love this place.
I mean, I agree with Sacha Baron Cohen when it comes to this. I think that babies should have guns.
Yeah.
Start early, Yeah, honestly, I mean, that's pretty retarded. But like, Texas, top of my list for places to move. Fucking love it.
Yeah, fuck Japan, move to Texas.
Did you see the Robert F. Kennedy list of restrictions that they're like putting in place for more trans surgeries?
Well, I mean, you guys are actually just catching up to the UK. So weirdly enough, okay, so the UK is the most retarded country on the planet, and I happen to fucking move here. So I'm living in the most retarded country in the world. No, literally, I'm not joking with you. It's the most retarded country.
Wait. You said the word retarded. You might get a prison for that.
I might actually, yeah, like legit. I'm not even fucking with you. But the thing that they just, so the Supreme Court just
ruled to get away with not going to prison, just say Allahu Akbar real quick, and then they will take it.
No, I just have to tell them that I sucked the dick, and then they let me.
Just say Allahu Akbar. Be like, Allahu Akbar. And then they'll be like, he can say retarded faggot all he wants.
When you suck that dick, did you suck it to completion, or did you just like take a taste?
No, do you know what? Ask T-Rubs. That's the best person to ask, because he's an expert on my dick now. He studied it. He studied it to the millimeter.
Oh, no, BB. John, have you heard the audio of BB?
Which one?
The one about the tranny talking about how John wants to marry the tranny and shit. She's like,
it's not him. I've heard that. It's not him.
Oh,
that's him. No, that's him.
No, it sounds like him because the guy's got a deep voice, but it's not him.
No, that's him.
Well, if you say so, I don't really care either way. I mean, fuck, I gotta.
I'm a Canadian. I can hear the Canadian accent. Also, on top of it, it has to do with Toronto and the conversation. And on top of it,
that doesn't excite me, does it?
No, it's literally fucking him, dude. Sorry, dude. You can't. Like, he said it was AI at first, and then switched it to it's not him. I mean, that's a losing fucking argument.
Oh, that's him chatting.
Yeah.
Well, I'll believe it when I hear it. Because I've already heard this.
Well, too bad. Well, do you know what? I'm kind of mad at you right now because you didn't record a fucking epic rip. You missed out on a really fucking good room last night.
Oh yeah.
I've got 25,000 videos up on YouTube. I don't know what my daily numbers are, but many videos just get no views whatsoever. So this can't be that epic. I mean,
Well, no, you missed out. Tim, you know Tim, the fucking Irishman.
Yeah, he owns JohnKitover.com. He's gonna be $1 million.
Yeah, so he talked about my penis for 3.5 hours last night.
Does it like make you excited when somebody talks about your penis on Clubhouse all night?
Honestly, I was a little bit, because he just wouldn't stop talking about it. He was obsessed with my dick. And I didn't really know how to take it, to be honest. But he wouldn't stop talking about my dick and my
Yeah,
mouth.
but you're a homosexual, so that should excite you.
I mean, it was ridiculous at this point.
He sucked one
So
day.
3.5 hours, and then he rage quit because we found out that he got really upset about this out of nowhere. We found out that he doesn't own his own home. His brother bought his home for him, essentially.
Okay, so
Very nice, yeah. I thought that was kind of a nice thing. But he got really upset about that and rage quit.
Well, he's your neighbor closest island. I mean, maybe you guys could do like a Clubhouse thing or something, You could talk about your penis in the flesh.
I think they more than that.
Well, I mean, Mike Moon's also bisexual, so you and him might have something in common.
Oh, really? Yeah, good for him.
You can donate to my campaign, even though
I'm not donating to your campaign. Sorry, bro.
Baby food, what's it? Put the baby on a diet. $5, that's it.
Yeah, no. It's not gonna happen. Yeah. Sorry, bro.
It's okay. I'm doing a fundraiser tomorrow with Jazzy. Rich, I hope you'll join us.
Oh yeah, Jazzy will love you up there.
Wait, legit though? Do you get along with Jazzy, or you guys fucking hate each other?
She hates me.
Yeah, okay.
We all hate each other. That's the reason why it'll be a big success.
Can you get Andrew Myers back? Because I think that would be
He really hates me. I recorded him drunk as hell one night, talking about 9/11 for a week.
Wait, they got drinks?
Yeah, it was pouring, so he got really fucked up, and he got my YouTube clipped because he's a bitch.
John, did you see that Jeff ran out of the room yesterday?
Well, yeah, I know, because he knows I'm recording him. He's such a bitch.
Yeah, he told that one guy, what's his name? Fucking green, whatever guy.
Green Living guy?
Yeah, Green Living.
Fucking
Robbie's like, Green Living, you gotta check it, do it. He's like, oh yeah, he's live right now. And then next thing you know, Green Living.
Actually, wait, I want this recorded, because I know that you're recording this, John Kitover. I love this. Seth made up complete lies about me last year, which is why I left the app. And I was so pissed off by it. Because people just blindly believe that guy. Well, it's not even that bad. He just said that I was the first time that I met him that I was anti-Semitic. It was fucking baby ass shit that anyone could read through. Yeah. I'm fucking pro-Zionist, fucking all over that shit. Yeah, no, he came up with this random fucking story out of nowhere that I basically, the first time that we met, was anti-Semitic towards him, where at the time he didn't even know that I was Jewish. I didn't know that he was Jewish. No one brought up Jewishness at all for years, and people fucking believed him, which is the most retarded part.
That's hard to believe that the Jews didn't bring up Jewishness for at least a year. It can't go more than an hour.
No, dude, this is 5 years ago. This is when the app was new.
Oh, okay. Where's the guy?
Seth, fucking Green Living guy. I don't really know that well. That guy's a fucking retard.
a check or cash. I haven't opened the envelope yet, but I assume it's somebody from Clubhouse that has my address. But yeah, Rafi, good for you. They regularly make death threats against me. They say my home address out loud. So that's why I record them, because it's like, okay, you hate me? Well, now I really want to record you, because they're not really talking about anything. It's just a waste of time. But it's pathetic, it's fun and pathetic.
Oh yeah, dude, I just love blasting stuff, honestly. Do you know what? People can try to dox me or try to fuck ruin my life, and I've had people try it, and then I've had clients that I work with who reached out to me. They're like, hey, I heard that you said this. And then I'm like, yeah, you want to hear what happened? And then they fucking laugh their asses off. So, honestly, my life is fine. People can try to dox me and shit. It doesn't matter.
And you said about you, Rich, that you lost a job as a crane operator or something because you were using Clubhouse?
No, it wasn't due to Clubhouse. I worked 24 hours straight, and our company policy is 15 hours, or 16 hours is the most you can work. Even though my boss is the one that gave me the thumbs up to do it. And then when I accidentally ran over, I was driving the crane, I accidentally hit a little piece of metal that was sticking out of the gravel that I pulled into. And it was from a road sign that had been knocked down, and it cut 3 of the tires on the crane. So our corporate office investigated, and they're like, why is this guy working 24 hours straight without any rest break and shit? My boss busted through me, and he's like, oh, I don't know, he's only supposed to work no more than 16 hours. So
what's the road sign? Wait, what's the road sign in Israel flag?
Yeah, I know exactly right. No, it was a gravel pull-off area, and the other crane operator is going to be 4.5 hours before we got to the location. So he's like, yeah, just pull over and chill. And I was like, okay, cool. So I pulled the crane over, and when I did, there was a little piece of metal 3 inches protruding from the gravel, and it was gray on gray gravel, and it cut through the tires. But yeah, my boss is like, oh yeah, you can't be driving for that long and stuff. And I'm like, or you can't be working for that long. And I'm like, there was 3 other people that were working the same exact hours with me. I said, are they being fired? And he's like, no. I was like, okay, I see what's going on here. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I got offered a job here locally to be a crane operator.
Maybe come up here and address that.
He ran away. Yeah, but I actually was offered a job, and I was like, I turned it down here locally.
What is it? It's like a pickup truck. I mean, a truck crane.
No, it's a mobile, large hydraulic crane, like a lever.
What do they use it for?
Picking up lubricators on site locations. So building up what they call the tree. Oil and gas, fracking. So we would unload the trailers with all the parts, and then we would build up the tree. Then we would hang all the risers and stuff like that from all of those.
Yeah, but fracking is bad for the environment, though.
I know, terrible, right? And then we'd pick up the lubricator and the wire lines, stab it on, and we would move from wall to wall to wall, about 7 volts.
Yeah, but aren't you concerned about that?
No, not at all.
Why?
Because I don't want kids in fucking Africa to starve to death.
I don't know what that has to do with fracking.
We got to build the economy and make it stronger here in the U.S. so we can support all the third world shit.
Yeah, it's economy strong. Fucking sell.
Yeah, we got to pay off that $30-something trillion in debt, right, John?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we can't switch over to
But there's other ways to do it.
Yeah, I know. Like solar panels, these solar arrays that create so much fucking heat that when birds fly over them, they burst. They fucking burst into flames. Or these big windmills that only last 7 to 10 years, and then they have to tear them down.
The answer is,
and then the fan blaze. Yeah, it's nuclear, but
Quick question.
You don't understand fracking, David. You fucking retard. So shut the fuck up.
I know it's bad for the environment.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
No, it's not. It's minuscule.
I disagree.
Well, you're an idiot.
Minuscule, so you admit it is bad for the environment.
I already said it is.
Okay, so minuscule means what?
Yeah, how small? How small?
You know,
How much bad do you want the environment?
You know how bad.
You know how bad that sounds?
Do you know how bad the fucking tires are and all the fucking rubber and the carbon composite that comes off these fucking tires that goes into the air? Like all the shit. You want little kids. You want little kids in fucking because your electric and your hybrid cars are gonna do the same.
There's nothing wrong with electric.
Nothing wrong with fucking little kids and their moms fucking hanging their babies on their fucking chests in a rabbit.
Let me ask you a question.
With their fucking bare hands, you fucking retard in Africa.
Let me ask you a question. Are you black?
Who, David? No, he's not.
No, you.
No.
Well, you're not black. I thought you were black all the time.
No.
Really? You're not black? You sound black as fuck. So,
thank you.
Well, you're not black. What are you?
White, Jewish, Native American.
No, you're not. You're fucking with me.
John, what am I?
I don't know who the fuck you are.
Shut the fuck up, Johnny boy.
What are you? Hey, what are you?
Maybe he's black. You heard ask, John.
No, are you black?
No, I'm not black.
Honestly, you're not.
I'm going to exchange John Kitover his picture.
Why are you asking John what color you are?
John was trying to ask the question. Go ahead, John.
Rich, why did you deny that you are the epicenter of all the toxic that have ruined your life? You just didn't even discuss it.
Because my accounts were going. That's why I got my last two accounts.
Wait, Rich, are you
black? The accounts up a little bit. No, I'm not black.
You're not black.
I'm not.
You sound so fucking black.
I'm not black.
Cross your heart and hope to die.
I look like David's picture.
David, you look shocked.
You're just shocked right now.
Cross your heart and hope to die. David, Jesus Christ, what happened? Oh, hi, Monica. Okay. Just a quick pop. Just like, I'm out of here. I'm going to chill as to be with my tribe.
No, I think that she got upset that he wasn't black.
Yeah, does Rich look like a fucking black?
Rich, are you not fucking black?
Alright, this is my photo right here. This is me.
Rich, why do you have your ears pierced?
I had them pierced. Why?
What do you identify as?
White, Jewish, Okay, my dad's dad is English French. My dad's mom is German and Jewish. My mom's dad is Irish Cherokee, and my mom's mom is German or Polish Jewish.
Dude, I literally thought you sounded to me. You sounded black as fuck.
I've heard it a lot.
I don't know why, but you sounded black. Okay, I'm surprised by this realization that you're not black. I'm actually legit surprised because I thought that you were like fucking black, dude. That's it. I mean, I don't know. I have nothing else to say. Do you think your marriage is gonna last? Do you think what? Do you think you're gonna stay married? Yeah, my marriage is great, man.
What do you mean? They're amazing to you.
Sarah and I are like fucking solid, dude.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, people can try to drive wedges between us, and it only makes her and I laugh harder. And later it's time to break it up.
Yeah, if you're in the room, it's like, yo, did you know your husband, did this? It's like, nobody cares.
Yeah, and it's so funny because Sarah and I, we both know about it. Not only that, but with that being said, when people come after me, you realize that I use it as fucking amazing ammo to at the end they end up rage quitting every single time. I don't know. If I was married, I would distance myself. You realize I got Irish Tim to rage quit last time, right? I mean, there's no, you're not working 3 hours being the gayest man on Clubhouse, asking about my dick, asking about my cum, 3 hours, and that guy rage quit instead of Sarah and I, which we were laughing about.
Yeah, if I ever get married, like I am, this would be something that I would do not even at home. This is something I would have to do in an office, and because I wouldn't even want to be here unless I was recording it. So.
Why was Mr. Anderson asking about your that part?
He said he was trying to write a screenplay. He literally said he was trying to write a screenplay.
Was there anybody else in the room, or was it just you two?
No, there was a bunch of people in the room.
So why is he asking these questions?
There's hours of witnesses that can attest to what I'm saying. It was fucking hilarious. He embarrassed himself.
It's like, why is he asking those questions then? It's so stupid.
Yeah, no, he asked me about my penis for like literally 3 hours. And someone, I'm not going to name names, came in and fucking ended the so fucking fast. Yeah. Honestly, it was hilarious to watch. Dude, that guy's like the most hated guy on this app. I think he is literally the most hated.
No, there's other people who are way more hated. Because nobody even knows him. He just sticks to like one room. That's it.
No, but that's why. Because he's already got all the hate happening. No one wants to be around him.
Situations where it's like a you problem, that like he's insulted you so badly you can't let it go, and it's like hurt your ego, which doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't work like that. No. That guy, I literally went into a room this morning where everybody was like, oh, I heard about what happened with and I literally none of those people were in the room. And they literally said, that guy's, I fucking hate him. Every single person in that room said, I fucking hate that guy. So, yeah. I mean, I could go into multiple rooms and probably get the same response.
All right.
Wait till the nigga come out. Living.
Because I'm a person who actually talks about like
I was in Baltimore. I was in DC. I'm trying to see how recently. Yeah.
any unique way you can is to the Holy Spirit.
So why, if Jesus comes from the Father's bosom and the Holy Spirit?
I want to answer right, but I'm speaking to you at the moment, if you don't mind, and if Miss Enigma doesn't mind. Do you agree? Do you agree with what Macho said?
I don't know what he said. I want to listen.
He said that he perceives a world where America will burn down and white and black people can be separate.
Me right on it.
You've given me no offspring. None of my household will be my heir.
Down, Jack.
I love those little boots.
Yeah.
My KK is probably only about a third of the size of that one. Naked.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Howdy. I'm from Chicago. Yeah. No, howdy. That's country. Howdy. That's American. No, they say good day. Supposedly. What? You got black in my pants, white on my face. What is the glory? What's the glory of the triune God? What is the triune? So do you have access to all three? No, it doesn't. I say it again.
What kind of movie do you watch?
Crime thriller mysteries. I love noir. I like Chinatown, Seven. South Korean films are fantastic. True Detective season 1, absolutely fantastic show. Yeah, we're actually we're watching this show called Home Believers right now. It's about like rape. It's like a serial rapist. It's very good. I never heard about it, but my brother wants to watch it. You know what's a really good show as well is The Leftovers. You ever heard of that? The Leftovers. I think it's yeah, it's an HBO show. It's very underrated.
I watched that.
Oh, you've seen The Leftovers? Nice. Yeah, that's like my favorite show. So, John, you see my
John.
John?
Hello.
Yeah, sorry. I'm in the bathroom. One second.
Naturally, you have cats. I'm assuming I see your head right here.
Do they have what?
Cats.
Cats?
Yeah, cats. Nice. What about dogs?
I like dogs, but I love cats.
Yeah, you're a cat lady.
Yeah.
Cats are alright. I've had 3 cats throughout my life. They've all been alright. One used to stay with me.
I think all kind of animals.
Nice. It's awesome.
Oh, okay. Let me look at your PTR. Divine essence, undividable, 3 hypostasis, distinguished and consubstantial. Divine energies come to 3 hypostases, Father, Son, Spirit. For creatures.
Yeah, so consubstantial would be the same nature.
The other thing that I love is astronomy.
Astronomy, yeah. Nice.
It's awesome.
So it comes down to energy then, huh?
When you
energy. You know.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. Yeah, John, it comes like
It's wonderful.
So you like the universal abyss that's unknown.
From the Big Bang.
I believe in the Big Bang. I don't know if I believe in the Big Bang, but if there was causation, then I believe that's God.
You don't believe in Big Bang?
I don't know. I don't know how to take that. I can't really speak on that from an orthodox lens. But yeah, John, the energies are how God operates in creation because His essence is truly unfathomable. Kind of like how the sun's energy benefits us and operates from its source to creation when we're speaking analogically. But if a human tried to dive into the sun, the essence of the sun, in space, we'd get toasted. It's too great for us. That's why we say God's essence is truly unfathomable. Does that make sense, John?
Yeah. I really want to say no, but I got a headache and I got to get some stuff done. But
it's all good, man. All right, it was good talking with everybody. I will add you, and yeah. All right, take it easy.
yes, let's talk again. Talk to you soon, Stan.
Sure.
All right, I'm also gonna leave. Take care, Nick. Bye, Nastaran.
Bye. See you later.
Where are you from? Korea?
Me?
China?
Iran.
Oh, Delambarat.
You miss me?
My beloved, I love you so. I miss you so much.
Thank you.
Delambarat.
You see, Azizam. It's a song from Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran?
Yeah, Azizam song.
Ed Sheeran is proof that you can be ugly, stupid, and not that talented, but yet still become a world famous, wealthy musician.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I know he's talented.
I know.
So when we dropped those 2 massive bombs on your nuke facilities, did you have any fallout, or was there any nuclear radiation you got to worry about?
And what did you say? Sorry.
Oh, never mind. I guess we hit our mark.
We're not as scared of anything. We're Iranians.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I heard Israel's about to attack your country again by the end of the month.
You heard that?
Mm-hmm. Whispers of war.
I don't know. I don't like politics. It's just a game.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Run to me, confess your love. I used to say, confess your love. What you say, confess your love.
There are these chicks on YouTube that have millions of subscribers just because they got big tits and a pretty face.
I think we're all the people on the world are the one. We're all the one.
Hey there, fella. Why are you so down and so blue? What kind of music are you listening to? Ah, still got the N-word Tourette syndrome, I say. Well, maybe I can introduce you to a psychologist who can help you with that.
Maybe you'll come.
He can help you with your fat life obsession as well.
I'll try.
They're trying to get some more involved.
All right, I'm in a room with an anonymous. They block me from everything. These people are pathetic. I'm just gonna leave. No need to kick me.
There's no
We gotta listen to Marshall Rankin talk all this shit. Marshall Rankin is a genius.
That's a good. Right.
Marshall Rankin is so smart.
Right, exactly. There is no false flag attack. However, if a falsified
Sabina.
attack were to happen, it would happen domestically in
Hey,
America.
Rick.
I don't.
How's
you
the
know what I
new
mean?
job going, Rick? I heard things are going well.
Happen,
A
then
little
if it were to
stressful.
happen, it would be in America. Does that make sense to you?
Jack Herrera is here. Free Palestine. Welcome back, Rick.
All these agencies, the CIA, all these agencies.
What's up, John?
What's up, Rick? Well, how's that new job treating you?
Pretty good, man. How are you?
You got promoted.
Your new job.
You
Performing
got-
for Congressman.
It's going good. I heard you got promoted.
No, he's not running for Congress. He's winning in Congress.
That's right. What is this down there?
It's faggot Nick Dickerson.
Why aren't I friends with you, Bagger Gower? What kind of fucking name is this? Claude Sanchez Bagger Gower? And what is all the Arabic?
I didn't do it. My AI that I trained wrote it out.
Oh, you're training AI.
Who is this?
Who is this?
Yo, mama.
This is your mama.
Who is this? Reveal yourself, nigga.
It's Rich.
Reveal yourself, nigga.
It's Rich.
Reveal yourself.
The one and only. Rich is honestly a heavyweight on
If
Clubhouse.
this nigga doesn't reveal himself, I'm gonna kill him. I already did. I said I'm rich. Who are you? Rich. Who?
Who's Rich?
Rich.
He said Rich.
Who the fuck is that? I'm rich. That's who I am. I am the I am. Okay, we'll see you later.
Oh,
I am who I am.
Wait, is that the you get
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. That's the I think from his voice he's a Jew.
It doesn't matter who he is. Nobody got that bullshit.
Well, who's gonna rub my shekels? Who here is gonna rub my shekels?
For the love of God, for the love of God, you have to end the sentences with you see.
Who's gonna rub my shekels, you see?
There you go. Holy fuck, that sounds so much better.
You forgot to say you see at the end of that.
You say? Yeah, but I'm not doing the voice.
I was born in 1925 in Brooklyn, New York, you see?
There you go.
My family is originally from Eastern Europe, you see? But we got to New York and we made it big, you see? And now we're here on Clubhouse, you see? I'm so sick of matching with all these trans on dating apps, you see? They're everywhere.
Yo, Kitover, how's my boy Brad doing?
Oh, I didn't hear about the app today. Maybe the Houston Police Department arrested him for making death threats online. I don't know. He's a know-it-all. He's a big, tough guy. You see?
Does he work at Texas Children's?
He works at Texas Children's Hospital, you see?
Does he work at Texas Children's?
He's a claims manager, you see? It was really funny listening to him do his
That's out of control. I can't believe he works there.
he was
How's your lawsuit with Brad? Brad Stauffenberger.
I never filed a lawsuit against the guy. Just creating fake news here on the app to cause people anxiety. But somebody actually mailed me money today from Clubhouse. Yeah, he had to do reputation management for himself for Brad. He started creating rooms in the Political Compass, so it didn't seem like he was, a homicidal ideator. You see?
The thing is, this nigga would do the same thing to me, but he would literally try to find my employer and try to find my family members and do shit.
No way, dude.
Yeah, you would.
No, man. He slandered me for 3 days straight. So I woke up one morning and Keegan had a room open and we reverse.
Since when do you care?
We reverse slandered him and then I posted a bunch of stuff on
I tell you my
X.
name.
And if I give you my LinkedIn page, you're not gonna go and try to do shit?
Don't give it to me. Don't tempt me.
Nigga, if you do something like that, I would literally fuck your life.
Yeah, well, I would have to just, Dr.
You have to get laid.
Dr. Adams has like called the Chicago
Yeah, but that
like.
guy's retarded. That guy's
Oh, he's really like.
John, how do you know?
How did I know?
How did you know I got a new job?
I was in a room listening. You were talking about it.
That I got a new job.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I appreciate you remembering. That guy is an actual psycho.
Yeah, he's a high level psycho.
Like he's sick. He's sick.
No, Adams. He messaged me on Instagram last night. Said, "Don't ever contact me again. I'll fucking kill you. I'm gonna call the police on you." So he called all these mental health services in Chicago. So I keep getting calls from like crisis hotlines checking in with me.
How's your campaign going, John?
It's going pretty good, actually. We had some good press, and I just need to get more signatures. I got to get on the road, but I actually have a gout flare up in my foot again, so I'm down for the count for the next couple
You gotta
days.
eat some meat. Cure that shit up right away.
Yeah. I'm going to go to the VA hospital tomorrow and try to get some allopurinol.
Or just eat meat.
Yeah, just keep eating tons of meat, huh? It's great for the gout.
Yeah, it actually is. Okay, it's because gout is just inflammation. So if you can literally not eat anything for 3 days and it'll go away. If you do like a fast for 3 days, it'll go away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not even joking.
Yeah. The swelling's gone down a little bit from this morning. It was really painful. It's crazy. The older you get, your metabolism doesn't work the way it does in your 20s, and you're not as physically active in your 20s. I mean, in your 40s. So, if you want to eat,
Why you gotta eat more meat?
well, if you want to eat more meat, you got to work out more, burn more calories.
No, not even. Not even. I'm like the most sedentary human being. I lost like 50 pounds by literally doing nothing but eating meat, and that's it.
Damn, you did the Jordan Peterson diet?
Yeah, I did it for like 2 years. The only reason that I stopped was just because I wanted to gain more weight so I can bulk up.
Mm-hmm. 50 pounds, that's a lot of weight.
Yeah, you know Danikis on the app.
Yeah.
Of course, you know everyone. He was stuck at 240 pounds.
Wow.
He was stuck at 240 pounds for like 3 years. He started in the beginning of December. By March, he was at 270. He was at 170. Sorry.
Wow, if you got 50 pounds to lose, you see? That's a lot of weight on your shoulders, you see?
That's a lot of weight on your shoulders, you say.
Just go to the gym and lift up 2 25-pound dumbbells and you say, I was carrying all this around with me, you see?
Jesus Christ, this fucking guy is so slow. But yeah, that's no secret. You literally just eat meat. You let your metabolism burn another fuel source other than glucose.
There are many kinds of
sugar. And you let it burn fat, and you're good to go. I was having around 7,500 calories a day. I wasn't gaining anything.
That's right.
That's right. Yo, are you still in, I always fucking forget that place in Montreal.
All right, you see, this room's getting boring. You see, I'm going to go to healthy debates, you see. Evital, did you see the Kennedy HHS conference call today? Or the meeting? I guess they're doing away with trans surgeries.
Yeah, we knew that was coming, though.
I'm sure there's a lot of young men out there who are going to be very upset they can't get their schmeckles cut off now. If you got your schmeckle cut off...
Just for underage, right?
Oh, really? They're not just abandoning the whole thing altogether?
I didn't know. I was looking at the pharma. They basically made pharma advertisements very difficult. It was an executive order. They have to read out all the side effects on the advertisement.
Oh, wow.
Not just point to the website anymore and run through it really quickly. Basically makes it impossible to properly advertise.
Yeah, because now you know all the horrible side effects, and you're like, you know what? Maybe I don't want to take that pill or take that injection. But see, our friend Rabbi here, you see, he's going to make less profits now that Kennedy and Trump are in charge, you see.
What are you talking about? It's the opposite. Trump is literally my nigger.
Well, you got terrible... Maybe there's a pill for N-word Tourette syndrome. Maybe we could come out with that fake commercial advertisement. That would be funny. Do you suffer from saying the N-word 100 times a day? Well, now we've diagnosed it. It's called N-word Tourette's. We have a new medication called the N-word Tourette pill. Unfortunately, the side effects are you might turn into an ugly Arab dude who goes on FetLife all day long.
I love Trump. I love Trump.
I wouldn't have to lie so much.
Why do you think he lies?
1,500 calorie a day diet.
Who's lying?
I don't think he lies, Utah. I think he's stupid.
Who lies?
Simon.
You're just lying to yourself. When you're that stupid, you're just lying to yourself.
Simon lies? Why do you think Simon lies?
Because he's stupid.
The fat fuck wasn't eating 7,500 calories.
I don't think he lies, and I don't think he's stupid. I do think he is programmed. Are you talking about the objective subjectivism or what?
No, we're talking about our diets because he was saying if...
He just said that he ate 7,500 calories a day.
7,500 calories?
Yeah. I didn't say anything. So dumb.
That's wild. You know what that means? He eats... He eats 7... That means he eats 7...
It means he's got worms in his ass that eat the food.
That means he eats like 7 pizzas.
So he's claiming it was meat only. Would have been steak upon steak.
I don't know how he's counting these things. 7,500 calories seems way too outlandish. That's like more than double what a lot is.